think that's it. All right. How you doing? I got, have y'all heard of Biscuitville? For all my southern people out there. Or no, is it just me? I hope these grits are good. Yeah, okay. Anyway, what's up, chat? I hope y'all doing well. I'm slightly late today. But I'm early technically. I started a little bit early. But I was watching it. Who was here for my stream yesterday? Who saw my secret stream? Many of us, it seems. I mean, there's like 500 people in there when I ended it, so yeah, I guess people love it when you go on an off hour, you know? They're like, ooh, what's going on? Drama.
Pickled_radish just subscribed. SDAB approved, SDAB approved, SDAB approved.
Pickle radish thing for the 10 months. Sorry. I was chewing. I was working on yesterday's discourse. So all right, we'll go over it today. We're going to talk about yesterday's discourse today. Some of it. We're live again later. I did go live again later. Yes. And that's what we're going to start today talking about. I went live again later to talk specifically about everybody's favorite topic, Graham Platner. So if you go to my stream,
then there's
not my stream.
You know, there's a lot of like.
Where's my stream at? It's also not my stream. It's also not my stream. Okay, that is my stream. That's my stream right now. My microphone sound sucks. Anyway. If you look right here, there was a stream yesterday, but there was also a stream 12 hours ago where I did a short secret night stream. And that short secret night stream was a stream where I talked about and I discussed a topic that you all are integrally familiar with, and that is Graham Platner. And you might have noticed if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, which you should, one, that I'm live, but two, that there is a new video that was posted on the channel titled, Is Graham Platner Actually Anti-War? Where I go over and I discuss part of an interview that Graham Platner has done or did yesterday. And we're going to be watching that interview. It's an hour long, so we're going to be watching it today. But we reacted to it, one segment of it, one like snippet of it. And we talked about whether or not Graham Platner was truly or is truly an anti-war candidate. And so I implore you to watch that video if you watched the stream or if you didn't watch the stream. You know, I think it's a good video. I think it was very to the point. I think people are stupid in general. Like, that's what I learned of the video. Because there was one comment that I replied to on Twitter. I posted it here. But I said, this is why this conversation is so frustrating. Y'all are bots, NPCs running lines to defend your faves instead of actually doing analysis. Right? And this person commented, do I think Platner is genuine? Yes. Do I think he's a perfect candidate with bad ideas? With no bad ideas? No. Is he the new leftist vanguard? No. There you go. I said none of those questions were posed by this video. This is an analysis of whether or not he's the anti-war candidate people are proclaiming he is. And it's just like so insane because it's like your NPCs, your bots. Like you can believe these things, but you can also like do actual analysis to see whether or not he actually is anti-war. And that is specifically what that video was supposed to do. The video was analyzing whether or not Graham Platner is an anti-war candidate, right? Words mean things. I wasn't asking whether or not Graham Platner was genuine. I talked about that. I wasn't asking whether or not he was the perfect candidate. I talked about that. I wasn't asking whether or not he was the new leftist vanguard or whatever. It was specifically about whether or not Graham Platner was an anti-war candidate because he was being positioned as being an anti-war candidate. So I don't even think this person even watched the video. I think that they saw Graham Platner in the title, in the thumbnail, and were like, "Oh, Graham Platner! I must defend Graham Platner! I must defend Graham Platner!" And that's it. That's literally the only thing that happened. Right? And like I expect people to be better about that. You know what I mean? Into words a very strict description, no support for wars, and he's not that guy. Exactly. And it's just like, at least watch the video. At least watch the video. So I think it is a video that gets to the point of the discussion. But he has more to say. And people are lauding this like this is like, I'm not even joking, like he's like the second coming. People are lauding this interview like this is like Jesus. He's like reincarnated into the body of Graham Platner. You know what I mean? And it's just like, what are we talking about? Like, just be honest about who Graham Platner is and say you want to support him because of that. But don't, like, lie about this guy. You know what I mean? He's not anti-war. He doesn't regret his service. Right? He has not meaningfully reflected on his service. But we'll get to that. There's also a tweet that I made that's also a little bit funny. Do you know the movies American soldiers getting pat on the back for being heroes? It gives me the same vibes just in real life. It is that. It is exactly that. But like from a leftist perspective, it's like, wow, do you hear him? He said, where's it at? He said, we, the United States, did that. Look at this guy. I have to find the tweet. I like the tweet as well. That would kind of encapsulate this a little bit better. Right, it was this tweet that I've seen people like kind of blowing up. Because it's the same sort of thing, but like it was about his PTSD. So like you've been diagnosed with PTSD, you've talked about it. It's in an interview, so I actually won't read it. But it's about his PTSD, and he started crying in the interview, and people were like, "Wow, so literally, wow, so powerful. I wish the media would depict that." To be fair, this person is joking. This person's joking. People are actually saying that though. That person is trolling and joking. But there are people who are literally saying this, where it's like, oh, poor baby. You know, Graham Platner is such a guy for coming out and saying this stuff. He might not regret his service, but I think he acknowledges domestic problems that forces people into the military and wants to fix them. No, he doesn't. He has never said that ever in his entire life. Ever. Find me a single clip of him saying that. Please. He doesn't think joining the military is a bad thing. He doesn't think people are forced into the military, and that is a bad thing. He doesn't. He doesn't think the military is a bad institution. He doesn't. The poverty draft is largely a myth. It's not largely a myth. It depends on how you describe it as a myth. The poverty draft is a thing in conjunction with propaganda, right? It's not like literally like homeless people are being picked up off the street and then given like M4s and then shoved into the military, right? But it is most are lower middle class and middle class. That's not necessarily true or the case, right? Especially when you consider like along racial lines per se, right? Because that's how poverty draft is described, right? When you look at the breakdowns along racial and class lines, right? Like black and brown people are more likely to be in the military who are working class. However, that ratio is different for white people. White people are more likely to join the military, not for economic reasons, but for like American exceptionalist reasons, right? Whether it's like propaganda or like actually wanting to just, commit murder, stuff like that. Yeah, because they have family in it. Exactly. And so there is a element of the poverty draft that does exist in this discussion, right? Not for Graham Platner, but it does exist, especially along racial lines with the history of systemic racism and how that has impacted marginalized communities, and how when you look at like the way that recruiters are stationed in the even taking like a city and like the what's it called, the like upper class or upper middle class schools in that district, in that city, have a lower ratio of recruiters, right? A lower population of recruiters than like the more working class schools in that city. Stuff like that is the poverty draft, right? It's an entire system that kind of, grooms a lot more, black and brown people and working class people into the service when they don't have many other options, right? So that does exist, but again, not for Graham Platner. Like that, he explicitly was like, I want to join because it's an adventure for me. But this is a more deeper conversation. I don't even think it really matters because again, it doesn't exist for Graham Platner. Right. Also, because there's also one more thing where like middle class is a meaningless distinction. But that's also a separate conversation. We have that. There's the AOC conversation we're gonna look at. But you should, in a separate tab, open up this video and watch it. You should watch it in a second tab and play it all the way through 3 times. I think it's a good video. And the reason why I did the stream yesterday and why I edited this video after that stream, I was up until like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. doing this, is because I know that I want to get this out before this interview starts to be pushed everywhere. It already is a little bit, right? But I want there to be a slight counter narrative before people start to try to throw this idea that Graham Platner is like an anti-war candidate who like regrets his service back out there into the discourse. But maybe I'll change my mind when I watch the full interview. I do want to watch the full interview. And I'm curious about where that's gonna take us.
All the killing.
Okay, do they have this interview on YouTube? Am I crazy? They do. No. That's not YouTube. I guess it's fine.
We destroyed Iraq, and we destroyed Afghanistan, and all the suffering, all the killing, all the dying, all the displacement, all of it. And that I'm ashamed of.
Again, it's important to note that, like, I think it's funny they started off with this. He's not talking about him. He's not talking about him going over there and being a part of that. He's talking about the American system and Susan Collins as in his opponent. You know what I mean? He's saying us as in like the people at the top did it, and I was just following orders. Right? Which is not an anti-war stance. You can say that, but also say, I shouldn't have been a part of that system. Right? And I dislike that Susan Collins sent me over there as well. Both of those truths can exist at once. You know? Those both can exist at once.
In Maine, there's a candidate for Senate who's electrifying the Democratic base and worrying the establishment.
I did 4 infantry tours in the Marine Corps and the Army. I'm not afraid to name an enemy.
He's Graham Platner, a progressive 41-year-old military vet and oyster farmer. His pitch of starting a working-class revolution.
Hey, mods, can we get a prediction for this video? Do they mention Blackwater? Do they ask him about his tenure in Blackwater? By name or by reference, as in like your time as a military contractor. They can't mention his time in the Army or in the Marines. They have to mention him being a contractor or being a part of Blackwater. But they actually have to hold his feet to the fire and like actually address, because that's something he runs from, right? He runs from being a part of a Blackwater, right? He runs from his private military contracting days. Is he still at Blackwater? No, he's not still at Blackwater. He joined Blackwater in 2018. After he realized how bad the military was, he was like, I'm going to go join Blackwater, I guess.
And a savvy social media strategy has seen him surge in popularity. But he's been dogged by controversy in his short time in the national spotlight.
What's crazy is he doesn't really have a savvy social media strategy. Like, he's just kind of pushed by every media outlet. Or not outlet, like every like left-wing media, like his Glazers, exactly. Like commentator. He hasn't really done much in the way of like compare him to like Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani was like putting out videos, walking the streets of New York City, fist bumping people, being like, you see this problem? I'm fixing this problem. Graham Platner is just going on a, friggin' right-wing guy's show. And they're like, yeah, the military, am I right, guys? And then he goes on like, I don't know, Nithya Finale show, and he's like, we agree on a lot of stuff, but like the tattoo, he's like, I didn't know. And Nithya Finale's like, okay, that makes sense to me. And that's kind of it. It's a mid-looking white man, which is really all he needs to be electrifying. Yeah, and he's saying things like, he's saying like fine stuff, right? Like he's saying that like Israel's committing a genocide. We need to change the relationship with Israel. Like that's fine. That's good. Honestly, it's a low bar because like so is Nithya. To be entirely fair. So he's just been packaged better, you know? Did you not watch his interview with Nithya Finale? I think he gave the best explanation of his tattoo possible given that interview. I did watch it. It sucked. He said, I didn't know. That was his explanation. He said, I didn't know, and I had Jewish family members. We watched the entire thing. Unless you're trolling. You might be rage baiting me. He was like, Nithya Finale was like, what about the tattoo? He was like, I didn't know. It was this skull and crossbones. I didn't know what it was. And then Nithya Finale was like, oh, okay. I'm willing to buy that. I said he was checked from the military for tattoos and cleared that interview. Shatter. The current Secretary of War, is walking around with a white supremacist tattoo on his arm. This is a white supremacist, racist institution. He knows that. He was a part of it. Up, he's in the clear. The military checked him out. Yeah, it's Christian nationalist tattoo. Oh, that's good enough excuse for me. Also, I love how the chatter is like trying to like discredit what I was saying, which is his answer was still he didn't know. Of course, but Hexed did the civil political appointee. This is apples and oranges comparison between Hexed and Platner. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? My point is that it's insane to use the standards of the racist American military as a barometer for what is acceptable for what he should or should not know. He's like, yeah, bro, I got this tattoo, right, of geometry on my shoulders, and I went to Nazi Germany, and they said it was cool. They checked it out, and it was fine. Like, no, you would be like, yeah, no, that's Nazi Germany. I would not have trusted them to check that out. That is a bad defense. Do you not think the military screens for Nazi tattoos effectively? No, chatter. I do not think that. Do you think that? Do you genuinely think that the American military screens for Nazi tattoo effectively? Chatter. They're still finding bodies of black women on bases that have been murdered that nobody knows how they got there. Do you think that this is a military on the up and up? There are gangs that kill black and brown women in the military right now in 2026. Do you think this is a military that's on the up and up? U.S. Marines in a fresh controversy over sniper team photo with Nazi SS flag. Do you trust this military to scan for Nazi iconography and then to get one of their own out, right? And hold themselves accountable for this? Really? They had to create an entire like subsect of the military and an entire program because of the insane, rampant officer to NCO freaking sexual assault that was happening. They had to create this SHARP program specifically because of the higher ranking officials that kept sexually assaulting the lower ranking officials in the freaking military. And you're telling me that you trust that military to actually do a job of holding themselves accountable? Genuinely. Do you not know anything about the US military? At all? Literally at all. Because absolute origins compare a tattoo and a Nazi flag. Shatter. What is the tattoo? Tell me right now. What was the tattoo of? It's a skull. We're moving on.
spotlight.
Hey all, it's Graham here. As you've probably seen, there's a story that's broken about comments I made on Reddit in an earlier part of my life.
I am sorry, but it does not in any way reflect who I am today or the beliefs that I hold.
Now that his primary opponent, Governor Janet Mills, has dropped out of the race, Washington Democrats are pinning their hopes on him to help win back the Senate in November.
Nothing brings people together like wanting to beat Susan Collins.
Is he ready? I sat down with him to find out.
Not a bad interview setup.
Here's my conversation with Graham Platner. Thank you so much for coming to New York on this gray day, but I guess you're used to it, I mean.
Yeah, well, I mean a little bit. This is nice though.
Yeah,
and at least we're inside on a
We're
rainy
inside,
day.
exactly.
Yeah.
We're not out in the elements as you normally are. You are now the presumptive Democratic nominee for Senate in May.
Military. Can't believe he didn't know it was specifically a totem call. These guys are done. I'm not even saying that he had to have known. If you don't understand, if you don't remember how the conversation started with the chatter, I said Graham Platner's defense was that he didn't know, and the chatter was like, did you not see his defense on Mehdi Hassan's interview? And I was like, yeah, I did. It was a bad defense. He said that he didn't know. And he was like, actually, he said he was screened by the military. And I was like, yeah, he said he was screened by the military and that he didn't know. And I wouldn't trust the U.S. military to screen for Nazi tattoos. And then he was like, oh, well, actually, I think it's a little bit different because it was just a skull and it wasn't actually a Nazi tattoo. Which I'm like, okay, if you can't say that it was a Nazi tattoo, I'm gonna ban you. If you were gonna go that far to defend Graham Platner, I'm gonna ban you. Like there's nothing that we can talk about. You know what I mean? You're not recognizing a tattoo at all, but I'm also not a history buff in any meaningful way. Yeah, Graham Platner is though. Graham Platner, his own words is. We can put up bring up the freaking who was it? Who did the interview? It was Tim Heidegger. He said specifically that he's a history buff. He said specifically that he was a history buff. He said specifically that he was a World War II history buff. Specifically a World War II history buff. This is what he said, his own words.
Cobra or Predator on TV or
And
something.
I grew
like
up
that.
playing with G.I. Joes,
Sure.
but it was also deeper. Into high school, I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just, I don't know, took off for whatever reason. And part of it, I think a lot of it is that in our society, we romanticize militarism.
Right.
We romanticize war as this kind of thing that especially young men
Yeah.
have to go do to kind of go.
That's what he said. Also, this is ironic because he's not wrong. He's still doing that. It's so ironic. He is still doing that. An anti-war activist would not be doing that. That's what I expect from Graham Platner. An anti-war activist would not be doing what he's saying got him in. He's currently describing what got him into the military. He was propagandized into a mindset that war is cool, right? War is cool. War is sick, right? You need to go to war because you're a man, and men go to war. And when asked the question about whether or not he regrets it, he's like, I mean, I'm proud to be a Marine. I'm proud of my service. We tried our best inside of this flawed system. The issue was just they pointed us in the wrong direction. What I expect from Graham Platner is for him to look at young men right now and tell them, you should not join. I said this in my video yesterday. You should watch it. Honestly, I can put that clip at the end of it. We're just talking about look back fondly of. If you understand that you shouldn't have been there in the first place, and it was an illegal war and an illegal occupation that was orchestrated by the ruling class to throw poor people into the grinder, what is there to be proud of? You should be furious. You should want your life back. That's what it means to be anti-war. That's what Mike Prisner stands for. Does that make sense? It would be different if he said, I liked the structure of the military. I liked the brotherhood of the military. But to be proud to be a Marine, proud of what? We should watch the video. I think it's a good video. We're just talking about Graham. Right? But that's kind of the issue. He said that's what got him in. Right? It's like, are you aware of like mimics in like D&D or in like fantasy culture? A chest filled with gold that's hiding a monster underneath. It's like Graham Platner getting caught in a mimic, and then it's just like, I got some gold though. Leaving the mimic to catch somebody else. I expect Graham Platner to warn people, hey, don't go in that chest, it's a mimic. I'm gonna share with one right now. LOL. Yeah, he got caught 4 times, which is kind of funny. Caught 4 separate times in the same mimic. But I expect him to warn people to not go into the mimic. You know what I mean? To not engage with the mimic. Terrible analogy, but you get it, right? That's what an anti-war activist does. An anti-war activist would be like, this is what got me in, right? I was attracted by the allure of being a soldier, right? Of combat, of all the war video games I have played, of all the war fantasy that I had in my head, right? Of the idea that America sold me, that that's what it means to be a man. What does it matter if he's a good representative or role model for young men, if he's still going to send them to war? How is it meaningfully different if he just points the cannon in a different direction? I don't want there to be a cannon. I want to unload the cannon. Right now, the cannon is pointed towards a bus full of children, right? And he wants to instead point the cannon to a bus full of puppies. I want to unload the cannon. I don't want any cannon being fired. We don't need to be firing this cannon. We have a bajillion cannons. But he's not doing that. He could offer, as this masculine man, as a representative to white men, right? This olive branch to young men, to be like, I understand the allure of combat. I understand the masculine urge to want to protect people. This is not the way to do that. He can do that. He can say that. But he's not saying that because he's not anti-war.
After Janet Mills dropped out, your opponents.
Anyway, we're a minute in, by the way. Do you think he knew? I personally think the Nazi tattoo is the least important aspect of his background. I agree with that. He could have been a former Nazi and still changed. I don't think he could ever admit that he was a former Nazi. That would ruin his race. Or maybe not since Maine. I don't necessarily care if he knew or not. I think it's weird that he didn't know. My take is that, like, I don't care if he knew or didn't know. I think it's weird that he didn't know, and I don't believe him. I think it's more telling that, like, leftists are willing to debase themselves by being like, oh, I can't recognize Nazi iconography in order to defend Graham Platner. That's what's weirder to me. That, like, leftists, like commentators are willing to debase themselves and make themselves out to be a fool on their knees for this white man by being like, oh, I can't, what's Nazi stuff? I don't even know what that looks like. What's a Nazi? That's the part that's weird to me. Like, commentators, activists, right? Who are like, what? I didn't even know that was a Nazi symbol. Nazis have symbols? That's insane. I didn't know Nazis even use symbols. for the video on YouTube, W. Katie.
We destroyed
145. I think there are people dumb enough to not know, but yeah, like you said, I don't believe in. Just admit that you were stupid and move on. Like dumb people in Maine, I wouldn't care. That's my take on the ignorance of people. Yeah, I also agree that it's the least important aspect of his background, but like, I hate this idea of being like, I think it's dumb for him to be like, I have Jewish family members. Nobody ever said anything about it. So like, how was I supposed to ever know? As a history buff, World War II buff, you know, war veteran, walk into a tattoo parlor in Croatia. I'm like, sure, whatever.
Susan Collins is viewed as, I think, one of the most vulnerable GOP senators up for re-election. I'm sure you know this, a ton of cash is about to drop
Oh yeah.
into the race on both sides. Are you ready for prime time?
Yeah, I mean, at the point, I'll be entirely honest. Like when we set this thing in motion back in August, the entire idea was we wanted to build a different looking politics in the state of Maine. Frankly, it's based around like community organizing. I'm a firm believer that organized people is the only actual place of power to conflict with organized money. And in our society, money is very organized. We set out on that. You know, we were hopeful. We thought
He's right about that. I said that 2 days ago.
it's going to work. It's, of course, worked in a pretty spectacular fashion thus far. We're just going to continue doing exactly that. We're going to continue doing the
Does he
public
organize a
events.
background? He doesn't have one.
Focusing on the field organizing. And we knew that all the money was going to come. We knew that.
What he means organizing, he means like campaigning. Not like, you know, community building. Not like unionization efforts. Not like building tenant unions. Not like, you know, freaking city-run grocery stores. Not community gardens. Not mutual aid, right? He doesn't mean that stuff. He means campaigning. He means knocking on doors to hand them flyers to say vote for Graham Platner.
We're up against the establishment of the American political system. In many ways, we were up against the Democratic establishment up until last week, and we figured at some point we were probably going to win that, and then we were going to go up against the Republican political establishment, which is where we find ourselves now.
You know, obviously the test right now is if you can run in a general election. And so, you know, I want to ask straight up because there have already been quite a few controversies, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But the GOP is going to dig up everything and more that they can.
Yeah, and probably lie at some point. I mean,
Is there something new you want to get ahead of?
no, I mean, like I've lived my life. I've been there for the whole thing, and because of that, like I mean, I know what I've been through. I know what my behavior has been. I know all of it.
I mean, I don't expect him to say yes to that, if I'm being entirely honest.
And there's a reason that even after however many months that was, October, when they dropped the opposition research stuff on us, and the whole time there was always this like, oh, there's more coming. I'm always like, I don't know like what this more is going to be. And
These are all your social media posts, et cetera, which again, we'll talk about in a minute.
But there was always
Do
this,
you think he's going to apologize for black people tipping thing? I don't think so.
it's like, oh no, they're going to
I do think this is going to be his most contentious interview. Just because I don't think the New York Times has a specific, like, benefit to, like, fully glaze him. He doesn't apologize. This is true. Do you think he's going to, like, I don't know what he's going to say, actually.
everything in your life, and you know it's everything you've ever done. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I get that, but like I've been through my life, and Like, I'm certainly an imperfect person, and I certainly went through my struggles, and I mean, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But I also know for a fact that, like, I've never been close to money. I've never been close to power. I've never like, you know.
I mean, what does he mean by close to money? Like, yeah, he's never been a billionaire, I guess. But, like, he's never been, like, poor either.
I don't think anything I've ever done has been outside of the realm of, like, what people do when they struggle, when they suffer, you know.
Like, joining Blackwater? I disagree with that. I mean, people don't join Blackwater when they struggle. I'm sorry. That literally they don't. I'm sorry. That's not a thing. People, you can make a good argument for people joining the military when they struggle. You cannot do that for private military contracting. They only join PMCs when they want to make money. That is it. That is it. There is no reason why he couldn't have just went back into the military instead of joining Blackwater. No reason. He made an active choice to join Blackwater or Constellos or whatever instead of joining back the military. That is a choice that he made. With actually psychos? No. Even then, psychos will still join the military. Only psychos who want money join Blackwater. That's it. PMCs and private military contracting is only there for the money. Only there for the money. That is it. That is it.
That kind of stuff.
It's literally Raytheon leftist. Right? He's not a leftist, but it's literally Raytheon leftist, right? He's like, listen. It's like that it's like the trans woman who was like, I was a barista. I didn't want to do that anymore. And so I went to join Lockheed Martin. And it's just like, there had to have been some middle ground between barista and Lockheed Martin. You know what I mean? Like building drones, like building motors for drones. And serving, there has to be something in between that. You know what I mean? Like, those are my two job choices. They're always less accountable and supervised for a reason. PMCs only do it for a crazy payday, otherwise there's no point in joining them in the first place. Exactly. The parents are very well off. They donated tens of thousands of dollars to the Democratic Party. In his own words, his family wanted to send him to a vacation in Asia rather than join the military. He wanted to join the military. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I think what he's saying is he's never been like close to billions of dollars. But then I'm like, yeah, neither have like most Americans.
I'm like, what people do when they struggle, when they suffer, you know, that kind of stuff. And yeah.
You know, I think those controversies and the fact that you're such an unknown is part of the reason why the Democratic establishment was worried. Not the whole reason, but certainly part of it.
I disagree. I think they were worried because he said Medicare for all, and they hate that word. They don't care about controversy, bro. They ran Andrew Cuomo. They don't give two flying flips about controversy. They ran Andrew Cuomo. They were like, we love Andrew Cuomo. Please give me more Andrew Cuomo. No, they because he says like freaking like universal healthcare or whatever. Like, and Israel's doing genocide. Like that's why they're worried about it. That's why they have an issue with it.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer recruited, obviously, Janet Mills to run against you because she did have that track record of running statewide. And she was viewed as more moderate in his view. There were no skeletons
people with mange outsiders looking in. Yeah, people with a conscience.
Her closet, so to speak. And so I'm wondering if you feel a lot of pressure right now because
and souls.
Yours is one of the very few races that could really help to flip the Senate into Democratic control. As you know, the Democrats are extremely anxious about wresting some control back
Yes.
in their favor.
For good reason.
I've had Democrats tell me that the fate of the country is sort of in the hands of you and a few other people now. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't engage with it emotionally because it's way too much. Like this whole experience has been just a.
Why would it matter how things would have known in his own bill? Listen, they can't say that. They can't say that because it makes people feel sad, right? I've been saying that, which is like, does it really matter if Graham Platner gets elected? Because wouldn't it, even if the Democrats get power, they'll just find another Democrat to just spoil that, you know? Dog, we had a supermajority with Biden, but we never see not Biden with Obama, but we never seem to have 60 seats. They literally, liberals ran around writing why it's technically we never have 60 seats. I have to find it now. The myth of the 2-year super majority. Oh, this is a video. Gross. I don't want this one. But just give me okay. Debunking the myth of Obama's 2-year supermajority. I'm not gonna freaking read through all of this, but basically, if you read through this, right, it's like people say Obama had a filibuster-proof 60-seat supermajority, and so he should have actually got more stuff done. But have you considered that technically speaking, it wasn't true? Technically, he was sworn in with just 58 senators, and he should have had 59. But the Republicans contested Al Franklin's election, and he didn't get elected, didn't get seated for 7 months, which the Democrats never seem to do, by the way. And then the president's cause was held in April when Pennsylvania Republican Senator Arlen Specter switched parties. Now it's 59, just a vote shy of the supermajority. But that's not technically true because it's still 60 at this point because Al Franken still won his election. So it's still technically 60, but they say it's 59, but whatever. A month later, Democratic Senator Byrd, West Virginia, was hospitalized and was basically out of commission. So now it's technically dropped to 58, technically, even though it's actually 60, like on paper, right? But then July, he was finally technically sworn in. So now it's 60, but then Senator Byrd is actually out. So actually it's still 59. And then in August, Senator Ted Kennedy died. So now it went back to 59 until his seat was temporarily filled in September. And then for an entire October, November, December, January, and then February, a Republican was sworn in for the Senator Kennedy seat. And then there's no more supermajority anymore. And then it sucks. Oh well, sad face. Nothing else happens anymore. You know what I mean? And this will always happen. It doesn't matter how many seats the Democrats win. Democrats can have 50 seats with a tiebreaker. There will be a spoiler. There will be a mansion. There will be a cinema. They can have 51 seats with a tiebreaker, mansion and cinema. They can have 60 seats with a tiebreaker. There will be an entire list of reasons why technicality speaking, even on paper, there's a 60-seat supermajority, but they actually still can't get anything done. This is how the Democratic Party operates. This is it. You can have 90 seats and you're going to get 30 plus spoilers. Yes, you will see Democrats siding with Republicans because their class interests are aligned. Because that's how the system is designed. Anyway, let's continue.
Continual, one intensely surreal thing after another. I mean, it's like like last summer when this all happened, I mean, my wife and I went from one day living a very small, simple life to, I mean, literally within days, having this whole thing like upend our entire existence. And so there's
Graham
a
Platner?
Because you were recruited.
Why are you asking me?
Right? Because they saw a video of you.
Yep.
And
Somebody saw a video of me talking about fighting a Norwegian salmon farm
the title?
in our
Whose title? It's not in my title. We're watching a Graham Platner interview. Where'd you get Hassan from?
area, and they were like,
of you.
yep.
And
Somebody saw a video of me talking about fighting a Norwegian salmon farm in our area, and they were like, that guy seems well spoken. Maybe we should go talk to him. And they came to my house and they said that we should run for U.S. Senate. And my wife and I were like, that's the most insane thing we've ever heard. Please get out of our house. And then they came back a few days later with more of like a fleshed out plan. And at that point, we're like, oh my God, I mean, it's still insane, but there's something to it. And for us, we've spent a long time being very engaged politically at the local level. And I think both of us are deeply committed to building.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need him to run that back.
Upend. I mean, literally from one day living a very small, simple life to, I mean, literally within days having this whole thing like upend our entire existence. And so there's a...
Because you were recruited, right? Because they saw a video of you.
Yep.
And
Somebody saw a video of me talking about fighting a Norwegian salmon farm in our area, and they were like, that guy seems well spoken. Maybe we should go talk to him. And they came to my house and they said that we should run.
Yeah, who is somebody? Who is they? Who are these people who told him to run?
U.S. Senate, and my wife and I were like, that's the most insane thing we've ever heard. Please get out of our house. And then they came back a few days later with more of like a fleshed out plan. And at that point, we're like, oh my God, I mean, it's still insane.
What local party people do.
But there's some...
But like, who's the people? This could be any number of people. You know what I mean? Like, who was it? The local Democratic Party, right? Was it the local DSA? Like, who recruited him to run? Local Maine DNC guy, probably. That doesn't make any sense though, because the DNC hated this guy, right? He was the anti-establishment candidate. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just assuming I hate the guy, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You said another video, but I forgot. I mean, if you find it, I actually can't find anything off of cursory searches. That's weird. Is his brother still employed by a think tank after having done intelligence work? I mean, his brother's like a super like Zionist, right? Like is like a massive like pro-Israel like Hamas should be exploded and Gaza should be handed over to Israel, like a brother-in-law, not stepbrother, brother-in-law. It was a Jon Stewart interview where he said it. If you can find the timestamp, or if somebody can find the timestamp, this is a Mossad thing. I don't think it's a Mossad thing. It is a weird thing, right? But like, okay, does it make sense what I was talking about when it comes to like this tailist attitude from the left? We should know this. Does that make sense? We as the left should know who came to this person and pushed him to run. We should know who's backing this person. First of all, we should have a person in Maine that we're supporting. First of all, like genuinely, like we should have a person who we're like, this person is someone that the DSA or PSL or whoever vetted, and we're putting this person up. Number one. But number two, after that, we should, I don't know, have a little bit of due diligence to like do a little bit of, research to see who is backing this person. Right? Because this is a different story than I heard people talk about. I heard Graham Platner was so disillusioned with this current system that he decided to run. Not somebody recruited him when they heard him speak to run for office. Right? I'm not saying that's inherently nefarious or inherently a bad thing, but like that does call into question, like, who was that person? What was their motivations? Why did they choose the Blackwater mercenary guy? You know what I mean? Both can be true. Both can be true, but it does call some things into question.
Something to it. And for us, we've spent a long time.
Look, why wouldn't he say he's recruited by Maine AFL-CIO union organizers? They come over and made it clear that they were part of a project with the Maine AFL-CIO, a couple of labor unions trying to recruit a candidate. And they started lifting off names. Essentially, they were like, no, you don't understand. We think you'd be a good candidate. Okay. Why did he say that? Why is he so suspicious?
Being very engaged politically at the local level.
Now I'm curious. Has the Maine AFL-CIO said that? I'm gonna look. Just check. They did endorse him. But like, they only endorsed him recently, like last week. That's weird. That's interesting. When did this interview come out? 2025. I don't know. Okay, maybe, I guess. Why didn't they endorse him like when he was running against Janet Mills? I don't know, bro. Freaking the AFL-CIO is weird. It is, to be fair, and this is not a Graham Platner thing. The AFL-CIO as a union has always been a little bit, you know what I mean? If you're aware of like union politics, the AFL-CIO has always been a little bit interesting of an organization. AFL-CIO is weird and conservative. Yeah, it's weird. It's strange. Corporate captured. It's I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. His brother has connections with the state of Israel and is in pictures with President of Israel. He works for the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Picture of his brother. I have seen this. This is his brother-in-law. He also wrote a book like the October 7th War. It's very weird. It's very strange. It's very strange.
And I think both of us are deeply committed to building a significant...
That makes more sense. So the AFL-CIO in Maine approached him. It's like, you should run for that makes more sense.
A better future. And this was an opportunity to do something about it on a scale that, it's just, frankly...
Why do you make it sound so nefarious?
Hard to comprehend.
Not just run a normal Zionist dem then. It sounds less complicated running small like Python. I don't think this is like a Mossad op. Right? I don't think this is a Mossad op. I think I think the way he framed the story was just weird. I didn't think there was anything shady going on. I was like, why is he saying it like this? I was like, who's backing? Like, what? Like, he was like, it's like being like, yeah, I met some people behind a trailer once. They gave me some tablets. And it's like, yeah, your pharmacy is behind a trailer park and you picked up your prescription pills. You know what I mean? Like, why did you say it like that? Like, why did you say it like that? Like, it's just that's a weird way to say that thing.
Still hard to comprehend, to be entirely honest. I mean, I still live in Sullivan, Maine. I still live in my small house and across the street from the boat launch. So my business partner is still like in the yard this week, getting the boats ready. And because it's this time of year, we're putting boats in the water and getting the oysters up. So like, that's all still happening while all this other stuff is happening too. So it's a strange disconnect, I guess.
Yeah, and it brings me to this like idea that you've been running as this anti-establishment candidate, but we've
Right.
talked a little bit about the Republican money that's going to be dropping on you, but there's also the Democratic Party's money and their organizing power to win this campaign. Do you think that hurts your message of being an outsider?
No, I think it's very clear to everyone just how not the establishment candidate I am or have been. Without question, the Democratic Party wants to retake the Senate more than anything else. And almost no map that has a Democratic Senate it does not include flipping the state of Maine. We have to flip the state of Maine. We have to get rid of Susan Collins for a whole myriad of reasons, not just flipping the Senate. So they're going to come and help us out. The thing that's important to know is we welcome their support in with the money, because we're going to be up against, the NRSC has already put aside almost $50 million.
That's the number I heard. Yeah.
For this race. That's insane. Also, by the way, could you imagine investing 50?
What I will say is that, in my opinion, it would go a long way, honestly, just say F the DNC and we don't need your support, because he doesn't need it. He has enough grassroots support that like it would still be a more uphill battle than just accepting like DNC help. But he doesn't need to. Like, he's positioning it like he needs to like accept the help from the DNC. He doesn't need to, right? There's no like imperative for him to like accept the help from the DNC. You know what I mean? He's very popular. He's very far ahead of Susan Collins right now. Right? So he could reject the DNC's help. He doesn't have to like campaign with Tim Walz. He doesn't have to take Democratic Party establishment money. He could just tell them to suck it and win on his own and then just be establishment. Or be anti-establishment. But like, he's not doing that.
$50 million in the state of Maine. Like in
They want
anything,
Malone
be a
moving the
different
Senate.
looking state.
I mean, understand that they need you. Like, he has the power. He's not wrong. They need Maine if they want to flip the Senate. And if you want, if you think the Democrats actually want to have majority in the Senate, I don't think they do. But if you think that they actually want that, you can use that as leverage, right? You can leverage that to be like, I'm anti-establishment, right? So I don't need your help, but you have to bow down to me. You know what I mean? So he could do that if he wants to. Now, I'm not even saying that he should do that, but I'm saying that he could do that, right? And also, this is true. Bernie does do it, and he has done it, right? Not as far as where we could have done it, right? But like, I think like freaking what's it called? Graham Platner's in a similar situation. I think he's gonna need colleagues, and this is a difficult strategy. I mean, he has colleagues. Better than colleagues, he has power, right? None of this even matters because it's not gonna do anything. We're talking about something that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Him having colleagues is gonna do anything, right? He's gonna have colleagues. He's gonna have allies. They're gonna try to pass legislation, and then somebody's gonna flip. It's gonna spoil the legislation. Nothing's gonna happen. That's the reality of what happens in this government. So we were talking about something that literally does not matter, right? Him having colleagues and playing politics and making friends isn't gonna do anything.
The fact that they're just going to blow it on like negative TV ads just shows how gross and insanely flawed the system that we have is around politics. But we'll take their help because we're going to need it on that front. But we're not going to take is like, frankly, direction or advice on what we're doing, because what we've built is ours, and we have 15,000 active volunteers in the state of Maine. And we have more signing up every single day. And a lot of
Then
people
why do you
who are
need their help? Does that make sense?
supposed to be really, really good at politics, who were the experts, they all said that all this was entirely.
It seems pre-defeated, but I am correct, objectively speaking and historically speaking, right? And realistic. Right? Like, I think people have this idea that like you're still in this framework where like he needs to play politics like he's like the government actually works. He just said the opposition is pouring 50 million in the race. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's going to win. So he thinks he needs the money. I think he's incorrect and wrong. You can't play. He's playing this game where he's simultaneously saying, "Listen, I need the money because we really need the money because we they're outspending us, but also I promise it won't affect how we feel. We're gonna stick to our guns. We promise. We're very powerful here in Maine. We have a lot of activists, and so it's like I don't like maybe those two things can sit simultaneously, but I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going because I think this is not a productive conversation.
Really impossible.
I can't keep talking about how I don't think this is an effective line of politicking because I'll stop every 10 seconds.
And we didn't just prove them wrong, but we did so in rather spectacular fashion. And we're just going to keep doing that.
You had said that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer had not really reached out to you until Janet Mills sort of dropped out. And you've had a conversation with him recently. Did you tell him that? Did you say, hey, bud, stay out of my business?
No, I said, look, we are happy to work together to beat Susan Collins. I mean, nothing brings people together like wanting to beat Susan Collins. It's a very unifying thing. The conversation was short. We did not get into details. He said, congratulations. I said, thank you very much. He said the priority is to beat Collins. I said, that's my priority.
I need her to ask him if he thinks Schumer should be replaced. That should be the follow-up question.
Priority too. And however we can work together to do it effectively is what I'm willing. I mean, that's what I want.
Yeah, I mean,
hasn't he said so? He needs to say it in this. He said it before he's getting help from the DNC. This is a different state. This is a different state of the election. He's now accepting DNC help. He's now cozying up to the establishment and he's accepting DNC help. It's different now. Right? Whether or not he can stick to those guns while accepting help from the DNC is very important. Very important for whether or not he's going to be able to stick to it when he's in office. Does that make sense?
Watched you on the campaign trail. Yeah. And one of the main messages that you have, though, is...
He just said it. Money. A bunch of money. A buttload of money. They're helping him in funding to beat Susan Collins. Hijacking the DNC for your own benefit only works if you're actually ideologically not the DNC, and if you actually will stand up to them. Realizing that Graham Platner has more power than the DNC does, and that they need his Senate seat. He has the power in this relationship, so he can come out and say, I think Chuck Schumer should be replaced, right? And kind of he can honestly come out and kick and spit all over the DNC, and they still need him. Does that make sense? If you think that the DNC actually, and the Democratic Party actually wants to win. I don't. So I can see them pulling support after that. Because I don't think they actually want to win seats. I don't think they actually care the most about beating Susan Collins. I think they care the most about like normalcy and rules and norms more than actually beating Republicans. But if you think they actually do care about winning, you can realize you have a power in this relationship. You can demand stuff for that power.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but, F the establishment.
Yeah.
And I guess, do you think Schumer should be replaced as leader then? I mean, are you...
Never doubt my abilities to pre-watch. I'm telling you, my instincts are phenomenal. Phenomenal. This is a fantastic question. Fantastic question from the New York Times. Actually, this is a beautiful question. This is a very good interview. Very good interview. What he says here, I haven't seen it. What he says here will, in my mind, make or break Graham Platner's entire political career. If he says no, I think he's captured. If he says yes, I think he has a good chance of being okay. It won't wash away his past stuff, right? But I think he has a chance of being okay, right? He goes up like 1 point if he says yes, he should be replaced. He will go down 1,000,000 points if he says no. Have you ever been a political strategist? If not, you'd be great at it. I mean, I'm going to school for political science, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I don't. My criticisms remain exactly the same as they were last Wednesday. I do think that that leadership in the Democratic Party has really failed the moment. I don't think. I mean, for a bunch of different reasons. I do think that.
Say the words, Graham.
Schumer has,
say it. Say Chuck Schumer should be replaced.
Has not really risen to the occasion, and I think we do need new leadership in the party, without question.
Last question on this.
That is a half yes. That is a half yes. I will say that is a half yes. For the person who said he would give a half yes, that is a half yes. That is a half yes. Because he did say Chuck Schumer. He did say he doesn't like Chuck Schumer and that should happen. But he did not say Chuck Schumer should be replaced. So he does have some plausible deniability. He has some plausible deniability here. I would have liked him to say, I still think Chuck Schumer should be replaced. He did. No, Jim, you're not understanding. The way he framed the answer was that he has some plausible deniability. He's playing nice about it. He didn't say those words. That's what I'm saying. You just repeated what I said back to me. That's what I'm saying. Right? When he says Schumer has failed and there needs to be new leadership, right? He's saying it's in a nice way that's like not like, so he doesn't get clipped out of context, if you will. So he's not like stepping on Schumer's toes. Yeah, so it's not personal, exactly. He didn't want to make a personal slight against Chuck Schumer, right? So I'm like his intent is correct and good, right? Nice way counts, no. I said it was a half yes. What do you want from me, bro? You want me to glaze Graham Platner? I'm not doing it, okay? I said it was a half yes. It was a half yes. He gets half points. He gets half points. Right? I'm saying is that he has enough power where he could have, if he wanted to, have said, yeah, I think he should still be replaced. Chuck Schumer should still go. Right? In this interview. And I think it would have been baller. I think it would have been baller, and I think it would have been like, I think it would have been dick swinging. You know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, I hold the pass in this relationship, DNC. You can't stop me. Right? He got halfway there where he was just like, no, I still stand by my positions. I still think we need new leadership, but I'll take your money. You know what I mean? Like, that's fine. That is a fine answer, but it's not the good answer. It's not the good answer that I wanted, I wanted him to assert his leverage. I wanted him to say, you can't replace me. You need me. I threaten you to pull out of Maine. I wanted him to do that. I wanted him to be like, yeah, Schumer should go. Jeffrey should go. Nancy Pelosi's already gone, but she should go twice. I think we should start Jamie Harrison should go. Ken Martin needs to release the autopsy. I wanted him to go like kind of scorched earth on the DNC because he can, right? Because he understood that they need Maine. Does that make sense? But again, he didn't do all of that, but he did stick by his guns. He gets half credit. He's B-. Still passing grade.
And it is about Susan.
I think we do need new leadership in the party, without question.
Last question on this, and it is about Susan Collins. As you know, she has been there since the 90s. She has been a very...
Says it. I mean, this is different because this is before he gets money from... I guess this is after. Actually, I don't know. When did freaking Janet Mills drop out? I don't know. I'm not gonna distract. This is an hour long. We're gonna focus up. I'm not getting distracted. We can look at it afterwards.
deft sort of fundraiser and campaigner in the state of Maine. I mean, what do you give your chances, really?
Very high, extremely high, actually. Polling bears that out. Now, I am a Democrat in Maine, so I'm wary of polling. There's no question about it. But there is a consistency to it, which is nice.
Because I think there was another candidate that was
Yeah.
trying to run against her.
Yes.
She was up in the polling, and
I think
Susan Collins won.
I think a couple things have changed. One, I think polling methodology has changed significantly since 2020. And Maine has always been notoriously a hard state to poll because we have an aging population. There are a lot of people that still use landlines. There are a lot of people that still do mail. So there are, but a lot of the more recent polling takes all that into account, which it didn't used to. But there's a deeper change, and I think it's a couple things. First and foremost, and people often forget this, 2020, Collins had already voted for Brett Kavanaugh, but Roe had not been overturned. And Collins's real pitch for a long time was, like Olympia Snow, she tried to make herself look like, Olympia Snow actually was this, by the way, but Collins is trying to make herself look like this moderate Republican who will buck her part.
By the way, I think Platner is surrounded by people telling him to play it safe, but I don't think he should at this point. If he's the polar opposite of Collins, he would be very popular, 100%. And he should double and triple down on like going scorched earth on the establishment, and use all of his leverage to just be like the most anti-establishment candidate because he would be safe in that way, right? And so, I think I think because he's maybe a little bit wary of the polling, and a little bit wary of winning, he may be playing it a little bit nicer than he maybe could be playing it. So we'll see as he gets closer and closer to the election cycle about how hard he goes on like Chuck Schumer and stuff like that. But like, I want to see him use his leverage as being a seat the Democrats need, right? To take from the DNC and to give nothing back. You know, give nothing back.
Party, a woman senator from Maine who is pro-choice, who supports reproductive rights. That fiction could still exist in 2020 because Roe was still in place. Roe is no longer in place. I mean, she said it was settled law. She said it was never going to change, which is why she voted for Brett Kavanaugh.
Advice telling them to play it safe? Probably.
Point. It has changed because of her vote for Brett Kavanaugh. So either she was lying or she completely misunderstood what was happening. Either way, that doesn't show like a really solid, political acumen. And I think in many ways, that alone is relatively disqualifying, not just because of the implications, but because of the, frankly, just incompetence of it. Then there's the element where, at this point, I don't think you could come up with a better avatar for the long-serving, self-enriching establishment politician than Susan Collins, who raises an immense amount of money outside of the state of Maine, who takes an immense amount of money from APAC. She takes an immense amount of money from special interest groups and fossil fuel companies, and she has a very high-performing stock portfolio. I think a lot of people in Maine look at that and are like, yeah, I don't think that
She's
is
the
actually
Maine Nancy Pelosi.
the politics I want representing me.
I want to take a bit of a step back and talk a little bit about you, because I think for many people across the country, you're an unknown.
So far, he did fine. He did okay. This is where I start to hate him, I believe. I believe it in my bones. When I watch Graham Platner, he'll say something that I'm like, okay. He goes to like a 4 out of 10 in my scale. And then he'll keep talking, and then it drops to like a 2 out of 10. And then somebody will talk about him, and then it drops to a negative 8 out of 10. When people talk about Graham Platner, it makes Graham Platner more unpopular to me.
Known quantity.
Yeah.
You're out
Yeah,
of
I'm a
almost
random
nowhere.
guy. I'm a random oyster farmer from Sullivan, Maine. So, yeah.
Saying
So-
leadership should be replaced as objectively not playing it safe. No, the way he is doing it is playing it more safe than he should. I don't understand why you're not understanding that. Like, I'm not saying anything, like, I'm not using big words here. This is not a difficult concept to grasp. Him saying the words that he's saying in the way that he is saying it is playing it more safe than he could be playing it. You repeating it multiple times is not going to change that dynamic.
You're pitching yourself as a working class man. You're a firearm instructor, a gun owner.
Yep.
In your campaign launch video, you're wearing a dirty hoodie, you're shucking oysters, you're swinging a kettlebell, you're chopping wood. What kind of
Hot take? Actually, I never had oysters. I want to say oysters suck. I never had oysters.
masculinity are you trying to evoke with that?
A healthy one. One in which like it is entirely fine to be a weightlifting, kettlebell swinging, gun owning kind of like rugged guy. You can do all of that. And
This is funny and also reactionary because nobody is saying this. I hate this line of attack, right? I think Hassan says this sometimes as well. And a lot of men say this, right? Like, nobody is saying that, like, you can't be a weightlifting man. Like, maybe gun owning. Even then, like, that's not even like a big thing in 2026. People have moved on off of that, right? And so I think this is actually giving ground a little bit to the right-wing framing of the left, right? It's like, okay, it's kind of like white people saying it's okay to be white, right? I'm a white guy and it's okay to be white. Because you're implying that people are saying this like, you know, they like I've never said that you were like wrong for being white as a white person existing. Who asked you about this? Like, you made this about yourself.
and see your strengths or see your privilege as you can do all of that. Bell swinging,
It's like
gun owning.
people are telling me masculinity is bad, and I want to show people masculinity actually isn't bad. There is good masculinity out there.
Owning kind of like rugged guy. You can do all of that and see your strengths or see your privilege as things that are to be used specifically to like uplift and help other people, not to like impose on them. I think right now, especially, there are a lot of young men in our society who are being dragged into this kind of like really dangerous, misogynistic like manosphere. I just watched Louis Theroux's documentary the other night. It's horrifying. Sadly, for me, having spent my life as an angsty young man and then being in the service,
Because
Marine
the
Corps,
left is viewed as non-masculine. Sure, but like I think he's feeding into that framing. Like him positioning it as like I'm telling young men it's okay to be masculine feeds into the framing that the rest of the left is like non-masculine or like is I think emasculate is the term or the phrase, right? Like that, like you are feeding into that same framing, right? Which is why I made it analogous to like the whole like it's okay to be white thing, right? I'm letting men know, or letting white people know that it's okay to be white. You're framing it as though like black people are like yelling at white people saying you're a bad person for being white or something, right? It's the framing itself is inherently framing like the non-white people as like being bad and like positioning like whiteness as like, you know, not like whiteness as bad, but like, you know, does that make sense? Because I think the second part of his answer is better, right? Like saying that there is a better form of masculinity than the misogynistic form of masculinity. But I don't like the framing of the first part. But that's not a Graham Platner thing. That's just the way that we talk about masculinity on the left in general.
there are a lot of young men in our society who are being dragged into this kind of like really dangerous, misogynistic like manosphere. I just watched Louis Theroux's documentary the other night. It's horrifying. Sadly, for me, having spent my life as an angsty young man and then being in the service, in the Marine Corps, in the Army, in the infantry, in both very, very masculine spaces, like I have seen that kind of toxic masculinity really attract a lot of young men. And a lot of it comes from the fact I think that there are a lot of men who are deeply, deeply insecure, who, whether it's because of trauma, whether it's because society has told them they're supposed to be a certain level of successful and they aren't that. And so then they feel like they've failed or that society has somehow failed them. And then they're given this story that the only way to make that up is to like impose on other people, to uplift yourself.
This is correct. He also isn't the first person to say this. I've also said this before as well. But, you know, I'm not a white man, so people don't listen to me when I say this stuff. But he's not wrong about this, technically speaking.
You have to put others down, which I think is nonsense. I think that just results in you being alone.
Why have Democrats struggled so much with men lately?
Honestly, I think it's because they've left behind the working class. And hear me out here. There was a time where, like, people.
This is actually hot take, the wrong answer. This is actually the wrong answer. The wrong answer. This is the wrong answer. Not the wrong answer to give. I think he's giving the correct answer. I don't think this is actually the answer to the question, right? The answer to the question is the Democrats have struggled with everyone. That's the actual answer to the question, right? The question that was asked is why have the Democrats struggled with young men? The answer is the Democrats haven't just struggled with young men. They've struggled with everyone. They've struggled with every demographic. They struggle with young black men. They struggle with young black women. They struggle with young Latino men, young Latino women. They struggle with trans people. They struggle with immigrants. They struggle with working class people. They struggle with rich people. They struggle with literally every demographic. There is not a single demographic the Democrats have gained support for in 2026 than they had in like freaking 2020. They are struggling with every demographic, right? They struggle with white women, right? They have struggled with white men. They struggle with every demographic. It's not a specific man thing. It's not a young man thing, right? You could ask a question, why does the GOP or Republicans, why does that appeal to young men's more, right? Because you do see numbers for all demographics dropping for the Democrats, but you see numbers for young men going up for the Republicans, right? More often. That doesn't mean the Democrats are struggling more with young men. It means young men are going more to the Republican Party than everybody else, right? So young white men are going more to the Republican Party than young black men, young black women, all black men, trans women, trans men, white women, right? Young white men, by and large, are the demographic that is the most leaving the Democratic Party and going to the Republican Party. Every other demographic is leaving the Democratic Party and either not voting, right, going third party, or to a lesser degree, going to the Republicans, right? So the Democrats have not been struggling with men recently. That is a misnomer, right? It tells a fraction of the story, and honestly, it centers whiteness and it centers maleness way too much. Do you think it's the same reason for each of those struggling? Yes. And it's because the Democrats suck. They've struggled with every demographic because they have abandoned the working class. It's not just a man thing. What Graham Platner is saying here is not wrong, but it's too close into like this right-wing populist attitude where it's like Tucker Carlson being like, we're abandoning young men. Young men need to have jobs. It's not a young man thing. Not just young men need to have jobs. The Democrats haven't just like, as the chatters were saying, like young men are not the only working class people. If the Democrats abandoning working classness, right, cause them to like lose support, why is it just like young men in this questioning? That doesn't make any sense.
Honestly, I think it's because they've left behind the working class. And hear me out here. There was a time.
That was more on the interviewer. It's not on the interviewer either. It's on the culture of society, right? This has been a problem since people talk about the Joe Rogan of the left. It's been a problem since people talked about Kamala Harris losing, and it was the fault of young men leaving the Democratic Party. It was a problem for 2024, right? It's not even just this one interviewer. I've been saying this for years. We, as a political space, only care about what happened to men, specifically white men. This is a culture that only cares about white men. Literally only cares about white men. We've tailored our entire political landscape, right? From the far right Nazis to the, basically far right MAGA Republicans, to the center right, to the center, to Democrats, to the left and leftists. They've all been centered around white men. That is it. It's how do we get white men? How do we attract white men? How do we save the white men? Right? And that is why Graham Platner himself is so popular. That's it.
where like people who like worked for a living, used their hands, were very, very close to the Democratic Party. Through the labor movement, through just kind of general policies, the Democratic Party was once the policy that really represented working folks. And there is this vision of masculinity in America, which has a lot to do with that exact thing, right? Like kind of working, building, creating. There are elements of that that I think are very positive. I do not believe in this whole like white working class that the working class is just a bunch of rugged dudes in hard hats. That's not the working class. Working class is significantly bigger than that, and it's very multicultural, multi-gendered, multiracial, the whole nine yards.
Okay.
But there is an element in our society that we view like kind of working class people like that. And I think as a Democratic Party has...
Well, okay, wait, hold on. You can't reject that idea and then be like, but that's how society views it, so I'm gonna use that framing. What are we talking about here? You can't acknowledge the fact that that's bad, but then be like, but that's how society views it, so I'm gonna use that framing to make my point. Like, maybe I'm crazy on that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. That being uncharitable.
class that the working class is just a bunch of rugged dudes in
He's
hard
saying
hats.
that's what the wrong way to view it. No,
That's not the working class is
he
significantly...
said that's the wrong way to view it. Yeah, he said this is wrong, and then continues to do it in that wrong way. Like, here, listen. Why not he's trying to win an election and communicate to people who aren't politics wizards? Because it's racist. That's why not. That is a racist thing that leaves out the marginalized people in the movement. You don't concede to a white supremacist racist framework because that's what's popular to people to win an election.
Which has a lot to do with that exact thing, right? Like kind of working, building, creating. There are elements of that that I think are very positive. I do not believe in this whole like white working class that the working class is just a bunch of rugged dudes in hard hats. That's not the working class. Working class is significantly bigger than that, and it's very multicultural, multi-gendered, multiracial, the whole nine yards. But there is an element in our society that we view like kind of working class people like that. And I think as a Democratic Party has for a while now kind of begun to look like the party of like liberal elites. There's just
so he acknowledged that it's bad to frame the working class in that way, but he said, but that's kind of how, it's viewed. So I'm going to use that framing to make my point. Right? He acknowledged that the working class is more diverse than just like young men. I mean, I kind of understand you got to speak to the people how they're capable of understanding. So like maybe he's saying, look, everyone's racist now, so I got to talk to them like that until they elect me. No, you don't do that, actually. You actually do not have to do that at all. That is dumb. How did he say he would use that framing? Because he's using the framing right now, currently, when he's talking about it. Chatter. Do you understand like how I answered this question? Like, versus how he's answering the question? The answer to this question that doesn't use this framing is to reject the question. The question itself uses that framing, and it is inherently doing what he's saying is bad. The question itself is, why are the Democrats losing young men? The rejection of that framing is the Democrats are not losing young men. The Democrats are losing everybody. The question itself frames the working class as just like young, white men, and that's like what the working class is. And he acknowledges that like that's not what the working class is, right? In his answer. And then he goes back to engaging with that framing to then further conclude his answer. I don't think I'm describing this well. I'm just gonna let it play.
You don't have to whisper it.
Sorry, I'm in New York. But it looks like this party and sounds like, and in some ways kind of did become this party of sort of like Ivy League schools and elite. That like when that was left behind.
I mean, the data shows it.
Yeah.
I mean, the strength of the Democratic Party is in cities. It's among the educated.
Yeah.
It's among women, actually.
And I think a lot of that came because the Democratic Party abandoned organized labor.
What? Are women not in organized labor? Yeah, famous elites women. Do you understand how this is like a weird way to talk about this topic? Do you understand what I'm saying now? Like, they're engaging with the framing that they're talking about white men. The double speak here is that they're only talking about and engaging with white men. And y'all are acting like I'm crazy for pointing that out. Y'all are acting like I'm crazy for pointing that out. Y'all have to peel back the layers here and do a little bit of analysis. Like, they're saying, yeah, the Democrats, they used to be about, normal stuff, but now they're about women and elites. And they've lost the men. No more organized labor. And it's like, you don't understand how he's engaging with that framing, right? He's literally engaging with the framing, right? That women are not a part of the working class. He says that it's not true in his answer, but he's engaging with that framing. Does that make sense, right? I want him to reject that framing. I don't want him to operate under this idea that women are not a part of the working class. I want him to reject that and say this idea that the Democrats are just losing young men is a false idea, because it is a false idea. It's not true. It is inherently a false idea. The Democrats are not just losing young men. The Democrats are losing everybody. I showed it to y'all a few weeks ago. Let me see if I can find it. Scroll. Oh, here. Right? The Democratic Party is losing young black voters and weakening a reliable Democratic voting bloc. They're losing everybody. Right? Graham should have rejected the framing of this question instead of just being like, because he had his answer, right? The answer that he had is that, because okay, I don't know how to explain this very well. The question that was asked was, how do Democrats lose young men? And his answer was they abandon the working class. The implication to that answer is that women and anybody who's not young men are not a part of the working class in his answer, right? That's the framing of his answer. He should have rejected the question itself and said they are losing everybody because they abandoned the working class. It's not just young men they are losing. They're losing everybody. And that's because they abandoned the working class. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? That's how he should have answered this question. It would have solved the entire issue of framing this as though like women are not a part of the working class. Women are not a part of organized labor. Right? And instead of, he centers, both him and the interviewer both center like white men on this topic of discussion. But he did say the working class is more than just men, so he modified the question. No, he didn't. He made a qualifier to say, that the working class was bigger than that, but he's still engaging with the question itself, right? He doesn't talk about the fact that the Democrats are losing more than just young men, right? He didn't modify the question. He's still only engaging with the fact that the Democrats are losing young men. So even with his qualifier that the working class is bigger than just, young white men or whatever, the implication that that they're only losing young men is still there. And that's a falsehood. Yeah, I'll play it again. Because I want you to see, with everything that I said, if you can pick up on what I'm trying to say. Try to figure out if I can find when it starts. Where does it start?
Honestly,
Why have Democrats struggled so much?
which I think is nonsense. I think that just results in you being alone.
Why have Democrats
He
struggled
said
so
the working
much?
class is, so he isn't going with the framing of the interviewer. Yes, he is. 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 He is still only talking about young men. Right? At this moment, he's still only talking about how the Democrats have lost young men in this framing. He is. He needs to explicitly talk about how the Democrats are losing more than just young men to actually modify the question. Here, I want you to listen to it.
With men lately.
Honestly, I think it's because they've left behind working
Lately.
sense. I think that just results in you being alone.
Why have Democrats struggled so much with men lately?
Honestly, I think it's because they've left behind working the working class. And hear me out here. There was a time where like people who like worked for a living, used their hands, were very, very close to the Democratic Party. Through the labor movement, through just kind of general policies, the Democratic Party was once the policy that really represented working folks. And there is this vision of masculinity in America, which has a lot to do with that exact thing, right? Like kind of working, building, creating. There are elements of that I think are very positive. I do not believe in this whole like white working class that the working class is just a bunch of rugged dudes in hard hats. That's not the working class. Working class is significantly bigger than that, and it's very multicultural, multi-gendered, multiracial, the whole nine yards. But there is an element in our society that we view like kind of working class people like that. And I think as the Democratic Party has for a while now kind of begun to look like the party of like liberal elites. There's just an element.
You don't have to whisper it.
Like here, they're talking about young men. He put in a qualifier that the working class is bigger and multicultural and multigender, which is correct. But then he goes back, when he says but, he goes back to talking about young men. The conversation then refocuses back around to being about young men. And that becomes very clear in this next part of the conversation.
Sorry, I'm in New York. But it looks like this party, and sounds like, and in some ways kind of did become this party of sort of like Ivy League schools and elite, that like when that was left behind.
I mean, the data shows it.
Yeah.
I mean, the strength of the Democratic Party is in cities. It's among the educated.
Yeah.
It's among women, actually.
And I think a lot of that came because the Democratic Party abandoned organized labor, quite frankly.
Is that what you were tapping into when you did your thing?
Yeah, I mean, like it wasn't. Yes, I mean, but I'll be honest, like not performatively. This is just my life. I mean, I do swing kettlebells. I lift weights. I work in the ocean with my hands. I shoot guns. Like there's nothing performative about it. It's just kind of my existence. So yeah, I think I want us to be able to reconnect with a healthier version of masculinity, one that is rooted in hard work and building.
Like the implication here, I'm confused when you talk about men. Right now, chatter, literally right now, he's talking about building a healthier version of masculinity currently, right now, in order to appeal to the people who are lost by the Democratic Party losing young men. This entire discussion is about like young men. He didn't say men. He said masculinity. That's what he's talking about. Just now. I don't see what you're saying. I feel like he's saying the working class is going with what he's seeing. Is going with he sees the working class. He says that society views it that way. I don't know how else to describe this to y'all. I don't. So he's implying that Dems lost everyone, but he's not. Or he might be implying that. Sure, I think that. Maybe he's implying that. Maybe, potentially, right? Maybe. But you can't be implying that when the interviewer is saying the Democratic Party is the party of women and the educated. You know what I mean? It is your job as the person who is trying to say that the working class is everybody. It's your job to correct that and say that the Democrats are also losing women, right? You say that they lost labor, not that organized labor is just young men. Yeah, but she said women and he agreed. He said the Democratic Party, she said the Democratic Party is women, and he's like, yeah, they lost organized labor. He's not implying the Dems lost everyone. Exactly, and they did. I don't know how else to describe this to you.
Ivy League sounds like.
I don't have to whisper it.
Sorry, I'm in New York. But it looks like this party. It sounds like, and in some ways, kind of did become this party of sort of like Ivy League schools and elite. That like when that was left behind.
I mean, the data shows it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the strength of the Democratic Party is in cities. It's among the educated.
Yeah.
It's among women, actually.
And I think a lot of that came because the Democratic Party abandoned organized labor.
So you're telling me that he's talking about women included in this conversation? When she says the Democratic Party has power, including, the educated and women, he's like, yeah, I think that's because they abandoned organized labor. You think that he's talking about about women in this conversation? Just right to the first part. Maybe if you want to be as charitable as possible, maybe. But don't you think that it's pertinent for him to actually broaden the discussion so that it doesn't, so to correct the record, so that he's not like arguing that the Democratic Party is a party of women and that they need to abandon or that they abandon organized labor, implying men. I don't know how to describe this to you. I think he's saying that specifically in response to women that she refers. Like, I don't know how else, to me, him addressing who the working class, he rejects her question. I think you're wrong. I don't know how to describe this. I think you're wrong. I think you are wrong or incorrect, but it doesn't matter whether or not you are wrong or incorrect about his intentions, right? The way that it's presented is that he's talking about men. Like, regardless about his intentions, the way that this is presented in the interview is that it's about men. It's explicitly about men. You cannot argue that this is not about men. This is a conversation explicitly about men. This is a man conversation. He's talking about masculinity. He's talking about shooting guns. He's talking about kettlebells. He's talking about his own identity as a man. He's talking about the Democratic Party has not appealed to men. He's talking about this is a conversation about masculinity. That is what this is about. This is about his manhood. That's what it is.
Quite frankly.
Is that what you were tapping into when you did your thing?
Yeah, I mean, like it wasn't. Yes, I mean, but I'll be honest, like not performatively. This is just my life. I mean, I do swing kettlebells. I lift weights. I work in the ocean with my hands. I shoot guns. Like it's it's all. There's nothing performative about it. It's just kind of my existence. So yeah, I think I want us to be able to reconnect with a healthier version of masculinity, one that is rooted in hard work and building things.
You're not a looks maxer?
Definitely not a looks
Like,
maxer.
I don't know how you could argue he's not talking about masculinity, because he mentioned masculinity. That's what the conversation is. Questions about men, I feel like it's nice that he at least corrected what he sees about the working class, and that's fine. That can be fine, right? You can say that it is a nice thing, and I agree. It is a nice thing that he corrected what he saw with the working class. That is different than him actually answering the question, right, about whether or not this is a conversation about Democrats losing young men. That is a different thing, right? You think that it's good that he corrected the record about the working class not just being white and white men is one thing, and that is a good thing. But that's separate than him actually engaging with the false framing that the Democrats have lost young men, right? That framing is a falsehood. It is a falsehood. It is not true, right? It frames the entire conversation around what young white men want, right? It puts them at the forefront of the conversation. That's what the conversation is inherently about. It just is. The question is framed like that. The conversation is framed like that. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I'm not going to smack myself in the face with hammers because that seems to be like possibly the dumbest thing a human being could ever do. But, that's just me.
One of the things that I have heard debated about you quite a bit is your working class roots. Because, you grew up in a small town.
Yep.
Didn't graduate college, became a bartender.
Yep.
But also your father was an attorney.
Yep.
Your grandfather was a Cornell-educated architect,
Yep.
quite well known. You went to private schools. So
kind of. Well, the private school thing, I would just like to. So
What do you mean, kind of? I kind of went to private school.
So in eighth, so I grew up in Sullivan, Maine, went to Mountain View Elementary School, which is very small. I think my graduating, I think we had like 12 kids or something, 12 to 14. It was tiny. And my mom really, really wanted my brother and I to get like a high quality education. And this place in Connecticut, Hotchkiss, gave us a really good financial aid package. So my mom was like, all right, that's where you're going. I did not want to go at all because I didn't want to leave Maine.
It's still a private school. I don't understand it's like, why, just say like, yeah, I went to a private school. Like don't worry guys. It was, what are we, why do this? Why play this game? It's like, no, don't worry. I really didn't want to go to this private school, guys. Don't worry. I really didn't want to go. I don't understand. Like,
so I got sent down there and there was a moment which I will never forget.
It feels more like he's just trying to like, guys, no, I promise I'm working class. I'm just like you guys. And that feels more disingenuous to me. I wish he would just own it. I wish he would just own it. I wish he would just be like, yeah, I went to a private school. I was growing up. But yeah, I learned some stuff while I was there. I didn't like it, but it's whatever. You know what I mean? I wish he would just own it. He could even emphasize that public schools are poorly funded and middle-class Americans look up to private schools more than public school education. He could say that if he believed that, right? So this is weird. But I think he's more committed to like he's like rough and tumble oyster farmer. You know, I'm a real blue-collar American. He's more committed to that than he is committed to like being truthful and honest.
And it was a moment I knew that I had to leave this place. I went down to Hotchkiss and they had like, monthly or weekly, I think they called it chapel or something like that. And people, graduates or, people would always come and give motivational speeches and whatnot. And the first one I went to, some guy came, some business magnate type, and was trying to kind of inculcate in everyone like the concept of work ethic. And at some point,
keep in mind, this question was not a question. She just brought up him going to private school. I don't know. What could he possibly say to like contextualize that? It's either you did or you didn't. And it's funny. This is the same way he describes joining Blackwater, by the way. In its other interview I just read that he said he did. He said he went to private school by having help from someone that he didn't like. Honestly, there's a lot of white men that have far as free time to hunt and work out, do have money.
He was just like, who in here's had a job? And I put my hand up, and I was the only kid in the room that put his hand up. And I realized that it wasn't a real question. It was a rhetorical question, because of course none of these kids had held jobs. And I then felt really embarrassed, because I'm like 13, and like I realized, oh my God, like I'm like, there are a lot of people who are like super wealthy. And I'm not, and my family's not, and like we were fine, for the record. I grew up solidly middle class, without question. But like worked all the way. I worked through high school. I bagged groceries. I did landscaping. Worked for the Appalachian Mountain Club on the professional trail crew for 2 years before I joined the Marine Corps. And so, like, there was just this, I don't know, this real sense of, like, I was very out of place. So,
okay. But, so you went to see, again, you could have said this, but, like, it also going to private school, it's fine. It's okay. You know what I mean? Like now I don't believe him. You know what I mean? Now, like when he says like he was like solidly middle class, I don't believe him anymore. If he just said, "Yeah, I went to private school," I got a good scholarship to go. We weren't like super wealthy, but like it's whatever. I'd be like, okay, that kind of makes sense. He was like, no, you don't understand. See, this is my 3-story dissertation. You feel me? 3-story dissertation for why, a 5-page essay for why I have to explain my private school background. Please, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. I didn't even want to go.
I got myself kicked out by Christmas. I was at Hotchkiss for like 3 months.
I'm sorry. That doesn't make him look better. Honestly, that makes him look worse. Him having this amazing opportunity, better than probably any other student in his who was in his position if he actually was like working class. to go on a financial aid package to a private school, screwing around and then getting kicked out in 3 months? It's supposed to make you like appear better in my eyes. It now just shows you don't really value anything. It shows that you're kind of cavalier about money, you know? It's like somebody going to like getting a scholarship to Harvard and then getting kicked out. You know what I mean? Like, oh, sick. So you don't care about anything. You know what I mean? Awesome.
And then I went back to Maine and I went to John Baptist, which is up in Bangor, which was far more my speed. Lots of just normal Maine kids who were more of my kind of world.
I mean, how do you think about class? Is working class how you grew up or how you live now? Like, how do you?
Good question. Good question.
Because you grew up, you're describing it as solidly middle class.
I think the
And then
difference today.
and you make your, in your pitches, I'm of the working class now. I work with my
Yeah,
hands.
and I am. I mean, I work with my hands. I don't make a lot of money. My wife and I work incredibly hard.
That's
and-
not what working class means. It's not I work with my hands like directly. Like that's like a part of it. Like your labor is a part of like your class position, but like it's also your relation to your labor. That's also a part of your class position. You know what I mean? Like that's also a big part of it. Like, so you had to answer before the finish the question. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. He's giving cosplaying as a poor right now. If anything, Story affirmed your earlier opinion that he's just stupid. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Like everything about him just kind of gives a little bit fake, right? Like I think he's real when he's talking about what he believes, like his belief system, right? I think he believes in like free healthcare. I think he believes that Israel's committing a genocide. But I think everything about his like his persona is fake, right? When he describes like his background and how he came to those beliefs and how he got to certain positions and his upbringing, everything about that just reads as fake to me. Like it's just insanely fake. How he got recruited. But also that is maybe how he describes it because it just sounds dumb.
We probably make like $60,000 a year combined. We don't have money left over. We're not saving for retirement, I'll tell you that. I was lucky. I got to buy my house in 2017, and I could not afford my house today. My house has gone up almost 3 times in value. But my
Family money?
Was that?
Do you have family money?
My father.
Ooh, I like this interviewer. Oh, I like this interviewer. These are some good questions. Remember I told you that like Graham Platner almost never does contentious interviews? And it's crazy. He did not get this from Nithya Finale. He did not get this from Drop Site News. He didn't get this from like Jon Stewart. This is the only contentious interview that I've seen him get, genuinely. And she's not even doing like a crazy job, but she's just asking him like actual like questions, like actual follow-ups.
It's gone up almost 3 times in value. But my
Family money?
Was that?
Do you have family money?
My father gave me the mortgage, except of course because he's.
Yeah, nice to leave that out, by the way. You weren't gonna bring that up at all? Really? You just weren't gonna mention that literally at all. Literally at all. You were gonna leave that out, Mr. Middle Class. You were never gonna mention that part of it. Sorry, Mr. Working Class. I just don't like the way he positioned himself. Gave him the down payment, not the whole house. I don't care, Demi Charm. It's dishonest. He's dishonest. That is dishonest. What we just saw was a dishonest thing that he just did. That was a dishonest thing. It's not even that big of a deal. I'm not even mad that his father When Chad said I was correcting, sure. I'm not even mad that his father gave him a down payment or whatever. But what he just did was dishonest. That was dishonest. That was dishonest. Y'all have to admit that was dishonest. Right? He's positioning it like, oh, we're so, me and my wife, we don't really make that much money. We were lucky to buy our house in 2017. He was never going to bring that up. He was never going to bring that up. Until she asked about the family money. It was like, no, not much. My dad just, he gave me the mortgage. That's dishonest. So that his intentions are bad, just that the way he moves is always a suspect? Yes. It does give LARPing. It's happened multiple times in the last 5 minutes. It happened just with the private schools. Just with the private schools. Right? Him trying to downplay it by being like, oh, well, yeah, I was in a private school, but like technically I wasn't really in a private school because I was only there for 3 months. And it was like, I had a financial aid package and I was like the only like real actual middle class person there. I didn't really like it, so I got myself kicked out, right? He does it for Blackwater. He was like, I joined Blackwater and I realized I really hated it, so I got myself kicked out after 6 months. You know what I mean? And then he did it for this. He was like, yeah, me and my wife just bought a house in 2017. We couldn't afford it now. It just 3x'd. And it's like, what was that? Family money? My dad just did give me a small little loan to do a down payment for the house. So that's dishonest. That is a dishonest thing for him to do. Why can't he just be honest? He wants to be relatable so bad he comes off as a LARPer? Exactly. I wish he was just honest. That's weird. Just say it. Just say, yeah, my dad helps us out. So, yeah, I went to private school, right? For a little bit when I was growing up. Before I went back to public school, I realized I hated private school. Just be honest. Everything he says is like suspect, right? Because he says it in such a weird and shady way that's like he's hiding something. And it's like, how am I supposed to trust what he's saying? Honestly, I'm sorry to say this. This is like John Fetterman behavior. People are going to be like, oh, how did this happen? Why weren't there signs? And you're going to look back at this interview where he has a consistent history of being shady and dishonest and be like, oh, maybe we should have known from that. You know what I mean? This is dishonest. He's being dishonest. He isn't even what we consider rich, so he could have said that. Exactly! Like from what he's describing, like, he hasn't demonstrated anything that's like, he's like actually like upper class, He's not actually like a millionaire. So what is he lying about? That's what's weird. That's what's so weird. Just own your life, be honest, and focus on your policies instead of, we said we think he's sus because he's lying all the time. Yeah, it's kind of like what we say about Hassan, right? Like, we understand Hassan has money, Hassan is loaded. He's a millionaire, you feel me? Hassan is not trying to be like, listen, guys, I only have 2 subs today. You know what I mean? Like, just own it. Just be like, yeah, this is how I grew up. This is how I grew up. This is where I am now. This is what it is. And that's fine. That's okay. I was like, people can start poor and then get middle class as normal progression. Yeah, but he has to say that. You know what I mean? He can't be dishonest about it. You know what I mean? This is the loan. $200,000. That's not a down payment, Debbie Charm. Holy jeez Louise. How much does this house cost? That's the entire thing. That's That's the full thing. That's a big down payment. But it was in 2017. That's a should payment. Holy. Bro, everything I learned about this man makes me like him less. Every single thing I learn about this man makes me like him less. So what's your rating so far out of 10? We've dropped down to a 2. That's a lot of oysters. Was his father a fisherman also? No, his father was like a lawyer or something. I could beg my dad for a $5K down payment on my house. What could be Frederick Engels instead of lying? True, just be like, bro, I'm like Engels. You guys like Engels. Like he's paying his father back. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that he had help. The point is that he came from a family that is able to give him $200,000. That's what he came from. Money. That's coming from money. If you have you're coming from a family that has the capital to give you $200,000, you've come from money. You know what I mean? That's like, it's funny. That's a fifth of like everybody memes about the Trump loan, right? The small loan of $1 million, right? Everybody memes about the Trump loan. That is a fifth of the Trump loan. That's just not the case. Yes, it is, Demi. I don't know what to tell you. And that come from money. If your parents can give you $200,000, yes, you did. If your parents can write you a check for $200,000, yes, you did. You were 2 immigrants from Haiti. I don't know what to tell you. You came from money. That's not normal. That's not a normal thing. Do you genuinely think normal people, do you think, tell me right now, do you think normal people can write their children a check for $200,000? Normal working class people. I didn't ask you. Did you tell me that right now? Right now. Answer the question. Do you think normal working class people can write their child a check for $200,000? No, I didn't ask if it was possible. Do you think normal working class people can do this? Not, is it possible, right? Is it like a once in a lifetime opportunity? This is not a normal thing that could happen. I'm not dealing with you right now. You know what? Come back in an hour. I'm not dealing with you. Demi's rage baiting. I'm not being rage baited. People have a little bit of wealth have no idea how little money the working poor has, bro. It's insulting. It's literally crazy, bro. This is like that's not even a little bit of wealth. That's like it's like people don't understand like the steps of wealth, right? Like it's like that's like you're not like in 6 figures. You're making like 500K more to be able to write a check for 200K. You got crazy amounts of savings. Right? Crazy amounts of savings, right? Or insane equity. Like, to be able to write that check, you were at least making $500,000 a year each. I don't know how else to describe this to you. Normal people are not writing $200,000 checks. That is insanely privileged. I don't know how else to describe this. I'm extremely fortunate. My dad helped me pay my rent for years. He bought me a 5K car. 200K loan would be impossible though. Like I don't know how to describe this. Like I genuinely don't have a better way to describe this. The average amount a U.S. worker has saved for retirement is $955, according to Harper's. I don't. Like, that is crazy. He's insanely lucky. And that's fine. That's fine. Right? That's okay. But let's not sit here. It's not even about having $200,000. Right? There are a lot of people whose parents own a house that is worth more than $200,000, right? They have assets that total up to more than $200,000, right? I definitely don't, but some people do. I get that. This is being able to literally write a check. Bring $900 a month to dad for a loan. That's more than a mortgage payment, which I got around the same time. He probably didn't qualify for a loan from the bank. So yeah, it's privileged, but he didn't give him a check for $200K. That's a misframing in my opinion. What do you mean that's a misframing in my opinion? Like how do you think his dad paid for it? Like it's on the document. It came from his dad. The cost of $20,000 loan. Like this means I'm not saying he wrote a check for it. I'm not saying here's $200,000 cash, son. Pay for this in cash, right? I'm saying he has the capital, right, to provide his son with $200,000 to buy a house. That's what I'm saying. Find a copy of this loan? I don't know. Somebody did. He was helped by his father. This is all I'm saying. Are folks still trying to claim that Platner came from a humble background? Graham Platner tried to claim that he came from a humble. I'm gonna play it again. You know what? I'm running back. This is why I get my wisdom teeth removed. I don't have healthcare. Scared that's my parents to help me with the procedures. I waited so painful. I couldn't hide. My parents noticed to help me pay for the procedure. That's what working class parents go through, and not the $20,000 nonsense. Yeah, let's go for money. Donated $60,000 to the Democratic Party over a decade. Sorry for the source. I mean, all the sources suck. Maine's oyster farmer dad somehow found $60,000 to drop on Democrats despite working class background, right? And this can all be fine, right? This can all be fine. But don't lie about it, right? Say, yes, my parents helped me out, right? I come from what I would describe upper middle class, whatever. My parents have money. I come from a privileged background. I see what it's like when the government does work for people. I want that for other people. But that conflicts with his, I'm a blue collar worker oyster farmer. I don't have any money. Because that's what he's trying to do.
Is working class how you grew up or how you live now? Like, how do you, because you grew up, you're describing it as solidly middle class.
I think the difference today.
And you make your, in your pitches, I'm of the working class now. I work with my hands.
Yeah, and I am. I mean, I work with my hands. I don't make a lot of money. My wife and I work incredibly hard, and we probably make like $60,000 a year combined. We don't have money left over. We're not saving for retirement. I'll tell you that.
I was lucky. I got to buy my house in 2017, and I could not afford my house today. My house has gone up almost 3 times in value.
Yeah, you couldn't afford it back then either. Where's it at? I closed it. Ah, man, it would have been funny if I opened it up. It's also generational. His parents are boomers who have tons of capital. Yeah, and when they die, guess where the money goes, you know? And it's why it's so frustrating, because, like, if you don't know, Chad, the median white household wealth is 10 times that. 10 times that of the median black household wealth. But people are running around positioning this guy as, like, a working class hero. Yeah, he means his dad couldn't afford to help him buy it today. He thinks working class is a lifestyle. Yeah, I mean, he said it. He literally said it himself. He says, "Oh, I'm working class. I work with my hands."
In Collins.
Sorry, Mom, this one.
Family money?
Was that?
Here,
you have
actually, no, I'm gonna back it up even more.
Working.
Kids, man, got myself kicked out by Christmas, which is up in Bangor, world.
I mean, how do you think about class?
Actually, no, okay, I don't want to go. I don't want to go back too far. I'm too lazy to go back too far.
Working class, how you grew up or how you live now? Like, how do you, because you grew up, you're describing it as solidly middle class.
I think the
And then
difference today.
and you make your, in your pitches, I'm of the working class now. I work with my
Yeah,
hands.
and I am. I mean, I work with my hands. I don't make a lot of money. My wife and I work incredibly hard.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, yeah, no, I'm working class. I work with my hands. That's not what that means, Graham. Please, gosh darn it. That's not what that means.
And we probably make like $60,000 a year combined. We don't have money left over. We're not saving for retirement, I'll tell you that. I was lucky. I got to buy my house in 2017, and I could not afford my house today. My house has gone up almost 3 times in value. But my
Family money?
Was that?
Do you have family money?
My father gave me the mortgage, except of course because he's my dad and he's an attorney. He gave me a significantly higher interest rate than the bank would have because he's a lawyer.
Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Oh, your father gave you such a high interest rate, higher than the bank would ever give you? Oh, no. Oh, no. So sad. Oh, yeah, the trauma. This is the same thing as, like, your parents, like, making you pay, this is the same thing as your parent making you pay your rent with your allowance. You know what I mean? This is literally his this is the same thing as, like, your parents trying to teach you the value of money by making you pay your rent with your allowance. He probably didn't get approved by a bank, chat. No, his dad just had the money, chatter. Why are you taking his word for it? He comes from money. His dad just had the money. And he was doing him a solid. He was like, pay me back whenever. He's like, no, son, why would you ever go to a bank? We have it, bro. Here's $200,000. Pay me back whenever. And he's like, and he has to find a way to spin it as, like, it was super sad for him to do. Because there's no way, I'm gonna go crazy, bro. Why are you taking him at face value? It would make no sense for him to actually take a higher interest rate from his dad than a bank. Why are you taking his word for this? Are y'all fools? Are you rubes? Unless he couldn't get approved, which I don't believe, bro. He was in the military. He did 4 tours in the military. You're telling me this man could not get approved for a loan at all? Which he would say, by the way. He would say, by the way, if he couldn't get approved. He would say, I couldn't get approved, so my dad had to help me out. Right? He wouldn't hide it until somebody asked him about his family money. He already said that he qualified for a VA loan and chose not to use it. Show me, Tui. None of it matters because if he defaulted, what if his dad? What is his dad gonna do? It's silly. His dad just gave him the money. If it wasn't a real loan, he'd just get it back. Oh, what his dad does? Exactly. And that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's okay. Just own it. Just own it. Right? My dad had some money. He helped me out. He helped me get this loan. And I realized I want that for other people. You know what I mean? I want other people to be able to pay for their housing without having to go through predatory banks. That's why I'm for free housing. He's not, but he could say that. Right? This is so frustrating, bro. I don't trust this man. I'm sorry. Everything that he says is so untrustworthy. Every single thing he says is insanely untrustworthy. And if you listen to him speak literally at all, it's so clear. It's so squirrely. It's so slimy. It's all talking in circles. It's never apologizing. It's gross. It's gross. Sorry. Does have a pattern of him lying now? Oh, we already had a pattern of him lying, but yes. And we're only 20 minutes in. I feel like working class means you stopped working your job and you no longer feel, you no longer making money, enough money to live. You have no capital to live off of. I do agree that he's bad at answering this question though. What do you mean? Oh, if you stop working at your job. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. This is what makes it makes what he's saying here sound extra dodgy. I bought my house in 2017. If I haven't bought them, if I hadn't bought them then, if I hadn't had the support of the VA and my wife, I would have been priced out of town I grew up in, and millions of Americans being exiled from their homes and cities, banned hedge funds from buying homes. Wait, but your dad helped you buy your home. Why is he acting like he bought his home with the VA? Oh my goodness. Oh, this guy's such a liar, bro. He's such a liar. He may have gotten a VA grant. No, he would have said it. I will not believe a single thing happened to this man until he has said it. I'm not going to editorialize on his behalf. He would have said it if that was true. So far, he's a liar. He's a proven liar. A proven liar. That is the easiest way to go through this. Something easy. The benefits I receive in the military are something that I want every person in America without having to destroy their bodies and minds like I did. We're capable of doing so much more for men and women in this country. And I would give my life for it. There, it's easy. Exactly. It's super easy. He could say that in sweep.
But it was what else I had. I could have used mortgage.
Family money?
Was that?
Do you have family money?
My father gave me the mortgage, except of course because he's my dad and he's an attorney, he gave me a significantly higher interest rate than the bank would have because he's a lawyer. But it was what else I had. I could have used a VA home loan if I had wanted to, but at that point it was just easier to do it that way.
Oh yeah. Sure. So he didn't use the VA home loan. So he lied. Directly. This is a lie. This is a direct lie. Maybe, okay, implied lie. He did not say, I used the VA home loan. He said, if I hadn't had the support of the VA, which I guess could have meant anything. I guess he could have asked the VA a question that they answered. That's the support he's talking about. Or something. But like, geez Louise, bro. Jeez Louise.
And I mean, I just, but to be fair, like I could never get that today because I can't afford the mortgage. If it was 3 times what it is, my income hasn't gone up 3 times.
Yeah, but your dad could have paid for it though.
And so I was lucky to get it then. And so we're like,
What do you mean get it then? Your dad just bought it. Like, you mean got the house?
Wife and I very much recognize the life we've been able to build has come from a lot of like luck. But on top of that is also my VA healthcare and my VA pension, which that really is.
And your parents and their money. Why is he running from his background of privilege? What is happening? Definitely a bad candidate, but could we have run good candidates with the same popularity as rich army guy in Maine? Yes, actually. Because the person doesn't matter, it's the policies.
It's kind of like that's the baseline that really allows all this to happen. If it
And
wasn't
his parents' money. Yeah, and a small loan of $200,000.
the VA healthcare thing, I wouldn't have had the freedom to start a business, to move back to my hometown.
And the parents, and his parents being, very rich and successful, also giving him that safeguard as well. Yeah.
I mean, I was flat. I moved back to Maine in 2016 from DC, and I was broke. I was living at my mom's house.
And then a year later, his dad gave him $200,000 to buy a house. Sure. That makes sense to me, Chad. Aren't PMCs paid it? How is he still broke? No. This was 2 years before the PMC. This doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. The timeline does not make sense. Does not make sense. Does not make sense. Does not make sense. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
I've had the freedom to start a business, to move back to my hometown, figure out. I mean, I was flat. I moved back to Maine in 2016 from DC, and I was broke. I was living at my mom's house because I had spent a number of years very depressed, which we can get to about after my combat service. But when it comes to like middle class, working class, I would be very upfront. I think this day and age, you are working class if you work and you make your money from work and wages. Like the world of wealth disparity has become so intense that there.
So you pay yourself a wage. So you don't actually make your money from. You make your money from like your own labor, but you don't make your money from wages. Like you own the business. Yes, maybe technically he doesn't have employees, so maybe it's all his own labor or whatever, but like that's just not working class CEOs technically work. Yeah. It's about your relation to your labor, right? And exploitation of others' labor. Right? So he didn't sell his labor power, he's people's wallet. Yeah.
So many people now who are sitting on so much money who do not work. they make money off their investments. They make money off of their wealth. And I know it's an expansive definition of working class, but I think you need to have an expansive definition of working class when we have the most expansive margin of wealth inequality in the history of the country. In the state of Maine, almost everybody's working class. Everybody works. Everybody works. Everybody struggles. Everybody has, like, if the hospital closes and that really impacts you, you're probably a working class person. If you're really rich, it doesn't matter where the hospital is. You probably.
I mean, I guess. So like, it's just like, okay, this is oligarchy. This is no different. Okay. This is no different than Bernie Sanders saying oligarchy. This is not theory. This is not theory. Right? This is buzzword politics. This is buzzword politics. This is the same way that people theory from Stockdam. People position him as using theory. Yeah. The way people talk about him, kinda. People talk about him like he's Jesus. People are like, oh, this guy is gonna save us. So a little bit. But like, this is not like based in anything, right? He's using working class and like kind of like ruling class. He didn't say ruling class, but like the same way as like Bernie Sanders uses oligarchy or like billionaire class, right? It's like us versus the billionaire class, which is like, sure, that's a part of the conversation, but like it leaves out, like, again, relation to labor. It leaves out the way that people interact with their bosses, right? And their bosses' bosses, and the way that like cops operate to protect capital, all, the entire framework that exists, right? But he's working class apparently. There's an element of truth to it, but he's flattening class distinctions. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's actually a very good way to put it. And he's doing so he can fit inside of the good class distinction instead of just being a class trader. You know what I mean? Instead of just being like a petit bourgeois business owner who is a class trader, he wants to be a working class person who is fighting for the working class, right? And so he's trying to separate himself out from his wealth and his privilege and his background, you know? And that's dishonest, in my opinion, right? So now he has to try to position himself as poor and position himself as growing up with nothing, even though that's just not the case.
Can go wherever you want for healthcare.
You know, it's interesting. I'm listening to you, and on the one hand, it makes political sense to say the working class is this very expansive group that anyone who gets a W-2 and has to pay taxes off a salary,
which he doesn't get a W-2, by the way. So, I don't know what that. I wonder how he feels about that.
which is different than if you're making it off your investments, is working class, right?
Yeah.
And you get a different kind of hit, as we all know, just
Yes.
having been in tax season. By the same token, it's a strange kind of idea of what working
Probably
class
does.
is. I know people who really
He might. You're right. He might. I don't know his business structure. You're right. I shouldn't. Freaking. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. Editorialize on his structure of his oyster farm business.
consider themselves working class who grew up
And
you know,
pocket watching.
with a lot of. I know people who really. It's a strange kind of idea of what working class is. I know people who really consider themselves working class who grew up, you know, with a lot of struggle.
Yep.
And that feels probably to them like that's too expansive a definition.
I mean, I spend a lot of time around labor unions. I spend a lot of time around community groups that focus on, I mean, everybody seems to subscribe to the same definition because it is so substantial.
He's like, oh, well, so people I talk to say I'm working class, so I don't know what your problem is. I don't know what your problem is, bro. When I talk to people, they say I'm working class. So, sucks to suck. I think you're wrong. Bro. So it's me and my friends.
Substantial. And to me, it is expansive, but I think it's also I think it's the most accurate definition of what we're seeing right now. And I'll be very upfront. I get a chuckle out of the fact that, like, a lot of folks in this political system who come from incredible amounts of privilege and wealth, they're the first ones to be like, are you really working class? Are you really like, oh, I don't know, you're just out there not making a lot of money and working on the ocean, but your dad was a small town attorney. Does that mean that, like...
You just said he helped buy your house. Like, we like, I can't do the LARPing, bro. I can't do the LARPing. He's saying that he's on the ocean, not making a lot of money, and his dad is a small town attorney. He gave you $200,000. It's just so slimy. It's so slimy. Hold on.
Like, you can't actually represent working people. I honestly think it's a tool. It's a political weapon that throughout history has been deployed against people whose primary political goal is to improve the lives of working folks around them. It's always to call into question like their bona fides.
Well, to be clear, I'm asking you because I'm interested in hearing how you describe yourself.
No,
and
I
how
don't mean you.
Well, to be clear, just to understand how you tell your own story, and also how you view what your coalition is, because obviously you're pitching yourself to the working class.
Yeah, I mean, which is also why I think we're winning by spectacular margins. Because in a state like Maine, everybody's like, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. And we all do feel very much that us and our neighbors in our communities, we're all kind of suffering the same way.
Mm.
Yeah, we're all kind of suffering the same way, right, guys? Yeah, fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. I don't like this guy, bro. He's basically trapped in his somewhat a defensible position to win election. He can do that and then still be honest, bro. Like, I hate this idea that he can never be like say anything meaningfully correct because he needs to win an election. How far does that line go? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't understand. Kamala can't say it's a genocide. She needs to win this election. Or it's like, maybe there's certain standards that you can have for candidates to actually, stand by things, to believe things, so they actually, are like, moral. I don't think him saying, yeah, my dad helped me out a little bit will cost him the election. Also, yes, he also did admit to making $500,000 on the house appreciating. This is true.
So after high school,
Yep.
you joined the Marines at 19?
Yep. 19, yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the bad stuff yet. All of this was stuff that I didn't even know about. We haven't even gotten to the bad stuff yet.
19.
And I want to ask you about your tours in the Middle East. You went to Iraq in 2005, is that right? Yeah. I mean, we were there at the same time. I covered Iraq from 2002, before the invasion, to 2010. Why did you want to serve?
Because you'll be an ally to the working class in the Senate? I don't know. Depends on what you mean by ally to the working class.
We're anti-war.
Very.
You were out protesting the conflict.
Sorry. How's this house appreciating his fault? Did anybody say it's his fault, Cheddar? Yo, y'all gotta take that out your mouth, Please. He ain't here. Stand up, Chatters. Please. Please. That's the first thing you say is just like, no, I must defend. I must defend. Please. Okay, I have the funniest video now. Okay, hold on. I love this video. I showed this before because it's a purple link. Hold on. Here it is.
Turn up, please. Turn up for what? Baby John gonna break up with a troll. Oh! She is very gorgeous to me.
I love this video. It's so funny. Anyway, what else to talk about? Just in your soon calling for daring to support the words of Mr. Platner. How dare I dare question the king, Graham Platner?
Why did you want to serve? Because you were anti-war.
Ooh! Ooh! Cook him. This is the questions that I have been asking, that people have been telling me that I'm wrong for wanting answers to. These are exactly, it doesn't count. These are exactly the questions. Exactly the questions. Chat, if you watch Graham Platner Power Hour, we can pull it up. We can pull it up. But if you watched Graham Platner Power Hour 1, 2, or the trilogy number 3, this is the question that I've asked because this shows consistency or inconsistency. I need to know his answer to this. His answer to this question will make or break Graham Platner for me. No one is wrong for any answers, but it's just if one of the houses doesn't flip, very bad things are gonna happen. Chatter, you are stupid. You're dumb. Do you look outside right now? I want you to look outside. Do you see what's happening right now? Bad things are already happening. If you think a Graham Platner is going to fix what's happening outside, you have not been paying attention. You might not even be able to vote for Graham Platner in the first place. We literally just saw 2 days ago, a Democrat literally vote against his own co-sponsored bill. Did we forget this happened? I'm trying to find it. What was his freaking name? Hold on. Thank you. This is it. This is it. I do have this saved. I guess I scrolled past it. I literally have this bookmarked. Retiring Blue Dog Representative Jared Golden just cast a deciding vote to kill a war powers resolution that he co-sponsored. If you need any more evidence that the Democratic congressional leadership supports the Iran war, they miscounted the votes, so an actual co-sponsor of the bill had to vote against it to stop it from passing. This is the Democratic Party. This will happen when the House flips too. It happened with Obama. Supermajority. Oh, technically not supermajority. We have 60 seats. No, technically we have 59, so we can't do anything. We can't get a single Republican to defect. Oh, actually we have 60 again. well, actually, it's only for 5 months. So technically, we can't do anything. Actually, we can't pass anything. Technically, nothing can get passed. I'm sorry. You can't do anything about the filibuster. The funniest part is, bro, they're gonna kill the filibuster for the stupid ballroom. I saw it this morning. The Senate parliamentarian is stopping the ballroom. They're gonna kill the stupid filibuster for the ballroom. Bro, Trump is gonna come out and they're gonna be like, fire that stupid person. Fire that person for stopping my big, beautiful ballroom. How dare you? And then that's gonna be how the freaking parliamentarian gets fired. They're gonna kill his filibuster for it, just so they can pass that stupid ballroom, and then they're gonna sweep. I can't say in this chat what I think has happened to somebody voting against their own bill because it had a chance to pass, but that's just kind of how politics works. Anyway, let's get back to this question. Don't try to distract me. Don't try to distract me. They're trying to distract me, chat. Would it be worth it to just borrow it in order to get rid of the filibuster? No, honestly, because filibuster or no filibuster, the Democrats aren't doing anything. Because the Democrats could have gotten rid of the filibuster. They chose not to because they weren't going to do anything without it anyway. The Republicans will, though. Anyway, you're not taking this from me. You're not taking this question from me.
We all die. 19, 19.
And I want to ask you about your tours in the Middle East. You went to Iraq in 2005, is that right? Yeah. I mean, we were there at the same time. I covered Iraq from 2002, before the invasion, to 2010. Why did you want to serve? Because you were anti-war. You were out protesting the conflict. I just saw this post about you actually in Maine kind of protesting George W. Bush.
I got dragged out of a Bush rally in, I think, November, December of 2002.
Look at how, like, he's like, yeah, I got dragged out of a Bush rally. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, I was anti-war. I want to see his answer to this question.
I want to thank the people who take time, who work hard to make sure that the democracy is strong.
Yeah, so it's a strange thing to sign up.
See, everybody says that, but like, it never was for me. I mean, I wanted to be a soldier since I was about 2. I mean, I was singing the Marines hymn as like, I think I was like 4 or 5 when I first memorized it. And I don't know why that is. Like I don't come from like, I mean, we have a long lineage of military service in my family, but like my dad wasn't in the service. My parents were not enthused about my joining of the Marine Corps. But I always had an attraction to, I think, service, but I also had an attraction to adventure. And, you know, in our society,
Please tell me he ends this section by saying, and that's a bad thing. Please tell me he ends this section. I did say this yesterday. I literally said this yesterday before I even saw this video. It's in my video, actually. I covered it in this video here, actually, before I even saw this. He wishes that he was actually, like, you know, doing the good stuff. Like he wishes that it was a. I mean, the obvious answer is that he doesn't actually regret it. I'm in the camp that I genuinely don't think he regrets it. I think he looks back fondly on his military days. It was a fun adventure for him in his 20s, right? He just wishes that it was for something more meaningful, right? It's like working at a startup, but that startup made like a stupid product. You're like, man, I love working at that startup, but I hate that we made a bad product. It's like that. He just wishes the product was good. He wishes that it was a good war that he was fighting. He wishes that he was actually, like, you know, doing the good stuff. People look at me like I'm crazy for what I say about Graham Platner. Graham Platner says what I say about Graham Platner. I just repeat what Graham Platner says himself. And people look at me like I'm trying to tank his campaign. He says it. He himself says these words himself. But I'm somehow wrong for saying these things about this man? If you want to adventure, just be an expat, you can move anywhere in the world. It's a privilege, the U.S. Passport. You don't have to murder people to do that. No, but he wanted to murder people, though. That's the important part. It was 2 halves of the one coin. It's like the Decus medallion from Elden Ring. You know what I mean? He was like, I want to adventure, but I also want to kill people. So, like, what can I do both? Gotta join the military. And he is not even apologetic about it. Not even slightly apologetic about it. It's so matter of fact. And then leftists are walking around being like, when he cries about his PTSD, they're like, wow, this is powerful. So powerful. This guy should be the president. And he's like, yeah, no, I joined for the adventure of it. Yeah, for the adventure. I love the adventure of it.
We do things in my family, but like my dad wasn't in the service. My parents were not enthused about my joining of the Marine Corps. But I always had an attraction to, I think, service, but I also had an attraction to adventure. And, you know, in our society, we do very much sell militarism and war in this very romantic fashion about adventure and excitement. And then there's also, and I think you can probably understand this too, there is this weird attraction when everyone tells you that the only way you could ever experience it is to be there. That it's a thing.
But you knew it was bad. You protested it before going. This literally makes no sense. I have the smallest amount of leeway for everybody else. I'm not even joking when I say every single other person in this country, I have the smallest amount of leeway for who lived through the aftermath of like the 9/11, Islamophobic propaganda, like era, except for people like Graham Platner, because they know better. He knows better. He knows that it's bad. In his own words, he's anti-war. And he goes 4 times, 4 tours, leaves, joins Blackwater, and he still can't say that he shouldn't have done it. Graham Platner, I'm not even joking, is uniquely bad. I have not seen a single other person in my entire life that is so bad on this specific issue. He is uniquely bad. Uniquely bad. I mean, he said it on Reddit too. Why'd you listen to the Marine Corps? What an adventure and kill some people. Literally, he said this. Literally, 2 sides of the coin. Joined up in 2004, did Fallujah and Ramadi, and managed both. Hell of an excellent experience. Doesn't USA love this shit? Yes, but like, he knew better specifically. I don't see anyone that was in the U.S. military the same as being in Blackwater. They're both awful. Work for the same people. Yeah, but do you understand that, like, even if you do see them as exactly the same, that's worse because he didn't join 5 times, right? He joined 1, did another tour, and then went and then joined Blackwater. I don't know a single other person who has done that while knowing that it was bad before the first one. You know what I mean? He knew it was bad before the first one. Before the first one. He knew it was bad, joined, knew it was bad, went back, knew it was bad, went back, knew it was bad, went back, got out, knew it was bad, went back. That is literally insane. What an adventure, as simple as awful person. That's insane. That is crazy. And not even a simple, like, I shouldn't have done that. No acknowledgement that that was a bad decision. He said it was bad because he wasn't involved. No, he said it was bad because he hated that it wasn't like a good war to fight. But I'll let him continue because like I need to see what else he has to say because I'm flabbergasted.
It's also, and I think you can probably understand this too, there is this weird attraction when everyone tells you that the only way you could ever experience it is to be there. That it's a thing that is so unique and so its own thing that no one could ever get it unless you had seen it. And I think for me, there was an element of curiosity to that, where it's like, well, I mean, like, what is it then?
Like, that's also insane, by the way. I want to point that out. That is an insane thing for him to believe. That is also uniquely bad and even worse than people who are propagandized. People said, you will never understand how bad it was after 9/11. There was such propaganda. This isn't propaganda, chat. This is not propaganda. He was like, I want to go kill people because I'm curious. This is not American exceptionalist propaganda. This is not like, oh, well, the terrorists are over there and I need to protect America because of what they did for now. This is honestly objectively worse. This is like, I don't like to diagnose people, but like it's bordering on psychopathy. Like that's crazy. That's craziness. That is craziness. Wild. And then no accountability for that. No accountability for that. No acknowledgement that like that's a crazy thing for him to believe. He acknowledges that propaganda didn't work on him earlier when he was protecting Bush. Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. Area Ola, thank you for the prime. Also, Mendondo, thank you for the 9 months. I'm sorry, I'm so flabbergasted by this. No, there's no. I thought there was a chance in my mind that this might change my mind on Graham Platner, but this made it worse. There's no redeemable quality for him in my mind. Zero. What if he was only anti-war in the same way that Obama read Marx and Brown Michelle? He didn't actually believe it, but it was cool at the time. I mean, no, not even. Maybe for the first one, but like, he went back 4 times. There was no Michelle to impress. Who was his high school sweetheart to impress? The 4th time. Okay, maybe he says I'm sorry, chat. Let's rate it in. Maybe he says I'm sorry. I mean, he's only anti-war because being anti-war was cool at the time. Oh, maybe actually. I see what you're saying now. Maybe. I see. Like it was hip. It was hip. It was in. I don't know. Maybe. It really wasn't. No, but like he also like it was maybe like in the circles he was around. Like he could have been in a friend group that was like he might have been in like a communist commune, you know? His commune really liked and was anti-war. And they did like freaking they smoked weed. And like to play the ukulele or something. I don't know. I guess it's technically possible. We jail him in a communist poly situation. Exactly. Sounds like a good time.
Could ever get it unless you had seen it. And I think for me, there was an element of curiosity to that, where it's like, well, I mean, like, what is it then? And and I grew up reading military history books, and I was into Civil War reenacting, and I was like it's like a little military nerd.
I want her to ask about the tattoo. Yes, I'm glad he said that. Civil War reenacting is also interesting. Like, which side, Graham? Which side did you play? It's Maine. He has thoughts about black people. I'm curious. I appreciate he isn't trying to bullshit his way out of it. But for some reason, like poverty. Yeah, because I think it's because he doesn't feel like I think it's because he doesn't feel like he did anything wrong. He doesn't feel his need to lie about it because he doesn't feel like he did anything wrong.
But I also in high school became pretty critical of certain elements of, I think, American foreign policy. Certainly when the war in Iraq was kicking off, I was like, this seems like a deeply stupid idea.
Yeah, I mean, you had an image of you in high school holding up a sign saying Free Kosovo, Chechnya, Kashmir, Palestine, Kurdistan, and Tibet. That's
yeah. I got really into Irish politics when I was in high school, which introduced me to, I think, some sort of a connection to like national liberation struggles and seeing people as like seeing the world through that lens.
Reddit post? We've covered Reddit posts. We have.
At the exact same time, though, I was still like a young man in the United States, and I was very patriotic. And so there was to me, the two things never, I met a lot of guys in the Marine Corps that thought that the war was dumb and were there. But they were there because it's like the attraction is more to like the camaraderie and the kind of whole, like, I don't know, the whole like the infantry combat unit thing. It's less of.
Yeah, what were you doing there, Graham? Yeah, I know you weren't justifying it, but that's what I was saying as part of it. Dead Logan, thank you for the 2 months.
About like why you're doing it. In my experience, I never met anybody. I don't have any friends in the Marine Corps who, when we were serving, they're like, yeah, I'm definitely here to like fight for George Bush and do whatever. No, I mean they're there for like because you joined the infantry. You're there because you were young.
Yeah, to kill people, Graham. To kill people. To kill brown people. Like that's the point of like the infantry. That's what people are criticizing you for. People are not This is the problem. Maybe he thinks people are criticizing him because people think that he was fighting for George Bush. And people think that he's a hypocrite for fighting for George Bush. And that's not the case. People are critical of him because people think that he joined a war that he knew was illegal. And he knew wasn't bad. As an anti-war person, he was like, yeah, but like you join the infantry because that's what you do when you're young. You join the infantry because that's what you do, even though my dad told me not to do it.
Angsty man, and you like joined up and you wanted to go have an adventure and you wanted to fight. I mean, that's why.
Fight what? Fight who? Fight who? Fight who? Graham? Fight who?
What the infantry primarily is.
Can you tell me, with that in mind in your head, that sort of romantic vision of what it was, what you felt when you first arrived in Iraq? Because you were based in what was called then the Sunni Triangle.
Yeah.
Very high conflict area.
Yeah, when we first got there, it wasn't so bad. So January, February, March were pretty mellow. We did the election late January, that first Iraqi election, January of 2005. Somebody shot an RPG at us, but like it didn't go off. And then on April 2nd, 2005, there was a large combined assault, multiple suicide car bombs, an immense amount of indirect fire, rockets, mortars, the whole 9 yards. And that was like my first actual interaction with like combat. The rest of that deployment was fairly mellow. Summer came, a lot of IEDs. We got blown up a bunch. Couple serious incidents with my platoon and took some casualties. But for the most part, it wasn't like continuous. And then that deployment ended.
Please ask him. Ask him the question. I don't know what question she's gonna ask. I think it's gonna be a good question though.
Or August of 2005, we came home for like 4.5, 5 months. I went to machine gun leadership course, and then we promptly went to Ramadi for 2006, and that was like a totally different.
That was the middle of the Civil War.
Yeah, and that was Ramadi.
Mike Prisoner would rip this guy a new one. I checked actually. Mike Prisoner has not tweeted about or talked about Graham Platner at all. I thought that was interesting. Right, one of the most famous American like anti-war activists from around the same time is not talking about one of the most prominent anti-war candidates for Senate. I think it's relatively interesting. There's a type of impressionable white guy who's into the concept of fighting no matter who, especially history nerds, not a defense, it's just analysis. I agree with that. But like, it's like, once you've done that work of like realizing that it's bad and not good, you got to understand that like it was a bad thing for you to do that. And Graham Platner hasn't gotten that point, you know? I have not checked threads now.
In '06 was the
worst of the worst.
And we were at the government center in downtown Ramadi, and we just lived there. Everybody else came and rotated through, and journalists would come, and the brass would come, and they'd all come down because they all wanted to see the government center because that's like where all the fighting was. And like we lived there, like just were 8 months, no days off, didn't have a single day off for 8 months. It was exhausting, and it was very, very violent. I mean, just like regular contact almost every day. So,
what do you remember about how you felt being part of that war? Because
yes. Fantastic question.
It's just interesting to me, considering where you came from, to suddenly find yourself as part of an occupying army in the Middle East, no less. I'm just wondering how you sort of made sense of the mission, because you wrote to your mom at the time, the United States is doing an amazing thing here. It took me coming here to realize that. I don't think we are somewhere we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I remember. In '05, we were actually engaging in like some building projects. We were helping turn the.
No. Done. Cooked. Immediately. Cooked. As a part of the IDF, you realize that we were in Gaza, yeah, and there were a lot of things that were happening, but like we actually built a few bridges at the time as well. Do you see how insane that sounds? Do you see how crazy that sounds? How wild it would be if a member of the IDF lauded how they built a few bridges, right? They helped stand up a couple of tents. They built aid distribution centers, exactly, Sarah, right? They helped deliver aid into Gaza in the midst of a genocide, an occupying army. How crazy. I just didn't know somebody said that. No, he did. The question was like, how do you reckon with the fact that you were a part of an occupying army? And what he said was like, yeah, we did some good stuff too. We built some bridges. We built some infrastructure. Every single person told me I was wrong about this. Every single person told me I was wrong about this. I'm going to play the question again. Right? And maybe his full answer will prove me wrong, and I hope it does. Genuinely, I hope it does. Because this is literally insane.
Being part of that war, because you remember about
regular contact almost every day. So,
what do you remember about how you felt being part of that war? Because it's just interesting to me, considering where you came from, to suddenly find yourself as part of an occupying army in the Middle East, no less. I'm just wondering how you sort of made sense of the mission, because you wrote to your mom at the time, the United States is doing an amazing thing here. It took me coming here to realize that. Don't think we are somewhere we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, I remember in '05, we were actually engaging in like some building projects. We were helping turn the water back on. We were like, it felt, I was also 20. I was still a kid. So and you need to make all this stuff mean something, right? Like you want to be part of something good. And so as I saw us like what seemed like doing good things, for a little bit in 2005, I did believe that we were doing something good. Towards the end of the deployment, I started to kind of return to my more cynical kind of state on the whole thing. Mostly just because I saw like all the contractors and all the, like we were spending so much money.
Okay, if I be the most charitable, he's talking about how he felt at the time, but you have to acknowledge in hindsight that you were not there for good reasons. Right? Right? If I'm going to be the most charitable that I could ever be in my entire life, he's talking about how he felt at the time, but you have to acknowledge right now in this interview, in hindsight, right? You have to acknowledge, right? You have to acknowledge we should not have been there. I thought this, but I was wrong, right? I thought this, but I was incorrect. I thought this, but I was completely wrong about that. That is required. Right now, what he's doing is he's sweeping for it. He's actually defending the Iraq War, funnily enough. This is defense. Unless he does that, right? He was like, well, I was no, it is defense. He was like, well, when I was there, we did some good stuff. We turned on water, because like, when you're young, you have to believe these things, right? But like then at the end of it, I returned to my more cynical self. I was like, not great. That's not anti-war. That's not how somebody who was a part of an illegal occupying army speaks about being a part of atrocities. It's not. I can see by saying how the military will manipulate you by doing good things, and what we did was awful, and it was a bad thing. Exactly. But he's always missing that last part, right? It's always just like, but I was more cynical, being like, well, maybe we're not here for good reasons, and that's it, and not like, I made a mistake by joining. We should not have been here. I should not have been here. I should not have joined. You know what I mean? That's accountability. That's what it means to be anti-war. I'll play it again. I'll play my video on this topic. It came out yesterday. I will play you the first 45 seconds.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these were human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who we rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime I see a mother with her children, like the one who cried hysterically and screamed that we are worse than Saddam as we forced her from her home. I feel guilt anytime I see a young girl, like the one I grabbed by the arm and dragged into the street. We were told we were fighting terrorists. The real terrorist was me, and the real terrorism is this occupation.
Do you understand how differently Mike Prisner talks about his service? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point. You know what I mean? When asked about how he reckoned with the fact that he was a part of an occupying army, instead, Graham Platner was like, well, at the time, I thought I was doing a good thing. And that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. Here, I'll continue, though.
Doing something good. Towards the end of the deployment, I started to kind of return to my more cynical kind of state on the whole thing. Mostly just because I saw like all the contractors and all the, like we were spending so much money. Like somebody was clearly getting very rich, but it wasn't us.
It's funny because then he returned as a contractor, which I hope she asked about.
Then, 2006 comes in Ramadi, and I mean, at that point, I became very, I don't even know if I was, let me rephrase. At the time, I didn't really think about it much. I mean, when you're in it, and you're just doing the work, and
oh, okay, that's a different thing that he just said, but sure.
Every day is a slog, and your friends
You're not reflecting.
No, I mean, you might spend a lot of time being bitter because you haven't slept in 3 days and some colonel just came down and told you that like your boots were dirty. Like there's a lot of being angry at everything. But but there is but you're still part of your unit. You're around the guys that you love and that you care about, and you're all kind of in it together. And there is a deep sense, I would say, of like camaraderie and community that you get from that. That I certainly got from it.
That period, I imagine, was really hard. Just
looking back on it.
Yeah. And you know,
he still hasn't like answered the question about how he reckoned with being part of an occupying army. He still hasn't said it was bad. There's been zero accountability for that. You know what I mean? Like, at all.
Have been diagnosed with PTSD. You talked about that. When you look back now, when do you think you started to suffer from that? Because I was also diagnosed with PTSD. And for me, you know, I can remember exactly what happened and that caused the sort of cascade. What was it for you?
It was 2006, and it wasn't a specific moment. I'll just be. I think. Okay, that's not actually true. Fuck. Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
This is the moment I saw on Twitter. Not this one. 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 This one. Yeah. This question. The one I saw on Twitter. People were hyping up.
In 2005, my vehicle got hit by an IED outside a place called Karma, north of Fallujah. And it was myself and my best friend. I was in the back of the truck. Another Marine was driving. And, you know, we drove over an IED, blew the truck up. We all got knocked unconscious. I come to, whole front of the truck is ripped off. I thought we had engine trouble. I was all like discombobulated. I ran around to the back of the truck, and there's my friend. He's alive, but a piece of shrapnel is like come up under his helmet and ripped a lot of his head off. And, I'm 20. And this guy's my best friend. We went to infantry school together. We came to the fleet together. We were thick as thieves, real close. And I just remember I was a combat lifesaver. So like I got this training on like how to, but they never told me what to do when you're like looking at brains. And I remember standing there being like, I don't know what the fuck to do. And this is my best friend. And I'm like, I'm supposed to save him, but I have no idea how to even do that. And then luckily this guy, Doc Huey, spectacular Navy corpsman, comes running up and starts immediately going to work and saves his life. I don't
even think, okay, this is my take. I don't even think he can't tell this story, Chad. I don't think he doesn't have PTSD. I don't think he can't tell this story, right? The conclusion to what the story is what's important to what the conversation is about.
Life. And he survives.
So I say reserve your judgment until what he concludes the story with.
It was a significant head wound. And, it happened. I was, of course, distraught because he was my best friend and I'm a kid and, and
it's scary.
It's very scary. And then we also came under fire. So all this is happening and there's also a gunfight going on. So then I got to go get in the gunfight for a while and we get the vehicle back. We drop him off at the medical station and then I'm in the back of the truck, just cleaning the blood out and mopping it up. And I just remember, there was a moment and they were like, well, we got to go back on patrol in 3 hours. And you're just like, yep. So there was a hardening at that point for me where I was like, you don't actually get to do this. You don't get to engage with it because if you do, you're going to be worthless and you can't be worthless out here. The whole point of this is to be effective at your job. You're not going to let down your fellow Marines. And I realized looking back on it now, that was because I saw frankly worse things after that. There was much more horrific violence. I saw people in far worse physical, far more death, awful stuff. But that was the first time it happened to me. And I think, we got back from that deployment and, with the young Marines, we all drink a lot. We all party a lot. High risk behavior is pretty standard for young Marines. But when I got back from my Romani deployment in 06, in between my second and third deployments, that was when I know that I was absolutely self-medicating and drinking heavily, really not wanting to engage with feelings and emotions, becoming very emotionally distant. I had a girlfriend, the relationship totally fell apart because I was just a wreck of a human being. Sadly, that kind of remained sort of the case for a while. After that, not being a very emotionally connected human being, and but I think it all starts back then.
You end up serving quite a few more tours. You go to Afghanistan, and then in 2018 you go as a military contractor.
Yeah.
She mentioned it. I did want one more question about this dynamic, right? Because, like, that is a traumatic thing, right? That is a traumatic thing for somebody to experience. My question is, why is he not telling people to not join then? You know? Why is he not advocating for people to like act actually in an anti-war stance? That's what, like, I know why, but like that's what's weird about it to me. I know because he has an anti-war. Okay, I know that. I know. I know. I talked about that. But like, because then he went back, and then he went back after seeing more violence and worse violence that he experienced, and those were active choices that he made. He made those choices, right? And then he chose to go back to Blackwater. Why? Like, I understand it's traumatic. I'm sorry for the PTSD, but why can't you talk about the people they were doing harm to? I agree with that too, but that's like a separate point. But like, yeah, I agree with that as well. Cause like he always says like, you know, there was combat, never with who. Like we got into an engagement, never with who. We were on patrol, never with who. Right? There was a firefight, never with who. Right? He never ever actually, you know, mentioned that, like, you know, maybe the people that he was shooting at were shooting at him because he was the invading force, right? Maybe the people that he was attacking were attacking him because he was the invading force. Maybe the fact that the IED was there, right, and that they were driving over it was the fault of, yes, the leadership, right, but the choice of the soldiers to join as well. Right? And that is a role in the dynamic. Yeah, they were the enemies, right? They were combatants. They weren't people. And just the way that he speaks about it is just so cavalier. It's so like, not about the events, about the people. Is so cavalier. You know? It's weird.
To Afghanistan.
Yeah, for 6 months. Didn't last very long.
I mean, how had your views at that point evolved from that first letter that you wrote home to your mom to that?
Good question. Good question. I want to hear the Blackwater question as well.
Tractor.
Yeah.
To Afghanistan. Or as you go to Afghanistan, and
But I think it all starts back then.
you end up serving quite a few more tours. You go to Afghanistan, and then in 2018 you go as a military contractor.
Yeah.
To Afghanistan.
Yeah, for 6 months. Didn't last very long.
I mean, how had your views at that point evolved from that first letter that you wrote home to your mom to then?
I mean,
Good question. Good question. Because he's trying to downplay it as well. He's like, oh, it was only for 6 months. Yeah, but why'd you go back? You literally just complained about contractors in this interview as well. The New York Times has a lot of issues. This is a really good interview. This is a fantastic interview.
It is. It's entirely. They had changed into something else entirely different.
What?
From that first letter that you wrote home to your mom to then.
I mean, it is. It's entirely.
What? You're stumbling a little bit there, Graham. Were you not ready? Were you not ready for the question?
To then. Your views at that point evolved from that first letter that you wrote home to your mom to then.
I mean, it is. It's entirely. They had changed into something else entirely different. When I went back in 2018, I didn't believe in any of it. I went back in 2018 because I was broke and lost, and I had no idea what to do with myself and my skills. Because all I'd ever really done was carry guns.
His dad just gave him $200,000 to buy a house, by the way. By the way, in case you're just getting in, a year before, his dad just gave him $200,000 to buy a house. A year before he went to join Blackwater. So, just important context. Important context.
For a living, and in myself and my skills, because all I'd ever really done was carry guns for a living, and a friend of mine was just like, "Hey man, I'm on a contract in Kabul. We don't do anything. All we do is lift weights. The ambassador doesn't really go anywhere, so we don't really have to do much driving around." He's like, "The pay's pretty good. It's not bad." So
Wait, he literally just complained about that. Am I tripping? Didn't he just complain about contractors showing up and taking a bunch of money? Like earlier in this interview? I'm not making that up, right?
Really?
I'm not making that up. He quite literally just complained about that. Was this it? Man, we got nowhere.
It's because I saw like all the contractors and all the, like, we were spending so much money. Like somebody was clearly getting very rich, but it wasn't us. But
literally, it was 5 minutes ago in this interview.
Kind of state on the whole thing, mostly just because I saw like all the contractors and all the, like, we were spending so much money. Like somebody was clearly getting very rich, but it wasn't us.
But then he was like,
living. And my friend of mine was just like, "Hey man, I'm on a contract at Kabul. We don't do anything. All we do is lift weights. The ambassador doesn't really go anywhere, so we don't really."
Is there anything about this person that's not contradictory, bro? You know how people can leave Blackwater that quickly? I'm not sure. I'm going crazy.
They have to do much driving around. He's like, "The pay's pretty good. It's not bad." So I went over for 6 months, and at that point, whatever disillusionment was became something much deeper because I'm in Kabul and I'm like seeing it from I'm like at the embassy.
Oh yeah, so the first disillusionment when he was young at George Bush, it was like stage 2, and then maybe stage 3 after his first tour, and then stage 4 after his second tour, and then stage 5 after his third tour, and then stage 6 after his fourth tour, and then it became like what, stage 7 disillusionment. How deep can disillusionment go? I'm confused.
Seeing it from the high side much deeper because I'm in Kabul and I'm like seeing it from I'm like at the embassy and seeing it from the high side. And I was like, oh my God, 7 years I haven't been in this country and no new ideas. And we're out there dropping bombs on people's houses. There are special operations units kicking in people's doors in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so you knew they were doing that and you joined anyway. You're like, same dropping bombs on people's houses. Same kicking in people's doors. Crazy, crazy, crazy. You knew they were doing that and you joined anyway. What else is the guy gonna do for money? Trump's like, hey, there's this military job that pays more than the military. He was like, hey, I'm bored. I need that money, so why not? He's like, but like, even then he was like, yeah, I hated all that stuff when I did it. It's like somebody who's like, oh man, I hated being a murderer. Being a murderer sucks. What? Someone's saying I could be a murderer for money, but I hate being a murderer. But the money, but not being a murderer, but the money, but not being a murderer, but the money, but not being a murderer. But the money's too good, but not being a murderer. You know what I mean? Like, that's so silly. You think he's like a right-wing infiltrator? America won't go max right or max left overnight. We can't catch people on our side for being imperfect 20 years ago. Chatter. This was like 8 years ago. Like, this was like 8 years ago. Like, I guess we're just making up numbers now. And he's 59 years old. Is he 59 years old? Oh, jeez.
It's all the violence is still happening, and nobody down here has an inkling of what to do or what we're even attempting to do. And so I quit, moved back to Sullivan, bought a 19-foot Seaway skiff, started farming oysters, and decided I never wanted to look back, and I wanted to get as far away from all of it as humanly possible.
Yeah, well, okay.
When you look back at that, do you feel angry that you were part of that violence? Do you?
Yes. Okay. Okay. No, that's my question, by the way. No, I don't think he's a right-wing infiltrator. That's my answer. I think you're a fucking moron, but I think you're a rube and you're stupid. So that's your answer. Okay, this is a good question.
As humanly possible.
When you look back at that, do you feel angry that you were part of that violence? Do you feel?
Yeah.
Do you regret that you were part of that violence?
I have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of being a Marine.
Come on, just leave it at yes. Just be like, yes, I did not like it.
I'm still.
I have a complicated relationship about being part of an illegal occupation. Sir, do you feel angry about being part of a part of the violence of the IDF? I have a complicated relationship about being part of the IDF. Actually, conflicted feelings.
And I am very proud of. I have a complicated relationship with it because I am still proud of being a Marine. I am very proud of like my service and the service of the guys that fought next to me. I mean, we tried our best. We truly did. But it doesn't matter if you try your best inside of a flawed policy and a flawed system. It's flawed.
I wonder what he means. Tried her best to do what? All he talked about was killing people. The only thing that he has discussed in this entire video is killing people. That is literally it. He's like, yeah, we killed some people, and then we rode over an IED, and then like we shot and killed some more people, and then other people killed some people, and some people killed some of our people. What did you try your best to do? What? You know what I mean? Like I
from the top down. It's bound to fail. It's bound to bring an immense amount of violence upon people who in no way, shape, or form are deserving of it. Because, we destroyed Iraq and we destroyed Afghanistan. And all the suffering, all the killing, all the dying, all the displacement, all of it we brought that. We, the United States, did that. And it is and that I'm ashamed of.
Like, what about your role in it as a person? Like you. I mean, we know that he's proud of it, but like, what about you? Your role? Like, you're a human being with a brain who can make decisions. Like, he could at least say, yeah, I would definitely never go back to Blackwater. I should have never joined Blackwater or something like that. You know what I mean? But like, there's never any actual. I think this is him coping with the fact that his service had no positive impact. He can't admit that to himself, so he wants to be part of an ambiguous something. Yeah, but he can't do that and be a senator. I'm sorry. You cannot hold a position of power going through that change. This is like a Klansman being like having conflicting feelings about black people. You know what I mean? You need to work through that before you seek a position of power a little bit. That's kind of a prerequisite to like getting a little bit of power. They're taught their job is personal discretion. They're personally, I have to choose who to kill. I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has.
The anger that I feel is for the people that sent me. They're sending people off right now to go but be in harm's way so we can start and have this stupid war with Iran. I mean, Susan Collins voted to send me to Iraq. And she's also there to help Donald Trump continue this absolutely insane conflict in the Straits of Hormuz. So it's a...
Also, this is a good point. He did send himself. This is a good point. Unlike other service members, he sent himself. Graham Platner is one of the few service members who actually set themselves because he did know better. He protested it before he joined. He actually did send himself 4 times and then back again for Blackwater. Literally, he sent himself. And as I said earlier, right? As I said earlier, it's super easy for him to pass the buck to Susan Collins because she's his political opponent. I know he protested it before too. He bragged about protesting it before in this interview. He literally bragged about protesting it before he went in this interview. Just join. I know you're good. I'm just saying that's how like we're at like this video is halfway done, and that's how wild it's been so far. There's so many contradictions, so much doublespeak, so much lying and misdirection. Who's gonna blame once this is still brought up? Once he's won a Senate seat? Probably still Susan Collins. Matthew Lee's thinking for the 20 month resubscription. I can't read. I need to show my phone as well. And he tried to get me to apply to ICE yesterday. I sent a screenshot to the group chat with puke emotes, not sat there and considered it. Well, if you're Kyle Klinsky, he would say you should apply for that ICE position. We need good people in ICE.
It's the same people, and that is like, if I have any anger, it is reserved for like the political system itself and the people in it who view war not as like a thing that has a human toll.
Kyle said that,
but they view war.
I do love people always finding out these things and just not believing it. Yes, Kyle Klinsky said that. He said good people should join ICE. He said right now only bad people are joining ICE, so good people should join ICE. It was like 6 months ago. I'm not. We can pull it up again. It's so funny. I don't make up the things that I say. Most of the time. Sometimes I do. I do make up words sometimes. Somebody have a link to it? Hold on. Let me see. Talk ICE. Good people join ICE. Friendly fire on. If that's what he was saying, it would be one thing. That's not what he was saying. He's saying good people should join ICE and just do ICE stuff. Right? Because only bad people are joining ICE now. And they're doing ICE stuff hard. Somebody has a link to it, right? Somebody can find it. I don't remember when it was. I should bookmark it because it still was so funny. Hold on. H. I know it was 6 months ago. I don't know what the date was. No. Nope, not this. Hold on. ICE. Where's it at? Somebody can find it and send it to me while we continue with this.
It's like a political game, something that they can use.
Do you see yourself as anti-war now? Not
Yes.
the war with Iran, but just
Yes, in general, absolutely.
in general.
Yeah, I do. I'm not a pacifist, but I am. But I am essentially anti-war, and I think the way that we, the United States, wages war. I mean, really going.
I'm gonna need him to explain what anti-war means. Like, what does he mean by anti-war? Bro, somebody has to have a link to this. Let me check my history over here. I found it. It wasn't my history.
Versus ICE. ICE arrested a police officer in a Chicago fascist. By logical deduction, what does that say? 1,000 Americans. So, 175,000 Americans allegedly have applied for jobs at ICE. 175,000. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. That 175,000 very likely are the dregs of society. They are the dregs of society. They are the alcoholics and the abusers and the fucking Proud Boy members and the KKK members and, you know, old fat white dudes from Tennessee with a beer gut. Like, that's who these fucking people are. So what I want to say to you guys is I really hope that we have some good people who are signing up for jobs at ICE, because we need somebody there to be the last line of defense. We need somebody there to temper the insanity. We need people there to counter their unprofessionalism with professionalism. And that's what we're seeing now, by the way. We're seeing a lot of, there's now a big beef between cops and ICE, and it's understandable that that's the case. They're encroaching on the territory of the cops, and they're wildly unprofessional, and they're committing crimes, and they're causing problems, which makes the life of cops way harder. So these 175,000 Americans, they're basically signing up to be the Gestapo. Make no mistake about it. They are signing up to ruin the lives of black people and brown people and liberals and lefties and people using their First Amendment free speech rights. That's what they're doing. So I hope, again, some of you out there will sign up as a good person and basically be a double agent, if you will, and basically try to keep a lid on the worst elements of it. And I came to this position because that's what one of the soldiers said. Remember that video I played for you guys from Status Coup of a black veteran? And he basically convinced me that we need a bunch of good people in the military and the National Guard, so that when you're ordered to do something illegal or unconstitutional, you say no. Basically, you reject the order. But we can't do that if it's only the bad guys in these agencies. So we need a little bit of that going on, man. In fact, we need a lot of bit of that going on. So 100.
Kyle is so silly. I don't know what to say about that take. So on April 1st? No, it was uploaded 6 months ago on October 17th, 2025. Please link? Nah, it's fine. You can find it yourself if you want to. I am gatekeeping it because it's funny. This is my secret link.
I'm pretty critical of most of our military, the way that but I am essentially anti-war, and I think the way that we, the United States, wages war. I mean, really going. I'm pretty critical of most of.
I don't know how he can say that he's anti-war when he can't actually reckon with his role in war. What do you think about my analysis of Platner? What do you say about Platner? Is it this one? I feel like this lies. I feel like that was a lie and it's difficult to go back. He maybe... Is it this one? I don't know. I can't read. My eyes starting... It's like, no, it's late in the stream. My eyes start to glaze over.
engagements. I fail to see many that made lives better here for Americans. There are a lot of examples of it being good for multinational business interests. There are a lot of examples of it being good for people in places of political power. Rarely good for the people who have to go fight and die, and rarely good for like the American people who have to pay for this nonsense and deal with the repercussions of it. Meanwhile, Raytheon executives get a yacht. People make a lot of money off of this thing.
It's interesting hearing you talk like that. I mean, there are some on the right who have very similar views.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you think about that? Do you think that there's like a natural alliance there, perhaps, or is there...
I don't know if there's an alliance. I think it's just a reflection.
I wish we pushed on this a little bit more, because I don't think we got a good answer to like his background. I don't think he. Let me know if I'm wrong. I don't think he did a good job of actually reckoning with his background.
Fact that it's hard not to come to that conclusion these days. I mean, the forever wars that we have been in now, really since 2001, I mean, what good has it done us? Your politics do not have to remotely align with mine to still like see that very clear reality, which is, I think, what we're seeing.
I want to come back to something that we mentioned at the top, which is something else that happened during your time in the Middle East, and that is, of course, that you got a tattoo.
Well, that was in Croatia.
That was in Croatia, but it was during this period then when you were serving.
2007.
Right. And it resembles Nazi insignia.
Yeah, it's a skull and crossbones. I just want to. I got a skull and crossbones with.
Oh, come on, dude! Come on, dude! I think actually it's a Nazis. It's a skull and crossbones. Yeah, why'd you cover it up then, huh? Why'd you get it covered up? Just a random skull and crossbones. Interesting.
With a bunch of other Marines in a tattoo parlor in Croatia, because skull and crossbones are things that Marines get. And I had it for 17 years, and I took my shirt off. I was out in public. I took pictures.
Oh, you can tell that he's a little bit antsy about this one. You can tell he's a little bit antsy about this one. He didn't even let her. She didn't even ask the question yet, chat. She didn't even ask the question yet. Say Caroline he's used for months. Yeah, it is. He's trying to get it all out before she can say anything. I think she's gonna push back on it though.
2 security clearances where I got screened for gang
eating grits
and hate tattoos, and it never once came up on a screening. Yeah, so that's what I had a.
He's hoping to like be able to right, throw it all out, hoping that she'll just move on. She'll be like, "Oh well, you got through all the questions that I had. Moving on now." Right, so that he doesn't actually have to interrogate it. Not with cheese, definitely not with sugar. Sugar does not belong in grits.
Crossbones on my chest for 17 years until after the campaign started, and then the establishment candidate got in the race, and suddenly they drop all this opposition research, and part of it is that grant.
Oh, now it's just opposition research. Okay. And suddenly the tattoo you have suddenly kind of morphs and shifts into a Nazi tattoo. You know? Whoa. It's moving. It's morphing. It wasn't that before, and now it is. All right, dude. This is dishonest. I'm sorry. This is dishonest. This is dishonest. And the more he says, the more I don't like him. And the more anti-Graham Platner I become.
Platner has like this like tattoo with white supremacist ties or Nazi ties, and at that point,
no, it is a Nazi tattoo. I don't know what to tell you.
Things I'm like, well, I don't want something that has that kind of connotation on my body, and so I promptly got it covered up.
Yeah. Did other people get the same tattoo?
Yeah. Other guys in my unit. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you say it's opposition research. That may well be true, but ultimately it is hard for voters to know what the reality of why you got that is.
It doesn't seem to be the case for people in Maine. I mean, I've talked about this ad nauseum, and
I mean, have you made outreach to Jewish voters?
Oh, of course, yeah.
And
I mean,
how have they responded?
Half of my family is Jewish. In fact, the video in which the tattoo was displayed, which was the video that was shared around, was at my brother's wedding to my Jewish sister-in-law with her whole extended Jewish family, where I was taking my shirt off and dancing. If I thought I had something that was this obvious, like, anti-Semitic thing, I would not have done that, because that would be utterly insane. Yeah, no, we do a lot of, I mean, to be honest, like, I have a lot of close supporters who are in the Jewish community in Maine, primarily because I've been close with people in the Jewish community.
I wonder if she's going to ask about the Reddit post and then the black tipping thing. I don't think she is. I don't think it's big enough controversy. It'll be funny, though.
Entire life.
Does it make you concerned about who you engage with? Because, you know, obviously this issue is very sensitive for many voters. As you know, I recently interviewed Tucker Carlson. He told me he was interested in meeting you.
I saw that. I've been hearing about it ever since.
I mean, you told independent journalist David Serrata that you're weighing talking to him.
Yep.
I mean, what are you weighing? Do you think Tucker Carlson's an anti-Semite? Are you worried that by going on to his...
Good question. I like her. I didn't know the New York Times had actual reporters left. She's doing very well. She's doing very well.
His show, because this is... this is still part of the conversation.
She
that
did
this
with
could
Tucker?
lend itself to...
Oh, I didn't see it. She's softball with Tucker? Oh, man, that's an L.
About that part. I mean,
you know, people tagging you with the way that
yeah,
they
no,
might
I mean,
view him.
look, I'm not an anti-Semite. I never have been. I've been very dedicated, actually.
Do you think Tucker
fighting.
Carlson's an anti-Semite?
I do not know enough about the band to know. But I will say I'm not a fan of his form of, like, right-wing kind of, there's a lot of, like, I think unhealthy nationalism and xenophobia in there. And that's, I don't think, a helpful thing. What I'm weighing is the fact that I often talk about on the campaign trail, I do think it's necessary to have conversations with people we disagree with, especially these days. I think if we always just stay in these kind of ideologically pure spaces, we're just never going to talk to anybody. And
you know what? I agree. Graham Platner should come on my stream. I don't really do interviews. I'll make an exception. It would be a productive conversation, I promise. I promise it'll be productive.
I firmly believe in the need to find common ground and to rebuild like communities and relationships in which the average person actually has like almost everything.
Do you get any kind of historical education in the military? Because I don't expect a leftist, but you kind of think World War II. They use World War II as a way to get you into like a foreign intervention. Funny you should say that, Chatter. Graham Platner himself classifies himself as a World War II history buff. His words, not mine.
I've always been a big history buff, and I was really into the Civil War. I was really into the Second World War, and I kind of just, I don't know, took off for whatever reason. And part of it, I think.
So he had no idea. There's no way he could have known. I know too much about this man at this point. I did have it on loaded. It was right there.
And when it comes to material needs, but at the exact same time, I say that I also don't want to elevate hateful or
that in the loan. You mean this loan that his dad gave him for $200,000 to buy a house? You mean the ultimate Graham Platner hater, even though you're not a specific hater? No, I'm a hater after this. I wasn't a Graham Platner hater before today. I was critical of Graham Platner. This interview made me a Graham Platner hater. I am a full hater. Cap? No, I wasn't a hater. I wasn't a hater. Y'all have not seen me hate yet. You can search my Twitter thread, my entire Twitter timeline. Not a single tweet about Graham Platner. You have not seen me hate yet. Not a single video about Graham Platner on my timeline. You have not seen We Hate yet. Have not seen it. Have not seen it. Is the scene? What a scene is this?
Hey, Mark. Great to see
I think you were mostly mad about not seeing him ask these questions. That's a very good point, Cheddar. This is true. This is true. I was the most mad last time I talked about him during Grand Platinum Power Hour about him not being asked these questions. And now he's been asked these questions and his answers are horrible. Terrible. Terrible. Really bad.
Hey, Mark. Great to see you. Come on in. I caught the show this morning.
Oh, I have seen this show.
Great, thanks. Yeah. Where's Sid? She's out on a thing, but she thought it would be great for us to check in, and I'm a big fan. Thank you. Thanks. So Karen tells me you want the full colonoscopy, huh?
Oh, dude, no. We both know, I think, how dumb these things are. You know how it is. It's just due diligence with all the turbulence, and can I just need to check a few boxes?
Sure. Thank you for the show, Faith.
No problem. Okay, right. Okay, so this is embarrassing, but just for the record, and just so we have it, you are not and have never been a member of the Nazi Party of the United States, have you?
Come on, Tom, are you serious? Nope.
Thank you. Sorry to have to even ask. And, oh yes, the Hitler dog thing.
Okay, the dog thing's bullshit.
Great, I thought so.
Different spelling.
Okay, different spelling.
Yeah.
Okay, and this other one that came up, just to fend this off, have you ever read Mein Kampf?
Yeah, a couple times, I guess.
Couple times.
Are there Easter eggs in there you didn't get the first time?
Look, I'm interested in that period of history, Tom, okay? I've skimmed it.
Skimmed, yeah, thank you. And what specifically do you find interesting about that period of history?
The scale, the tragedy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and which tragedies specifically?
Europe decimated. 7 million Germans, 20 million Russians, 5 million Poles.
Yeah. Just checking the till here, Mark, and it seems you're short a few million.
Yeah. LOL. Funny scene.
Frankly, any kind of thing that I personally view as being.
Anyway, back to Grand Platinum.
and that's a tough needle to thread. Is because in order, especially with somebody like Carlson who has such a huge reach. I mean, I'll be very honest. A lot of the guys I served with, big Tucker Carlson fans, and I want to be able to engage those kind of people with my kind of politics and my answer on these things, that it isn't immigrants who you need to be afraid of. It's and that's not why your life is hard.
So that's a yes, you would go, I guess?
I still do not know. I'll be honest. I have not, I bounce back and forth on this one all the time.
I also want to.
Okay, am I crazy to say that this interview kind of makes him look a little bit weak? Even removing my bias, it makes him look a little bit weak. I don't think he's really answered like a single question. He's always like on the back foot, and she keeps pushing. You know, because he's never been challenged before. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The comments love him. I don't think so. I think the comments are gonna love him because people already like him. The questions are not like, do the comments love him? Does it change other people's minds? Like people who are like ambivalent. You know, people who don't know him already. Who's worse, Platner or Fetterman? One clear answer. It's obviously Fetterman. Like that's not even close. Not even a close question of like whose like policies are worse, like holistically. Like Fetterman is a Republican. You know? It could be a hard one. Like who's worse, Platner or I don't know, like Lindsey Graham. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know who an equivalent would be. Tallarico? That's a pretty good one. This is my other comment. I feel like saying that he was anti-war before enlisting in the military was a lie he told. And it's difficult to go back. He was maybe like went to anti-war protests with his parents that were anti-war, but in reality he felt nothing about wars. He was just bored and joined. I did the same with Blackwater, but at the same time because he wanted money too. It was later after his trauma and the PTSD. They started seeing the wars as bad. Maybe. But like, why lie about that? That's weird.
There are controversial statements also on social media. You posted over 1,800 comments under the username P Hustle from 2009 to November.
Okay, not even close. Wesley Bell also sucked. Wesley Bell was bought by APAC. So like, it's always a case by case basis,
2021, and some of them are objectively concerning. You said rural Mainers are.
Wait, sorry, I wasn't listening. Reddit comments. Run it back.
Bring up something else. There are controversial statements also on social media. You posted over 1,800 comments under the username P Hustle from 2009 to November 2021, and some of them are objectively concerning. You said rural Mainers are racist and stupid. You said that sexual assault victims should take.
Okay, that one's kind of funny though.
Responsibility for themselves.
Okay, that one is insane.
This all came out in the national press.
Yeah.
Why didn't you disclose this stuff first?
Oh, we did. We released all of the comments. I mean, when people came to us, they're like, "Oh, we've got a couple little ones," and we were like, "There's a lot more than a couple." So we just put everything out there. So
you did delete them though before the campaign launched.
I deleted them a while ago. I haven't used Reddit in I think since 2021, and I'll be honest, I don't actually know when I did delete everything.
So it wasn't.
What? Oh, caught in another lie, Graham Platner. Caught in another lie, literally in the same sentence. In the same sentence. She just asked, but you did delete them, right? And he was like, yeah, I deleted them a while ago. Yeah, a while. I actually don't know. Actually, I don't know when I deleted them. What did he say? He claimed he deleted them a while ago, and he hasn't used Reddit since 2021. And then he was like, actually, I don't know when they were deleted, actually.
No, before.
There's a lot more than a couple. So we just put everything out there. So
you did delete them, though, before the campaign launched.
I deleted them a while ago. I haven't used Reddit in, I think, since 2021. And I'll be honest, I don't actually know when I did delete everything.
So it wasn't because you were going to run?
No. I stopped using the internet. I mean, I stopped using the internet because I got happy. I mean, I sat on the internet for a number of years getting in fights, quite frankly, in the parlance of the times, shitposting, trying to get a rise out of people, trying to get in arguments because it, brought me some form of, like serotonin boost or something, because truthfully, I was really, really isolated and alone, very angry. And a lot of the worst comments definitely come from the years where I was in at my absolute worst, which really is between 2012 and 2017, 2018 is when I was actually in a pretty dark place, all in all.
I just want to clarify something about the Reddit comments. Can you walk me through the timeline again?
Yeah.
So you decided.
Oh, okay. This is how you do an interview. I don't know why she softballed Tucker, but everybody should interview exactly like this. Every single person should conduct every single interview with a political candidate verbatim exactly like this. Exactly like this.
You were going to run. Did you worry about those old comments immediately? I mean, when exactly did you delete them? When did you decide to release the
I don't know why. I didn't see it. I didn't see the Tucker thing. So chatters informed me why that she softball Tucker, which nobody should ever softball Tucker because Tucker's not running yet. You still shouldn't softball Tucker. Tucker sucks. She's a Zionist in general. Okay, never mind that she sucks. She didn't softball. I don't know. I'm relying on what people tell me. I don't know who this person is. She is. I don't know, bro. I'm getting all of my information from what the chat is telling me. You know what? I'm not listening to chat anymore. Let's just continue.
Well, we released, we just put everything out because it was, the Wayback Machine, I think is what got used. Right after we got contacted by, I think it was CNN, who was the first outlet that reached out to us because they'd found some. And we were like, there are more because they're out. I mean, I'm an elder millennial. I grew up on the internet. I am well aware that everything you post on the internet is there forever. It's not like it's not a thing I don't know.
So you deleted them like in 2021, 2022? Is that?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't.
But well before you were considering running for office?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Okay. Come on, Graham. What's the timeline? Did you delete them because you were running because you wanted to hide some stuff? Question mark, question mark, question mark. How do you not know this? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Why did you claim you knew when it was deleted? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Did you not have a team that coaches them on interviewing? No, because nobody ever does a contentious interview with them. Even leftists, they just glaze. It's all glaze. It's the Trump double suck. You know what I mean? It's just glaze. It's full glaze. We saw him literally lie about working for Blackwater, and like Ryan Grimm and freaking a bunch of other leftists just like ate it up. They were like, yeah, that makes sense to me. You go.
Because I deleted my Reddit profile because I just stopped using Reddit. So I didn't, but I don't know actually when I did that because I hadn't used Reddit since I think.
I think he realized that like, oh wait, this is recorded and people can probably fact check this and realize that I'm lying. So let me just say that I don't know when I deleted it. So also on Ryan Graham, I have a tweet on Ryan Graham. I'll keep this one open for later. Is this one about I don't know if y'all saw this, about the Justice Department accuses Yale Medical School of discriminating against white and Asian applicants. It's the second time in 8 days that Trump administration has targeted a majority medical school over admission policies. Right? As I repeat to everyone, black students are not stealing seats to these schools. None of these schools have enough black people to even make a difference. Yell at the admission, legacy admissions. And I said, shout out to the leftists who cheered on the eradication of affirmative action and DEI initiatives because they felt it was an impediment to working class solidarity. Legacy admissions is fine though because white people benefit from it. When something draws class lines that benefit white people, it's crickets. But a band-aid, half-measure step to correct hundreds of historically significant systemic injustice is breaking working class solidarity. Ryan Grimm did this. This is a subtweet of Ryan Grimm specifically. People were asking like, what leftist did this? It's Ryan Grimm. There were others as well. It's Ryan Grimm. Like, that's who I was thinking about when I made this tweet. He was literally thanking Christopher Rufo for taking down DEI because it was dividing the working class. And I'm not joking about that. We covered it here multiple times. Your thoughts on her shoes? These are cool. These are cool shoes. Actively ignore a lot of what Ryan Grimm says nowadays. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people do because they're like, oh, he does good journalism, drops side news, you know. Which lets him get away with a lot of stuff.
So somewhere in those 5 years between 21 and 2026.
Did the people who recruited you, did you disclose it to them that this was there?
Oh yeah, I was like, look, I mean, we talked about everything that I could have ever, because this is how politics is now. Even though I'll be honest, I think it's a pretty ridiculous way of conducting politics, but this is how politics is. So you have to go through like everything you've ever done that could be like portrayed as a bad thing. And one of the first questions was, do you have social media posts? I'm like, oh yeah, man. Like I spent 18 years on, or whatever, 12 years on Reddit, and made a whole bunch of comments because I did.
Can I ask you about something else? You wrote in 2018 about armed resistance to fascism. You said, quote, an armed working class is a requirement for economic justice.
Why are you asking about like the fine stuff he said, bro? Ask him about his racist anti-black tipping posts. That's what I care about. Ask him about that one specifically.
As a student of history, it is difficult.
Oh, a student of history, you say? A student of history, you say? What period of history would you say you specialize in? You know, maybe he's a solid like C student. Maybe he's a D student in history. You know,
to not see elements of that as being like
to not
reality.
what? I'm sorry. He set it up for me. I'm sorry. He set it up for me. He set it up. He set it up. He set it up. Okay. He set it up. He set it up. I didn't say it. He said it. Oh my goodness. People, I guess, I'm leveling journalists, passes. They've seen sometimes Ryan Graham, Taylor Renz. Taylor sometimes goes crazy on the timeline. I know what Taylor says stuff that she says sometimes.
Resistance to fascism. You said, quote, an armed working class is a requirement for economic justice. How do you think about that now?
As a student of history, it is difficult for me to not see elements of that as being like a reality, especially in resistance to fascism. But we didn't beat the Nazis with smiles. We did beat them with a war.
Beat them with tattoos. Sorry.
I don't think it's a very controversial statement, to tell you the truth.
I don't disagree with this.
I mean, I guess in the context of political violence, some might see it as worrying.
Well, to be fair, I was talking about it as a private citizen with no visibility, and mostly just talking about what I thought was a very clear historical like reality, which I would say it's still true. I mean, historically, fascism has been beaten with armed like resistance and conflict. I mean, World War II was mostly us and the Russians and using, you know.
Do you think there needs to be armed resistance in this country?
No, good Lord, no. The way that we use the term political violence right now in our kind of...
I wish you would ask him why. Because I want him to explain why. Not from like her like establishment perspective, but from like my like leftist perspective. I want him to explain why he was so quick to be like, oh no, definitely no armed resistance. I know a New York Times journalist wouldn't ask him, right? But I'm curious. I want to know. You know?
Current discourse. Violence has absolutely no place. And I don't think it moves us any closer to a better or
but like
freer society.
That kind of ranks contrary to exactly what he was saying like literally 10 seconds ago. If you think this is a fascist country and we're teetering into fascism, and you think fascism is beaten by armed resistance, how does that coalesce? How does that work with the idea that armed resistance has no place in this country? Those three ideas cannot coexist. He has a lot of buddies in the National Guard. True.
Society. That's what I think the organizing's for, if I'm going to be upfront. I mean, I think one of the reasons we actually see an explosion of political violence today is because we do not have more effective outlets. Like, there are people who want to see change. They want to see...
I don't disagree with this.
You know, especially for folks who are kind of either ideologically more or just mentally more attracted to using violence, that when there is no other outlet, when there is no healthy place to put that energy, I do think you see an explosion of violence, which is kind of what we're seeing right now. A lot of people are angry about the system. People are angry about...
Is that why you went and joined Blackwater? You went and joined the War on Terror? You know?
Of things, but there isn't like a very clear and healthy...
Is that a self-report? That's what I was implying. Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why organizing at the community level is paramount for the future of our political system. 2017, my mom and I went down to the Women's March in DC. And I remember going there and being like, oh my God, look at all these people. Like, we're gonna resist. We're gonna fight back.
The pussy hats.
Nothing happened. Because it was just mobilization. Mobilization's a tactic. Turning people out into the streets, protests, that's part of it. But it needs to be deeper. And I think one of the problems is that we haven't had that in quite some time, outside the labor movement and certain organizations and the civil rights groups. I mean, they've kept the flame alive. But I think right now, that's the work we need to be doing, is tying into those skills and those legacies of organizing and expanding them to everybody else, to give a lot of people who are feeling hopeless and angry a place to come in and a place to like put that frustration, that anger to positive use, working with their neighbors, building trust, building relationships at the community level. I think that's, without question, that is the only way we're going to effectively resist.
I am curious, like, what does he mean by organizing? He hasn't yet defined it, at least in this interview. You know what I mean? Did you get an answer? No, I don't disagree. I said it earlier. Like, I don't disagree with his answer. I do want to know what he means by organizing. Like what does he look for in that dynamic? This is more of like a leftist theoretical question.
Administration, but also the only way we're going to effectively build power to, I think, rebuild the American political system to be more representative of the average American.
And the way you've discussed this is revolutionary. You have talked about wanting to completely break the system as it works now.
We need a political revolution in this country. I mean, Bernie said it in 2016. He was right then. He remains right today. I mean, I think structurally, our political system at this point, whether it's money, whether it's the way that our democratic systems have been kind of subsumed by corporate power, we need to change the structures of how this thing works.
We're going to talk again, and I'm interested in how you think about wielding power, because you've talked a lot about your theory of power and what should happen once you have it. But that shall be for another time.
Okay.
Graham Platner, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time today.
Of course, thank you.
What is this? What is the second part?
On the interview, we speak to our guest twice. So a few days later, I spoke to Graham again about his vision for American politics.
Oh.
Hey.
How are
do you think she asked about the black tipping thing?
Today's the first day of early voting.
Oh, exciting.
So I went and voted at town office. So.
What was it like to vote for yourself?
Very weird. Very weird, deeply surreal.
Same thing with Tucker.
Not a thing that I
cool format,
ever pictured.
That's about it.
So it's very strange seeing your name on an actual ballot.
So I want to talk to you about your plans for the Senate, if you are elected, because it is, as you well know, very hard to get things done in the Senate. And you've talked about Bernie Sanders a lot. And I think he's someone who has moved the party on ideology, but not necessarily on legislation. And
to be entirely fair, no Democrat has moved the party on legislation. So, you know what I mean? And if we're being real, moderate Democrats move the party back on legislation. When there is proposed legislation, the moderate establishment Dems water that legislation down in order to we need to do it to get it passed. If you remember, Build Back Better, right? The first Brandon, the big Brandon bill, right, was a $3 trillion spending bill that the Democrats, before it even went to the floor, reduced down to $1.8 trillion. Before even going for a vote, for no reason. You know what I mean? So it's a Democrat thing. It ain't a Bernie thing.
We've exhorted voters in the past to elect people who want to wield power. And I just wondered what you think that means. What is the sort of philosophy of Graham Platner?
The philosophy is...
We're going to two-times read this part because I'm tired.
We don't have things that most of the American people want, like universal health care, like a foreign policy that isn't just based around militarism. We don't have them not because we don't know what they are, or not because we haven't been able to define the right policy around them. We have them because there hasn't been a political will to make it reality. In the Senate, what we need is more numbers. We need more people who are willing to vote for things like universal health care. And I've actually had a bit of there's always been a frustrating relationship with a lot of kind of the pundit class over the course of this campaign, which is always this we haven't been able to get, say, Medicare for all. And maybe that's because, so why do you think we can get it now? It's well, we're definitely never going to get it if we elect people who don't want to get it. I mean, that's kind of where that seems fairly obvious to me. And so I think we need to very much look at the United States Senate as a place where we have to engage in a power building process, which is going to be electing more people who...
I think that's a straw man of the kind of rhetoric he's talking about. Because the idea is not we have never got Medicare for all. What makes you think we're going to get it now? I think the people who are saying that are not saying that because their beef or hang up is that oh, well, we don't have the votes. So or we never have the votes or whatever. The idea is that the political system and structure is not conducive to that sort of radical change that you are proposing in that way. You know what I mean? Even if there is this is my biggest fear when it comes to progressive policies, even if you pass a universal healthcare system or Medicare for all or whatever, there's nothing stopping billionaires from coming back in, outspending, removing all of your seats, and then tearing that system back down. You know what I mean? That is meaningless without the numbers on the ground to back it up. Meaningless. You need to have the political pressure from the ground to back it up. You need to have the numbers, right? You need to have the numbers. Once it's in, it's hard once it's in. Look at Social Security. You mean Social Security that's like, teetering on insolvency right now? That we are still almost impossible trying to get funding for it? Like, that's made up. It's not made up. You see with the NHS that has been ripped up? Or like the postal service, the post office, or libraries. Social services are being ripped up currently as it currently stands right now, right? Right now. You just got to raise the cap, just one policy fix. Oh yeah, we just got to get it done. One policy fix and it'll save all the problems. Simple and easy. Easy fix. Just one more policy, chat. Just one more policy. Yeah, education. Exactly. Exactly. My point is that policy is meaningless without the structure and on-the-ground organizing, right, to back it up. So what to do? You have to get on the ground. You have to do the on-the-ground organizing to back it up, right? And I'm not saying Graham Platner is not for this, right? I'm not saying you're not for this, but I'm saying that when you position like electoralism and just get people elected, they pass policy, problem solved, that's not like reality. It's not, right? You have to wield the political pressure for the people that are in there, right? The idea that you just need to, it's kind of like, okay, do you know like the Democrats say about any policy is just keep electing them? Oh, just keep electing Democrats every time. Keep electing Democrats, keep electing Democrats. If you just never stop electing Democrats, then it's never a problem, right? And then once a Republican gets elected and bad things start to happen, they blame you for that one single time ever, right? Like 2016. How liberals always bring up 2016. The idea that we're going to get progressives in and always hold onto their seats to maintain these policies is a political fantasy, right? It's a fantasy. However, if we have the on-the-ground numbers, it doesn't matter who's in the seats, right? Necessarily. If we can shut down the economy, we force people to listen to us regardless. It doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or Republican or a member of the Green Party or the Libertarian Party or a different party, right? If we have enough people to block their roads so they can't even drive to their houses and inconvenience them, right? They can't get their coffees. Nobody's driving their Ubers, right? That will force them to move in the way we want them to move, regardless of whether or not they're a progressive in office or not, right? And theoretically speaking, right? Theoretically speaking, it would be a progressive and that would be helpful. It would be beneficial, right? But that's why on-the-ground organizing is so important, right? That's why wielding political power through the masses is more important, in my opinion, than getting progressive elected. Does that make sense? Because you can have an entirely hostile government, right? But if you have enough people, you can force them to do what you want. We just don't have enough people right now. I've seen that his house was purchased for close to $200K rather than being a down payment. I still got it for $200K from his dad, but thought was one thing. Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. I think you missed it when we found that right here, instead of it being for the down payment. I agree with those are mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. But if you currently see the discourse right now, people are very focused. People act like it's mutually exclusive. People pretend like it's not. People will pretend like it's not. But right now, people are acting like it's mutually exclusive, right? Because it is technically zero sum, right? You can only focus on so much at once. And right now, we're focusing 90% on elections and 10% on organizing. You know? And we've been doing 90% elections and 10% organizing for the last, 7 months. And we do that every year. Because every year, there are more elections. And so it always takes up so much more of our time, that we never, there's a reason why unionization in this country never grows. There's a reason why tenant unions in this country never grows, right? There's a reason why there's never any true organizational power in motion in this country. It's because we don't have time. We never use our time to build that and grow that. Because we're always talking about the next election. We're always like, right, we are growing in tenant unions. We are, right? But it could be growing more, right? We could be explosive in our growth, in our unionization efforts. Technically, unions are also technically growing, right? Since the last 50 years, right? I think New York City DSA membership increase has created the ideal among the general leftists that prop up elections as the organizing temple. Sure, everyone needs to know what the TUF. The unions, a lot of really small W's in labor unions. My vote is supporting key sectors, funneling support from masses, empowering them to strike rather than general strike, and local and state level executives, mayor and governor. Yeah. That's kind of like the idea of growing power from the bottom up. You know what I mean? But all we talk about is whether or not AOC is politically viable for the presidency. That's what we spend our time on. We're like, who's going to be the 2028 nominee? We need to make sure that it's progressive. Who's going to be the progressive nominee? How do we make sure that it's somebody that's good, right? It's honest. I'll say this. It's honestly the same thing the Green Party does. I don't think the white or left is that different than the Green Party in that way. Does that make sense? Kind of running Jill Stein for the presidency without the numbers to back it up. It's not dissimilar for leftists in that way. You feel me? When we could be using all the time, instead of being we need to get AOC to run for president, which she could do that, right? Building that power from the ground up. Because we don't even need that much motion, right? You just need some key sectors unionized, right? You need some protections to stop people from being evicted, strike funds to protect people, make sure that they can be paid, right? Some community organizing to protect people who go on strike, and you shut down those key sectors, and you control the economy, right? You don't need a general strike where everybody stops working, right? You need a smaller percentage of the population in key sectors to shut down the economy, and then those people being protected and everybody else being taken care of by their communities, and then forcing the government to act. Does that make sense? In the current system, AOC becoming president would mean very little, but it would feel good though. And I can understand that. I get that. It's not meaningless. It would feel good. It would feel good if AOC won, because it'd be maybe things are changing. But in a world where AOC won and people actually did what she wants her to do, people actually did what they want her to do. If she won and she was I'm doing socialism, 25th Amendment, you know what I mean? There needs to be levers in place, levels in place, right? To protect those dynamics. Does that make sense? You want to make sure that you have your ducks in a row so that when you actually do get the high level seats, right? When you actually do get the presidency, you do get all the congressional seats, they can't take that away from you. In a theoretical perspective. You're going left, you end up right. If by right you mean correct, I agree. What is this? I'll take bring back websites. I'm always scared to click on a freaking Google Docs link.
Who want to advocate, vote for, but in many ways also elevate the conversation around these things. I kind of agree with you on Bernie. Bernie has been able to change the narrative and change ideology, but hasn't been able to move votes. That's because he's one vote. At this point, we need to add to that. We need more.
I'm interested in this because I think one of the critiques of Democrats has always been, that they're weak, and that's from Democrats, right? Other Democrats are always complaining that Democrats lose their way, that they get power, they don't exercise it in the way that they should, et cetera, et cetera. I saw that you want to impeach members of the Supreme Court. Is that what you mean by wielding power, taking action that's concrete, that is aggressive?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is, and by the way, this is not just like my opinion. I mean, an accurate reading of American history shows that this is the case. I'm going to use the example of FDR New Deal programs in the Supreme Court. FDR implements a bunch of New Deal programs. Supreme Court says a lot of these might be unconstitutional. We're going to rule that they're unconstitutional, and we're going to shut down the New Deal programs in progress. Then FDR, much to the chagrin of his own party, I may add, threatens to pack the court. Suddenly, overnight, no change to the words and the policies, everything became constitutional. No longer came up for a vote in front of the court. Power is more than just the words on the page. Power is something that needs to be wielded, used when you have it. It's just rooted in...
This is correct, which is why I said what I said earlier about him and the DNC that people yelled at me about. But he is correct about like how power is utilized. Right? I just... like, FDR passing the New Deal was not done by like electing more senators. It was done by... for on-the-ground organizing. But, neither here nor there.
Historical reality that when you look at American history, when you look at moments in which the nation was in crisis, and when large programs were necessary, when things needed to be protected, or when new things needed to be built, it wasn't enough to simply stay within the norms of the institutions as they had been built recently. You had to create new forms of power. You had to use them. And it's amazing to me that very clear history has existed the whole time. But I would say for the recent past anyways, the Democratic Party has not had a theory of power.
The Republicans have certainly had a theory of power.
Absolutely, which is why we have lost. I mean, like this is when you run up against a theory of power and you don't have one of your own, you're gonna lose every single time. I think while Republicans and I would say corporate conservatism has very much developed a theory of power over the past 40 odd years, the Democratic Party developed a theory of management, and that is not sufficient.
But isn't your theory of power simply like the Republicans' theory of power, which is we will do the things that we want to do and that we need to do, regardless of whether the institutions or the sort of history and niceties allow us to do it or not?
No, I think there's one major difference. Like right now, the Trump administration breaks the law every single day. The Trump administration does not use funds that have been appropriated by Congress, by law. The Trump administration has started what I would call an unconstitutional war overseas in Iran. The Trump administration has been sending ICE out to terrorize American communities and murder American citizens with, at this point, no accountability. What I want to see is a creative use of constitutional power. When I talk about impeaching justices on the court, what I'm saying is we merely need to hold the court to the same ethics standards we hold all other federal judges.
This is fine, but like I think he can just say, yeah, I want to do that, but for good stuff. Right? Why do the Democrats let themselves be bogged down by rules and regulations that nobody else are playing by when they can just, pass policies that people want that benefits their lives, right? They're currently being dunked on by a dog holding the rule book saying dogs can't play basketball. I think Americans would understand that. Americans don't care about the rules and norms. They don't. Literally, they don't. Right? So he's saying that a little bit, but like I don't think he needs to do this rhetorical. Like it's actually a slightly different thing, right? Just say, yeah, no, I'm gonna do what they do, but like for good stuff, right?
I'm not saying we should break the law. What I'm actually saying is we should follow the better law. The Senate could do this. The Senate has the power. The Congress has the power.
I think you should break the law. And I think you should, like, as a military person, I think you should mention how, in the military, if somebody gives you an illegal order, right, you can break your chain of command and you can disobey that illegal order, right? And I subscribe to that here as well. If somebody tries to utilize and weaponize laws to harm American citizens, those laws are unjust, and we will break those laws to protect and defend American citizens.
To hold the court to ethics standards, if it so chose to.
I'm curious, as someone who wants to be part of the Senate, how you view executive power. Because one of the things that we've seen, obviously, during this Trump administration is a real coalescing around executive power. And in many ways, that has allowed the Trump administration to really push the boundaries of what it can do. And Republicans might say, do exactly what you're saying, remake the country in the way that they want to see it remade.
Honestly,
how do you see that?
I think the Constitution should be abolished. But, we're not getting that far. I think it should be rewritten. As the founding fathers have stated in the past. Probably don't even break the law anymore. They just pretend laws don't exist. And babies know about procedures and laws. Yeah. The law is not real. I was bringing up the Civil Rights Act because the Civil Rights Act is not was not needed. It's already illegal to discriminate by the Constitution. The courts and power structures just ignore it. Yeah. I sure the founding fathers are not saying things in the present.
That relationship between executive power and the power of the Senate and Congress at large.
I firmly believe that certainly over the past 40 years, we have seen a coalescing of power in the executive branch that far outweighs what it was supposed to be in the Constitution. You know, George W. Bush era unitary executive theory, much of course, which all comes out of the same people who were in the Reagan White House, who were all actually the same people who were in the Nixon White House. It's a pretty clear through line through all of that. And to be honest, though, we have to be clear that
I don't know if I fully agree with this, right? Like, you know, put me as president, bro. I'm doing great stuff. I think the president has as much power as it needs. It just has the wrong person. Put me at the helm, bro. Make me the captain. Make me the captain. That's all I gotta say.
Merely Republican presidencies. Executive power was sometimes created among within an executive president or a Republican presidency, but then it certainly wasn't diminished or given up when a follow-on Democratic president was in place.
I mean, Republicans would say President Obama was the prime example of that.
And I think that that's an accurate critique, or it's a fair critique. This nation was not set up to
he'll
have
make a presidential bid eventually? I don't know. I don't really care to speculate. Genuinely, no beef to you. I don't care to speculate. I will be right there, his worst enemy, though. Y'all are gonna hate me if that's the case.
That wasn't the point. This nation was supposed to be a representative democracy, a republic, in which the House and the Senate are supposed to be actual actors in the governing of the nation. We have seen.
Yo, crazy take. I think we should abolish the Senate too. Yeah, abolish the Supreme Court, abolish the Senate. While we're at it, abolish the House and abolish the executive branch, bro. Yeah. And then put me in charge. It's Homelander. Abolish America, let's go.
Disappear for decades now. And what I very much
I do agree with the first two, though. I think the Senate as an institution doesn't make much sense as it pertains to like representing the constituency of America. Right? Like, it is not representative as a body. It is DEI for Republicans. That is true. It literally makes no sense. Represents land, and land doesn't vote. And you know who got the land, Chet? Not my people. I didn't get no 40 acres and a mule. And because I didn't get no 40 acres and a mule, nope. Boo. It's certainly not indigenous people. True. True. Having state government also doesn't make sense. Actually, I disagree with that. Actually, I agree with that, but like I half agree with that. Abolish everything I said before, and then split up America into distinct sections and make smaller governments in this landmass. And call it the divided states of America. The coupled states of America.
I want to go to the
It is the DSA. 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 DSA.
Is a Senate and a House that reassert their power. Because what we have now, I mean, I don't think this is remotely in line with how the nation was supposed to be functioning. Which is one of the reasons why it's not functioning. But over time, we have just given power up to the executive, and we've given power up to the judicial in a completely unelected body, which in many ways is not even open to any input from the American people because we have lifetime appointments to it. And I very much believe that structurally these things need to change.
Yeah, you want term limits.
Term limits in the Supreme Court, absolutely, and term limits in the House and the Senate as well. But we need to see structural shifts so we can reassert. I mean, a big one too is we need to have a new War Powers Act that really pulls war powers out.
Don't walk it back, Graham. Don't walk it back. You said abolish before. Abolish the Supreme Court. We don't need it. Get it out of here. There wouldn't be any term limits if it's gone.
And does not allow for
DSA.
The ability of the executive branch to begin wars, claim that they aren't wars, and then sometimes have them go on for years and years without a declaration of war. By the way, I just suffer because of that, because I had to go fight in two of those versions.
Well, let me ask you this, because you brought up the War Powers Act and conflict, and we obviously talked about that a lot in our first conversation. How should we deal with a hostile power with nuclear ambitions?
I think on foreign policy, we have to redefine what it is we want. I mean, not even just recently, but really since the end of the Second World War, a lot of American foreign policy has not been around the elevation of the American population, of the average American. Right? I mean, the war in Vietnam, I'm not really sure what good that did for the average person in this country. Many of America's interventions in Latin America, they weren't really good for the average American in this country. They weren't good for workers. They weren't good for American families. They often are very good for corporate interests, defense contractors, and people in places of political power who want to use war as a mechanism of protecting their political power.
So let me ask you again, though, what you do with a hostile power with nuclear ambitions. Like, how do you curtail an Iran? How do you curtail, for example, a North Korea?
You engage in diplomacy like the JCPOA, which we had in place until the Trump
He's correct about this, by the way. This is true. This is the New York Times coming out, by the way. He is right about this. At first, I do think that like this is true. First, if you were to do this, you would be like define like what a hostile power is. It's like just people you don't like. You think that just America could have the nukes because are we the hostile power? We're the hostile power for a lot of the world, right? Why do you think North Korea wants nukes? Why do you think Iran wants nukes? Right? Nukes are our power, and we have power right now, and we subjugate a lot of the country. So firstly, we can't talk about any of this without talking about fully restructuring American foreign policy away from the expansion of American empire. Right? Once we stop being the bad guy of the world, other countries will stop hating us, and then other countries will stop, posturing against us because we stop posturing against them. Right? And then as it pertains to like actual violence, right? As it pertains to inter-country conflict, you deal with that through diplomacy. We are in a post-nuclear world where nukes hold a lot of power in diplomatic discussions. Right? Think of China, think of Russia, think of freaking America. Right? And so when these big power players are on the board, right, we can deal with these conflicts without it turning into these forever wars as they turn into. That's what the answer is. The only country to use nukes hostilely is us. Yeah.
I very much think the Biden administration should have brought it back. But that's what you do. You engage in robust diplomatic activity.
Technically speaking.
How you do it. You do it as a mature nation that acts like a country that is trying to engage in a long-term project that is going to protect America.
I think technically speaking, I think it was France that tested nuclear weapons off the coast of Tahiti. They technically didn't use it hostilely, but and there was a mishap that irradiated a lot of people. It caused a lot of birth defects. So technically, it's still America, like in a time of war, using nukes hostilely in South Pacific. Yeah, it is. I just than people too. That's true. Yeah, testing regards to indigenous population is a good point. So I think technically that's correct. I was just trying to think. I was like, I think that's like technically true. Technically speaking.
Keep the world safe, and also keep us out of military conflicts. The Trump administration got rid of the JCPOA, which then reset the stage, and then now us and the Israelis seemingly every couple of years have this idea that like we have to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. So we go and bomb things that we claimed just a year ago or less than a year ago. We bomb to destroy their nuclear weapons capability. You can't just keep doing that and then expect to be taken seriously.
I want to pivot and talk a little bit about the race itself. Since we spoke, you dropped your first attack ad against Susan Collins, and in it you say she is selling Maine out to the Epstein class. I mean, it's an angry ad.
We don't care that you are concerned while we go broke as you sell us out to the president and to the Epstein class.
What are you channeling there?
The anger of the average Mainer. People are angry. People are angry because they are looking at a system that does not represent their needs, their value, or their will at all. They are seeing this country continue. I mean, the war in Iran is a perfect example of this. We have now spent $50 billion in the war in Iran, a war that is uniquely unpopular with the American people. We're angry at a political system that doesn't reflect that in
Did
any
he
way,
run
shape, or form.
ads against freaking what's her face? What's her face? Jada Mills. Or was he just that far ahead he didn't need to?
And also seems to have not 1 ounce of power to slow it down. Look, things have gotten worse for working people in the state of Maine in the last 30 years. Things got harder.
So, one of the things that you've said again about being a New Deal Democrat, and the thing that I understand about that period is that it was about creating programs and spending money. And I'm I'm just wondering, especially in the moment that we find ourselves, spending money from where?
Well, where did the money for where the $50 billion?
These ideas. Let me finish. It's okay. I don't mean to argue. I just want to finish my thought. I guess we are at a moment where our debt has ballooned. Government spending is many view it as out of control.
With our campaign manager, still slamming it every now.
Unsustainable. How are you going to find the money to do these very ambitious things like Medicare for all? These are all very expensive things.
So we just spent $50 billion in 2 months in the war in Iran, and I haven't heard a single question of where it came from. I am always amazed that this nation can just expend billions, trillions of dollars on wars that enrich the military-industrial complex, protect people in power, and we never have to have a conversation about where the money came from. But the moment you say that Americans deserve to see housing costs come down or energy costs come down, the moment we have to talk about healthcare,
suddenly he feels more New York Time coded. Yes, but I think it serves him way more because it's so much more New York Time coded. Does that make sense? It makes him look good because it makes her look bad because it makes this look more establishment. Right? It's not him on the back foot answering for his adherence to like being a part of like the war crime brigade. Look, these are like layup questions, right? These are kind of the questions that I would have expected like Nithya to be like dunking on, and she was fumbling. You know what I mean? These are like the lobs that like Hassan was throwing to Nithya. He's like, how are you going to pay for the stuff you're talking about? And he's like, with money. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like he's saying what he's supposed to be saying.
To pull our pockets out and pretend like we're paupers. I just take issue with the framing, primarily because we have taken on an immense amount of debt, specifically over the past 30 years.
I guess I'm asking, are people's taxes going to have to go up?
The answer is no, because we're going to go after the money where it went. I mean, the reason this nation is an immense amount of debt, and this is important to understand, is because we...
See, this is also funny. I want him to say we're going to take it from the military budget. Right? The problem with what he's saying here is that he's kind of wrong. Right? He hasn't actually answered the question about where the money's coming from. He has said we are spending a lot of money on these illegal wars, but he hasn't said about where he's going to redirect the money from, because I don't know if he wants to take the money from the military budget. There's like $1.25 trillion there that he can't take the money from. I don't know if he agrees with that. But he could also just say tax the billionaires more. That also worked as an answer because people hate billionaires. And it's a good answer. He does want to build more ships. This is true.
Lots of new public money, put it out into the world where it went into a speculative financial system and is an immense amount of debt. And this is important.
The tax is going to have to go up.
The answer is no, because we're going to go after the money where it went. I mean, the reason this nation is an immense amount of debt, and this is important to understand, is because we created lots of new public money, put it out into the world where it went into a speculative financial system, where it has now been hoarded and invested in truly ridiculous things for a long time. The debt that this nation holds, it holds it because we made public funds, and we put them out not into the real world, not into programs that are going to uplift the average American, not into small businesses, not into small farms. No, we put this money out in the form of fossil fuel subsidies. We put it out in the form of tax cuts for billionaires and for corporations. We put it out into massive amount of funding for the American military-industrial complex. That's where the money has gone.
True.
The reason we have such debt, but we also have essentially a crumbling society, is because we have taken on that debt merely to enrich the already wealthy. We didn't take on that debt to create new programs to elevate all of us as a nation. I think this is really important to understand. One of the reasons we will never be able to pay off our debt.
So I will be advocating for reallocating funding from those things to these programs. That's the through line he needs. Right? He's correct, but he needs that through line. Right? He needs to draw that correlation. Right? This is where the money is, and this is where the money is going to come from to fund this.
If we don't invest in making America more productive, and the way that we make America more productive is by uplifting everybody in it to give them the opportunity to create and to produce and to consume. I mean, what's funny, people often talk about this like it's some sort of left-wing fantasy. What I'm talking about is an actual functional market. What we have right now is a non-functioning market because essentially all the money, every single day, wealth and labor gets extracted out of working people and hoarded more and more and more in a part of the economy that doesn't do anything. And we need to use the tax code to pull that money back.
A few last questions.
So he's correct, but he still hasn't said anything, really. Right? The last part was like, we're going to tax the billionaires. But I want him to just say, I plan on paying for what I'm saying here by taxing billionaires, what they are supposed to be taxed, and using that money to fund these social services. It's not that difficult, right? He said a lot of words to not say that. That's all he needs to say. So the markets have always functioned and are designed to function. Markets. Who here loves markets? I know I do. They're my favorite. He just directly said no raising taxes. No. The question was raising taxes on the American people. She asked him, is he going to raise taxes on the American people? And he says that the American people are not going to face a tax hike.
I was thinking about your PTSD and our discussion around that. And I was thinking about your time in DC before that and how you discussed it being difficult and you being unhappy. I've thought also a lot about John Fetterman. When I interviewed him, he talked about his mental health struggles that were brought on by the stroke. He talked about how lonely he was in DC. And, you are an oyster farmer. You partly healed from your PTSD by being out on the sea in Maine. Do you think this time will be different?
Oh, of course. Oh, because I'd done no healing back then. I hadn't gone through any of the process. I mean, I came back and went straight to college in Washington and had done no therapy, was on my own in many ways and isolated. Hence why I was deeply unhappy then. Now I'm going back down there with not just an array of tools because of years of therapy and years of kind of dealing with stuff, but also a community of people who love me deeply and who I love deeply. I've also spent a lot of time recently developing relationships with sitting senators, relationships that I hope will go far beyond just the professional, because I think it's important to go to a place.
Does they live the post on Wall Street? 99% of protest posture at this point. Yes, but he didn't even say that, which is why it's so frustrating, right? Like that's like a line that he could have just hit that like people just kind of like nod their heads at that he didn't even really say. He kind of alluded at the end there, right, when he says like change the tax code or whatever. But like, he should be more direct with his answer there, which is just like, I'm going to pay for this thing that I'm saying by taxing the rich, right? Because that's what Bernie Sanders says. Bernie Sanders says the rich are not paying their fair share of taxes. That's kind of Bernie Sanders said that thing. You know what I mean? They need to pay more of their taxes. We need to fund social services for the rich paying more in their taxes. That's kind of the Bernie Sanders' whole thing. You know? When he says American people, he could be talking about millionaires. For example, he's for taxing billionaires, yes, but the problem I have is he's still being ambiguous. I agree. If you're keeping Bernie Sanders' legacy, then why not just say that too? I don't know, actually. Amazing Bernie voice? Thank you. I've been practicing it. I mean, that's what he's implicitly saying, and most people will get that, but I don't know. I thought it was fine, populism slop. But like, why allude to it, right? It's so the reason why Bernie Sanders is effective, I think people don't like get that, is because he's so direct, right? This is also why AOC is very popular and why Zohra Mamdani is very popular, right? It's because they're so direct. It's because their message is like, it hits you, right? When you see them, you're like, I know what that person stands for, right? And Graham Platner could be that, but he's still new. He's still a bit green. And so he's still trying to like grow his identity, right? He's still trying to grow his identity in this space. And so he needs to find lines that he's hitting in that way as well. And so it's just like a communication thing that he can be better about.
I want to be a functioning part of it. I'm not trying to go to just be a pain in everyone's ass, which, no offense to the senator from Pennsylvania, but that does seem to be his primary goal these days. Like, I want to go and create relationships and create a better future for Americans and for the people of Maine. And
I will say, that doesn't bode very well in my mind. This kind of reads to me a little bit like he's going to play the game. Right? I don't think that's inherently a bad thing, but I think he's going to get in and you're going to see him cozying up a little bit to establishment Dems. Right? And he's going to justify it by like he's trying to get things done. You know? I think people are going to be kind of like betrayed by that. Like, no, you were the chosen one. Why are you not yelling at Chuck Schumer on the floor? Why are you shaking hands with Chuck Schumer? Why are you taking a selfie with Chuck Schumer or something? I don't know, something like that. Something like that, you know? They won't care like they do with other progressives. I think they'll care a little bit, maybe not as much. It's very much, I need pragmatic decisions and falling in line. Yeah. Honestly, I think you see that a little bit more in the Senate because it's such a smaller space. There's like 400 freaking House members. There's 100 senators. It's a lot smaller, right? Way smaller of a community, if you will.
I feel just like I'm a different person now because of the time that I've spent, the work that I've done, the tools that I have now. Yeah, I think it's going to be incredibly different.
I saw this thing in the Bulwark that argued you have a chance of being the Democratic nominee for president in 2028. And I think it's indicative of people looking for a savior and radical change.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a savior, so.
I mean, who do you want to actually lead the party?
To
Or who
lead the
don't you
party.
want to lead the party?
Who I don't want are many of the people who have been doing it for years. I'll be upfront. People close with corporate power, people who often waffle on positions. Often, I think people are sick and tired of that. I think people are happy to disagree with you as long as they know that you're.
So who is that, Governor Gavin Newsom? Like, I'm just trying to understand from the people that we know.
Good question. Name them. This is a good litmus test. This is a decent litmus test to see whether or not he actually is willing to put fire to flame.
Out there, who you like and who you don't like.
I will be up. I very much like Ro Khanna. I think he's done an excellent job, and I've heard his name banding around a bunch on this topic. I think he has much like myself, a connection to the past, and understanding that New Deal era programs are going to be necessary to meet the challenges of the moment and of the future. And I think that he also is interested in long-term industrial policy, which I am as well. Something this nation really needs to get back to doing. But I also think that I wouldn't be surprised if the person we see in 2028 we haven't even started talking about yet. I'll be upfront. I think that people are looking for radical change, and I don't know where exactly that's going to come from, but I'm relatively convinced that we're going to be talking about names next year and the year after in relation to the 2028 presidential race that right now just aren't even on the radar. I think we're in for a generational shift in American politics, and it's coming quickly.
I mean, he didn't answer the question, but...
Graham Platner, thank you so much for your
also,
time.
Ro Khanna's not going to run for president. He might run. He's not going to win the nomination. Ro Khanna is a safe pick. That's not surprising. Yeah, but he's not going to... I think he's posturing. Hot take. I think people are positioning Thomas Massie to maybe not switch parties, but to cozy up with the Dems a little bit. Right? They're talking a little bit too positively about Thomas Massie for my liking. So, I don't think Ro has the juice. I don't either. I don't think it's a mystery person, though. Who's trying that? Ro Khanna. And I know because I saw it this morning. And I wanted to share it. This was a segue to talking about Ro Khanna. Thomas Massie is a man of character. He's the type of congressman our founders envisioned. I hope his constituents will see the courage, independence, and sincere love of our country he brings to the job. So, yeah, I in my opinion, this is less like the MTG thing and more like the Liz Cheney thing. I feel like Ro Khanna's going to try to spin a presidential campaign into a cabinet position. Yeah, I can see that, actually. But I saw this post. It was like, why does Massie get a pass and not MTG? This is a fair question. Thomas Massie, while being good on the Epstein stuff, is still a Republican. Still a libertarian style Republican. He'll clap at Trump and clap at other Republicans, but he's still a Republican. He's a climate change denier. He's a COVID vaccine denier. So kind of chemtrails. What do we don't need him. I'm not saying that you can't these people can't be useful. We don't need him to grow the movement. You know what I mean? We don't need to do this. We don't need to rehabilitate him. Does that make sense? We can use his vote. We don't need to do this for him. That's my take. The bars in Israel. That's hilarious. But yeah, that's my take. We finished the video, and it only took us 5.5 hours. What a time! What a time to be alive. You pause every 5 minutes. I paused less than every 5 minutes. But you realize how I paused less for the second half because he was actually saying decent stuff there, and he wasn't like defending him going to freaking war or whatever. So maybe he should keep saying good stuff, and I won't freaking talk about him as much. Will he be on tonight? Probably not. I was supposed to go hang out with my friend today, but tis too late. He still defended himself going to war, acting like he was sent there at gunpoint. Yeah. AOC stuff, we'll do it tomorrow. Oh, there's also some... Okay, actually, there's also a Nithya thing that I wanted to look at. I did see this from Hassan. It's a long segment. It's 30 minutes long. The AOC thing is actually pretty good because she talked about like organizing in the South. And it's exactly what I've been saying.
It felt terrible.
But this was Hassan talked about the backlash of the Nithya Raman appearance on his broadcast. This is a very long segment. And so this is like a whole thing. It is a 30-minute long Twitter video. But I'm intrigued to see the backlash, or some response to the backlash. I do also want to see AOC talking about organizing in the South. It's a 5-minute Twitter video. Here, I'll show you this video because it's shorter. We'll talk about it more tomorrow.
It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia.
Let me think about the raid. Talk about AOC.
To Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened. Because it is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society. Because
do you think now that AOC is saying people will actually listen to what she's saying? Because I've been saying this, chat. Literally, I have been saying this. I've been saying this forever. Right? Consistently. If you've watched me, you know that I've brought up that I've spoken to organizers in the South, and they talk about how they feel like they've been abandoned by the bi-coast, right? By the New Yorks and by the Californias, right? And how like that's where people care about. That's all people care about. And nobody ever really cares about what's going on in Georgia or Alabama or North Carolina. I don't really care about Oklahoma or South Carolina. You know what I mean? I've been saying this consistently. Chris Rapp said it as well. I said it when we were watching him. And this is true. This is correct. Can I feel like they resonate with that message only once they needed progressives in the South? I do agree. That's my second point. I'll get to that in a second. Right? Where like I want to make sure that it doesn't turn into right? I want to make sure it doesn't turn into we're gonna use the South to get what we want. Right? I don't think AOC is doing that though. I can see some people doing that. But like instead of being like you need to go to the South to preach to them, you should talk to people in the South. Help bolster up organizing efforts happening in the South. Connect with organizations in the South. Talk to workers in the South. There are unions in the South. There are tenant unions in the South. There are community gardens in the South. There are mutual aid organizations in the South. Talk to the organizations that are already there and help build up that structure. You know? So I'm putting in the water treatment plant for Mobile, Alabama a few days ago. I haven't seen a single story about it. Yeah. there's stories that I see living in North Carolina that it's just like rough. I did see actually I can't say that because it would dox myself. And I am not ready to dox myself yet, so I won't say that. You have to imagine what I would say.
Black Americans have the right to vote, and that vote is protected. Our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, healthcare gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. In Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of. They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the...
Like, for the critiques that I have of AOC and that other people have of AOC, this is exactly what I've been saying people should do. Right? Like, exactly what I've been saying people should do. Right? This would fix the tailism issue for the left. You should not have to wait for the Graham Platner equivalent to just exist in Montgomery, Alabama, that you bolster, right? Say that this feels kind of say that this feels performative, though. You know, performative or not, it starts the conversation. You know what I mean? It starts the conversation. You feel me? And so the goal is to not have to wait for a bad but passable candidate to exist in a place that's like okay. You know? The goal is not to wait for a relatively decent candidate to like prop up. Right? The goal is to put your effort into bolstering these communities and bolstering these spaces, right? To build that up so we don't have to wait for a Graham Platner to exist. And we have to be like, oh no, there's a Klansman running in Tennessee, but they said Medicare for all. I guess we have to support him now. You know what I mean? You won't have to worry about being in that situation if you're actually talking to the people in that community. If you're actually addressing the people in that community, right? However, what you don't want it to be is you don't want it to be tourism, right? There's a fine line between bolstering organization efforts and doing like white saviorism in tourism in black communities, right? Your goal is not to start a DSA chapter in a predominantly black neighborhood thinking you're saving that community. Your goal is to meet people in that community, find out what organizing they're already doing, and figure out how you can help them with your resources, right? With the resources of your organization. You know what I mean? That's what the goal is. That's what that's how you build. That's how you build. Like, literally, that's how you build. That's how you grow infrastructure. Right? And maybe they will see that you help them. They're like, oh, you're part of the DSA? Maybe I want to be a part of the DSA. If this is what the DSA is doing. Maybe you'll get a chapter, right? Or 2, or 3, or 4, where you didn't have one before. Right? Maybe you'll boost organizational efforts. Maybe you'll boost membership. Right? But if you go with the express goal of like, I'm going to go convert these black people to DSA members, right? Just know that it's not going to work.
Crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo.
This would be more poignant if this was done for the fan. I agree. It is, again, you know how I feel. My thoughts on electoralism have not changed, which is why I focus this on bolstering organizational efforts, right? I didn't say like this is like necessarily that like, you know, your only goal is like get a freaking elected official, right? But if you're there, you help build community infrastructure. That is effective organizing. And then if you get elected official, if you can still vote, that's good. Positive. What's the follow? Through here, I guess we'll see. I guess the idea is just to put more emphasis on, like, the South exists, right? It's like, okay. It's kind of like how I feel about, like, the early Black Lives Matter. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't have to tell white people that Black Lives Matter, but, like, saying Black Lives Matter and then informing them that, like, hey, there's this issue here that Black people are being killed by police at disproportionate rates, but that white people weren't thinking about. They're like, oh, that makes sense then, right? I kind of view that a little bit like this, where, like, the idea is to put an emphasis on the South, right? To be like, there are issues going on here, so that the liberal elite, or like the leftist elites, if you will, like the leftist white, bi-coastal, DSA members or whatever, who don't care about what's happening in the flyover states, start to turn their attention to what's going on here. And AOC is gearing up for a presidential run. That was a good swig of water. That was a good swig of water. That was delicious. But that, however, is my take. That is how I feel. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Any finale thoughts? Room temp or cold? It's cold in here, so it's like room temp, but like probably close to like 30 degrees Celsius. I have no idea if that's cold or not. No idea. See any of the Dems come down to the South out of this ruling. I'm tired of cynicism. I'm going to use people like AOC where I can. I don't know. Love R, I guess, but I kind of don't want. Don't send Bill Clinton, please. It's not okay. I don't know Celsius. Have you had a stream talking about the specifics of your relating to your unionization efforts? I have not. I can though. Like walking through how the union started and what we did. I can do that. It was rough, chat. And we were I was at an organization that I thought was like, we would be like, amenable to union thought. That was a rough freaking, never think that like you're going to have an easy time starting a union, even if you are friends with like the people in the leadership. That's what I was saying. So unionizing in a progressive organization sounds really interesting. I always said when Jersey for Change freaking dissolved, then I would do a tell-all about all the stuff that happened, because I have stories. Yeah. I will say, this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say. I don't have any beef with most of the people that I work there with. And this is going to be slight drama pill, because I like drama. I think it's at currently the lowest headcount that it's ever been at. And there's a relatively high turnover rate. So, but that's true for all progressive nonprofits, specifically. I know that for a fact. So if you want like, consistent work, don't get into nonprofits at all. It's really bad for careerism unless you're like in leadership or unless you start one yourself. I don't tell all eventually, but that's where I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go play Magic the Gathering Arena. I did get I got a card that was cool. I got a $15 card in a pack that I opened. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh wait, I got the Johnny's response. This is one of the cards we looked at on the site. This is going to my cat's deck. Yoink. Nope, it's not in these. I worked in nonprofits for his whole career. He has like 10 different jobs. Yeah. So about your time, Blackwater? Yeah, my time in Blackwater was fantastic, chat. Don't you know? Oh, there's also this card? Okay, I have to show you this card. It's funny. It's a debate bro card, bro. Rehearsed debater. Oh, here it is. This card. Guess how much this card costs? It's not like crazy expensive. No, it's definitely not 100. Less than that. I was less than 40. More than 4. Less than 40. Less than 25. 20 is close. Slightly less than 20. $15, $18. How much does it cost? Hold on. I don't remember. It's around 15 to 16, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not a foil. So it's around $15.99. The foil would have been 20. For this one card, chat. And I got all of these cards in this pack for $15. So this one card paid for this entire pack. I got here. And I got another $5 card. So actually this pack I got $20 off of 2 cards. I don't know where it is though. I don't remember what card it was. Hold on, I'll find it. Oh. It's this one. Quandrix the Proof. If I scan it. Yeah, it's $6 actually because it's a foil card. Ad nauseam is part of a well-known infinite combo with Thalass's Oracle. Well, what does it do? Reveal the top card of your library and then put that card in your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. You may repeat this process equal to any number of times. So if you have a card that can gain you life when you draw a card, you can draw a card, lose a life, gain a life when you draw a card, right? And then draw another card. 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 That is broken. He's beginning to cook? Yeah, I am beginning to cook. But that Trunks behind you? Yeah, that's Trunks. Trunks, and then it's Squirtle. And then Wartortle. And then Blastoise. And then Vaporeon's up there. And then Gyarados is there. And then Staryu is up there. That's Trunks. And it was actually drawn. It's actually not AI. It came before AI was a thing. I've had it for like 10 years. Or that was longer than 10 years. No, it was like 10 years. I liked it when I was able to buy stuff online and not have to worry and be like, is this AI? Did they use AI to make this? I didn't even have to think about that before. North Americans all AI. Ugh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I have a funny article to show you. This made me laugh when I saw it. I used AI to help market my bagel shop, then the 1-star reviews came in. That just sounds funny. I kind of want to read this article now. It's even funnier when you read the whole thing. Okay, come on. Listen to it. I'll listen to it.
I used AI to help market my bagel shop. Then the 1-star reviews came in. By Henry Chandonnet and read by an automated voice. This as told to essay is based on a conversation.
We live in the lowest circle of hell. Read by an AI voice underneath the AI overview. Why did AI edits upset customers? AI, please tell me why. AI generated summary with the AI telling me why the AI edits upset the customers with the AI voice reading me what the article is saying about the AI marketing ruining this guy's business. This is someone take me out back and yell at me. Someone take me out back and yell at me. And then just text to speech though. I don't even think so. Right? Because this is like, that's trained on somebody's voice. Normal text-to-speech is just like Hatsune Miku, you know what I mean? Voice synthesis of like what human sounds are. This is like an automated like recreation of like what somebody's voice is. And somebody, if you're wondering like why Carla hasn't come back, it's because I just feels like I don't want to be a part of that, you know. I don't want to be a part of this entire ecosystem, right? Even if I'm not like using like anybody's stuff, and Carla was drawn by an actual artist, and I'm developing it all as myself, and I'm not using like ChatGPT or anything. I just don't want to be a part of any of that. It just feels like ugh, you know. I hate seeing it. I hate seeing it everywhere, bro. I hate seeing it on my feed. I hate seeing it on my timeline. I hate seeing it in my videos. I hate scrolling on Twitter and hearing the stupid automated voices. I hate it all. I hate it all. I hate seeing the stupid vibe-coded websites. I hate it all. And so I was just like, I don't know. I think Carla was a cool idea. It was a novel idea when I first had her. Like, but like I just don't want to. I don't want to be a part of any of that stuff. I don't know. Anyways, listen to the AI read this because I think it'll be funny though.
I used AI to help market my bagel shop. Then the 1-star reviews came in. By Henry Chandonnet.
Yeah, the
and
Gen
read
AI
by
in the
an-
games. This is what I think though, right? I do think there is going to be some amount of AI that will persist. I don't know how much it will be. I don't know what form it will be in. I don't think it will be music, right? But you know what upset me so much? I was scrolling on Instagram Reels and I heard a song and I was like, this is AI. I clicked on this profile. It had 300,000 followers. It was an AI gospel artist. And I'm like, y'all don't feel some type of way about this? Y'all don't feel some type of way about this? Y'all don't? This has nothing in your brain? This is totally up and up for you. Totally fine. Wait. How did I get 1.6K profile views? I don't use Instagram. Who's looking at my profile? Anyway, so I'm looking for my history. Watch history. I found it. It's I Am China Styles. I saw this. I'm just like, yo, y'all don't feel some type of way about this? Like I grew up in the church, and I like, you know, like other Christians will call things demonic on like a drop of the hat, and y'all don't feel some type of way about AI being used to create gospel music? That don't feel demonic to you at all? You're like, this is cool. This is chill. This is chill. This right here, that specifically is okay. Out of everything else you've seen. But let a man kiss a man. Then it's a problem. I don't know. That's the real issue. Bro, what is happening with my freaking Instagram? I'm not logged in. Hold on, I want to show this to you before I go because it's literally craziness. So let me clear my searches. I don't want y'all to see the girls I've been Instagram stalking. It's this person. I don't remember what video I got first. From 6 weeks ago? It just hit my feet. It was this video.
But I'm Texas like it's healthy. I love me. Loud, proud, divine. I'm not for everybody, and that's just fine. You can leave unfollowed. How I still win. 2026 on the prize, not them. I stopped explaining my glow to the blind. Never KC, you don't deserve time. I'm not too much, you just too small. I don't know what mine like, so you feel tall. I made it out on my soul.
So when I saw it, it wasn't the video. I saw it when its sound was connected to a different video. That's Attack on Titan. No. Nope. I don't know what it is. I can't find the video that I actually saw. But I was just like, and people were like, I know it's AI, but where do I find this version of this song. AI is unbelievable. I do love this song. And I'm just like, y'all have some standards. And I scrolled up and I saw Billboard's charting AI music designer. AI art with China styles. And I'm like, bro, we're cooked. We're cooked.
Kid had a big heart, they mistook it for weakness. Love people through the damage and the deed.
Also, you can also tell like this AI has like a specific style. It has like the woo or whatever. It has it in every song. It does.
Gave chances like I had them on repeat.
I love what you're doing with this AI thing. I can't. It's not a real person. Not a real person. How were they verified with 150? Okay, yeah, they are fake. They are a bot. Okay, confirmed. Okay, that makes me feel better. Top 20 AI R&B songs from the Song Intelligence Academy. That is AI generated because the font is off. They couldn't even make this correctly in Photoshop. They had to generate this logo as well.
I live like a capitalist every single day,
We're
Jake. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Festive
Also
Soul
verified.
Subscribed.
23,000 followers. Yeah, we used to work on our scams. Fetus, thank you for the 11 months. Our scams used to take effort. Anyway, thank you for watching. In conclusion, watch my latest video on Grand Platner. Oh, wait, we were doing this first. We specialize in Montreal-style productions. For us, it's just north of us. For the rest of the country, it's a newer item. We don't proof them as much. We don't. So they don't get as airy. They're denser, a little chewier. We use wood to cook the bagels. We're about 22 people, and everyone takes the orders and makes the bagels, does everything. You always have to recreate the wheel to stay competitive. Social media is where you need to be. I'm not naive about it, but it's not a strong part of my experience, so I'm learning. In the past, I've had great employees, i.e. college students, who love social media themselves, who are happy to take it on. It'll be good for a few months, but then the rest of their lives come into place, and it wasn't a full-time job, and it would slowly die. It would slowly die. We get along fine, but then I throw another person on it, and the same thing would happen. Why use AI for our shop social media posts? I was pointed to a company that helps small businesses with AI. It helps with human resources. You should not be using AI for HR. It helps with human resources. I have a paid accountant and bookkeeper. Where's that? Oh. They can give me their analysis. Why not have a third option? This program does many aspects of a business, and one is social media. It is nice. There's a calendar where you can build a whole month of posts to release on Instagram. You're at college town, so graduation is coming up. I asked, what's the need spend on a post about graduation to encourage people to come in? The program comes up with an idea. Bro, you sell bagels. Just make a post saying, if you're a graduating student, you get a free bagel. You wanna know how I came up with that? I stole it from Krispy Kreme. Don't reinvent the wheel here. Or the bagel wheel here. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that difficult. I miss Krispy Kreme. What do you mean? They're still around. You could get some. They're there.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
I'm stuck up north. Oh.
KTA 619
That's rough.
just
Sorry, Cheddar.
subscribed.
KTA, thank you for the 14 months. Oh, y'all are Canadian? Anyway, it allows us to import our photos we've taken, and it uses those, but it can tweak them. And part of the picture is real. I look at it and say, not too bad. Some of the AI bagels that they have in the background don't look like ours. I would say, can you make them smaller and thinner? This is false advertising, by the way. You can't do this. This is actually false advertising. This is it's one thing to be like, immoral and like, using AI or whatever. This is false advertising. You cannot do this. Right? It's also equivalent to like to a certain extent, Photoshop. Right? What you present has to be reasonably close to what you are selling. Right? So McDonald's will still take like, you know, mock-ups of their, you know what I mean, of their items, and then, you know, present them in a kind of stack for photography, preserved, but that they do that as a, like, in its form, right? They're not presenting like a, you know, purple giant burger saying you can get this here, and it's not actually a purple giant burger. You know what I mean? They do photo shoots with fake items, to be fair. Yeah, but those fake items are an approximation, or they're equivalent to like what they actually sell, right? You can't just be like, this is a bagel. You know what I mean? You can't just photograph a random bagel and say, I sell this. That's where it's different, right? You can make a mock-up of what you actually do sell and then sell that. But you can't like sell something you don't actually sell. And AI cannot, you're not selling that. Does that make sense? Or is it a rule in Japan where the picture on the food package has to be the real and the right size too? Yes. But, yeah. Technically a lawyer would have to argue that this is false advertising. But if it's not a real bagel, I think you can make a good argument. But I'm also not a lawyer. Yet. It's like a Big Mac within it says just a random burger AI generates. And to be fair, I think you could sue McDonald's for that if they actually did that. I didn't take long for our audience to realize that we weren't posting. What we were posting weren't 100% Myers. I appreciate their passion for us not doing this the way they'd like. One of the pictures had one of our retail bags at the grocery store. Those were actually photos of our bags. The AI went to our Google, Yelp, old Instagram comments and pulled a few reviews from Sam. It put our bags in front of a wood fire that wasn't our fire. It took that quote and made a fake handwritten note. Was it truthful? Yes. Was it our fire image and background? No. For McDonald's or anyone else who advertises food, it's in a studio, but Sam was a real person. Sam made the quote, and those were our bags. We have a picture that we'd used before our bakery rolling out our dough. The AI took that picture, superimposed it on a nice wood cutting board. I put a fire in the background and a kettle boiling bagels. That's not how we're laid out, and the customers know that. But that was our real bagels, real hands, and real dough. Between those two photos, but there was 25 and 30 comments for each one, plus people replying. We had some very passionate, adamant people that went to our Google reviews, left us 1 stars, claiming nothing about our food, just about the situation. No one called us directly. It was more of a response through social media. The pen is mightier than the sword. There were a few people who went in to defend us, saying, "Look, they're a small business. They just wanted to be more creative." I appreciate those comments, but certainly the negative responses were much more. Some were civil, others I would classify as not very civil. I don't judge on that part. The medium allows it, and for us to be on it. I have to cough. Excuse me. You have to be ready to respond or fall victim to whatever you do. I apologize, but I'm not anti-AI. We got a bit of feedback on the post. I went in, pulled them, and apologized. I wasn't married to the idea. It was a test or a foot forward. So I was willing to erase them and say, we'll do better. We've heard. It was just like if people don't like a new bagel flavor and it doesn't sell, we would make a new flavor. We're not anti-AI. We'll continue to use AI in many aspects of the business because it's what is going to keep Myers here for another 30 years. I mean, not at this rate, apparently. Without the extra help, I'm not going to be able to keep up with the rhythm and the pace of growth. AI is not going anywhere. Look at it as a tool to do things better and easier on a business owner. It's not good at everything, but it's ultimately a tool for the value of Myers, better for employees and me. Ultimately, it's also good for the customers or consumers since it keeps prices down and combats inflation. That's not true. There's a bigger picture here. For social media, I think there's still a place for it, but I need to tread more, much more carefully. I need to see that, like, you know, inflation surges in April to the highest rates in 2023. That's crazy, bro. Even Business Insider was like, I don't know. I actually don't know. That's hilarious. So I have thoughts on this. You're a business owner. And if you're willing to tank your business over using AI, so be it. Right? You took the risk to be a business owner. Right? And customers have a right to either shop at your business or not shop at your business because of their personal preference. It's not, it's hard to take a picture of a bagel and put cream cheese on it. Yeah. And it's just like, it's also just so weird to like take this, like, why does he look like freaking, the guy who, Eddie Steak? Right? But the problem, especially with like business owners using AI, is like, if you're so lazy, you'll cut corners in this way. How would I trust you as a consumer that you wouldn't cut corners in other ways? Do you change your gloves when you touch things? Right? Every time? Do you wash your hands? Right? Do you clean your surfaces? If you're so tied to efficiency that you need to have a social media post one every month or one every day of the month, right? That makes me side-eye you just a little bit. But in general, I do think AI is going to exist in some degree after this bubble pops. I think it's already starting to pop, right? People aren't talking about ChatGPT as much anymore. It's still being used, but it's not as prominent as it was 2 years ago. I think it will still be around once the bubble pops. In what form? I think it's anybody's guess. I don't think it will be music. I don't think it'll be AI music. I don't think it will be AI art like videos. I think to a certain extent, there will be people who use it in art and media, and it's up to the consumers to kind of like guide where it goes from there, right? It will definitely be used in surveillance tech, and it already is being used in surveillance tech, right? It will definitely be used in writing, right? But you won't see it in like video generation, right? The stuff you see here
had a big heart, they mistook it for weakness.
Is not going to be prominent. It's not. It's too expensive to create. It's causing too much of an increase in hardware and equipment. Think about when this hardware starts dying, right? When these giant data centers, right, and the RAM they're using in their GPUs start dying, and they literally cannot replace them for the prices that they bought them, what are they going to do? All people do love AI, just for the ratchet, just for bullshit, yeah. I tried to explain to my old friend about how data centers are harmful, and she didn't care. Yeah, how quickly did coin mining die? Depends on what you mean by die and quickly. I think we're in for more widespread AI-related scandals. Core system specifically is my worry. Yeah. There is one that's happening right now, chat. I don't know if you heard. There's a lady who defended herself with AI in court, and she's ordered to pay like millions of dollars. Because she... Okay, hold on. You know what I'm talking about, right? TikToker sends herself in order to pay millions. Here. There is a psychic TikToker, right, who basically accused a University of Idaho professor of committing the murders, right, the Moscow murders. And the professor sued her. She defended herself, used AI to help her defend herself, lost the case, and is ordered to pay $10 million.
A TikToker ordered to pay a University of Idaho professor $10 million is appealing in federal court. Texas woman Ashley Gillard was found liable of defamation in February. Gillard repeatedly made up false claims that Professor Rebecca Schofield was responsible for the Moscow murders. Court documents show Gillard accusing Schofield of being in a romantic relationship with one of the victims. The claims were baseless, according to court docs. Schofield says she never met any of the victims. Gillard never provided any evidence of her claims beyond her tarot card readings.
She represented herself? Yes, but she said she used ChatGPT to help her represent herself. I saw her videos. She used ChatGPT to help her defend herself in court. The case is done. He's ordered to pay $10 million. So that's one example. Stuff like that. She'll lose no matter what. Yeah. She defended her on TikTok multiple years ago. So I wasn't prompted by AI. I shouldn't say. Yeah, no, this wasn't prompted by AI at all. But she did use AI in court. That's what I was referring to. She was like a psychic who was like, yes, my tarot cards tell me that this random lady did the murders. I'm not even joking, by the way. That was what she did. She was like, I feel it in my bones that this random lady, random professor, did the murders. I did not see this. I've not seen this. An AI avatar tried to argue a case before a New York court. The judges weren't having it. That is hilarious. It only took seconds for judges on a New York City appeals court to realize a man addressing the video on screen, a person about to present an argument in a lawsuit, not only had no law degree but didn't exist at all. The bizarre chapter on the awkward arrival of artificial intelligence in the legal world unfolded on March 26th under a stained glass dome. Honestly, I respect this a little bit. You would stake your lawsuit claim, your appeal, on this AI? Really? You lost once, and now you're staking your appeal on an AI. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about that. The New York State Supreme Court Appeals Division, First Judicial Department, where a panel of judges was set to hear from Jerome DeWald, a plaintiff in an employment dispute. The appellant has submitted a video for his arguments. Justice Sally, that's a long name, Daniels. Okay, I hear the video now. The video appears a youthful looking man with a sculpted hairdo and a button-down shirt and sweater. May it please the court, the man began. I come here as a humble pro se before a panel of 5 distinguished justices. Okay, hold on. Is that counsel for the case? I generated that. It's not a real person. It was in fact an avatar generated by artificial intelligence. The judge was not pleased. It would have been nice to know that when you made your application, you did not tell me that, sir. They were yelling across the room before the video shut down. I don't appreciate being misled before letting DeWalt continue his argument. DeWalt later penned an apology to the court, saying that he didn't intend any harm. Why would you do that, though? Okay, I want to see the video. Can someone find me the video? It's hilarious. found it.
Shut that off.
Judges on a New York State appeals court were not pleased after realizing that a plaintiff was using an AI-generated avatar to argue his case.
Why?
Please the court.
I don't understand it. Like, he has to generate it to say something. So why can't he just say it? Like, he had to prompt the avatar to say something anyway. Maybe because he was like, oh, this would be cool. Nobody's ever done this before. They will love this.
I come here today a humble pro se
All right.
before a panel of 5 distinguished justices.
Is this, hold on. Is that counsel for the case?
I generated that.
I'm sorry?
I generated that? That is not a real person.
What? He's just like, in front of 5 judges, he's like, I generated that. Obviously. Get with the times, lady. Get with the times. And she's like, what? Yeah, I generated that, bro. He's like, this requires a little bit more explanation, bro.
Okay, it would have been nice to know that when you made your application, okay? I don't appreciate being misled. So either you are suffering from an ailment that prevents you from being able to articulate, or you don't.
Court records show that Jerome DeWald didn't have a lawyer to represent him in an employment dispute. DeWald later apologized in writing to the court, saying he hadn't intended any harm.
Yo, she's still going.
Originally,
she's still going. I love her. I love her. She's my favorite person in the world right now. Like the voiceover cut in, and she's like, I want to know what she's saying. That's hilarious.
In writing to the court, saying he hadn't intended any harm, according to the Associated Press. Originally, he tried to generate a digital replica that looked like him, but he was unable to accomplish that before the hearing. He said he hoped the AI avatar would deliver a more polished argument, without stumbling over words or mumbling.
If you want to have oral argument time, you may stand up and give it to me.
Oh, I was waiting. I was like, is he going to stand up? What's going on? The video's over. I was sitting here like, man, she's letting this silence go down for a long time. And they're pretty still.
A TikToker ordered to pay a University of Idaho professor.
Anyway, came out OG video. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. I think it's hilarious. Before it's gone, what is this? Oh wait, it's almost 3 hours. What is it? Okay, what is it?
This video will be deleted by the time specified in the title of this video. That's right. I'm deleting this video. I noticed there's a trend of YouTubers uploading videos that are like, hey, I'm going to delete this at a certain time. Usually they're promoting something. Other times they're just pointing to the fleeting nature, the impermanence of everything in life. Nothing lasts forever. I don't have anything to promote, but I just want to say this video, by the time specified in the title, will be gone forever. No one will ever see or hear.
Wait, this would be so funny if he coded it so that it updates every hour. So when it turns into 4 hours, so right now it's at 3 hours ago. The video was deleted in 3 hours. When that changes to 4 hours, this changes to 4 hours as well. That would be hilarious. Or he does it manually. He might do it manually. with Tyler Oliveira, I got banned and deported from Israel. I'm not watching that. As an op. Trying to rehabilitate Tyler Oliveira's image in my mind.
Video, again, it's kind of beautiful when you think about it. All of those views, all of that potential ad revenue, just... And if you're wondering, like, hey, why is the video maybe still up after a certain point? It's because you're wrong. You're misremembering. The time specified in the video is when the video will be deleted. So it's just wonderful to comment upon the impermanence of life, the fleeting nature of everything. And thanks for being part of this human moment with me. That'll be gone in a matter of time.
Yeah. I saw the Tom Scott one. Yeah, I saw the Tom Scott one like years ago.
The title of this video won't be exactly right. It only updates every few minutes at most, and besides, YouTube doesn't update its view counts in real time anyway, so don't bother refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. You won't actually be able to see it ticking up second by second. If it's actually 100% spot on, it's a miracle, but if it's close, then the code I've written is still working. But at some point, that code will break and the title of this video will slip more and more out of touch with reality.
No, it's pretty close. It just updated to 4 hours? Stop.
This video will be deleted.
That's so funny. That's hilarious. Would you believe me if I said I'm a time traveler, chat? What was that, like number 3 today that I just called? Not sure. Yeah, but why would I ever admit that? If it was true, which I would never admit. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Goodbye, YouTube chat. Goodbye.